on.
And we're pleased to have with us right now New York Senator Chuck Schumer. Charles Schumer, thanks for being with us this morning.
Oh, what a day.
What a day indeed. When we knew that we were going to see huge crowds, but when you look out over there and you can see people stretched from here all the way up to the Washington Monument and beyond, what do you think?
It's amazing. This is a moment in history, and people get it. It's a moment in history. The minute, of course, he raises his hand to be sworn in, but we're going to be making history all year, and it's sort of the combination of first African-American president, but one of those turning points in America. Probably haven't had it since 1980.
Right.
So it's that kind of excitement, and then you add on the ceiling that he's breaking, and it's unparalleled. I mean, I was all throughout New York State yesterday. The excitement in African-American churches, but up in rural New York as well. It's incredible. People realize they have such faith and hope in this country, and it's amazing that it happened at a time when the economy's going down and we're worried about the future, and this man comes along. It's a moment.
What do you think that this moment, as you say, in history is going to mean for the country in the next few years?
Well, Barack Obama will be a different kind of president. There will be a clear break with George Bush and the Republican past in that the government will be more active. But it's not necessarily going to be a left-wing government. He is a moderate activist, and he's going to work with the Republicans, bring people together, and I think we're going to see major changes in this country in the short term to get the economy going, medium term, try to fix health care, education, energy, Iraq. But in the long term, and this is where we're all coming together, his sense of responsibility that everybody has to be part of this, that we can't be a country that consumes more than we produce, that imports more than we export, that borrows more than we spend. And that is a message that will resonate throughout broad America. So what a moment.
It is the time for those type of sweeping changes when there is so much goodwill. I mean, as you just said, not a country that spends more than we
Right.
bring in, not a country that imports too much. People willing to make sacrifices right now. How do you capitalize on this feeling of hope and happiness?
The sort of interesting part of this is I don't think people would be willing to make the sacrifice if we were still prosperous. And I think in a certain sense, Obama's road would be harder to make those changes. But because we've had the downturn, and because people are really worried fundamentally that maybe we were on the wrong track, and this is not blaming any particular person or political party. We all did it. Business, government, finance, and people. Everyone was borrowing up to the skies.
So, if the American people have a sense of responsibility to change the way that they live and to not spend more than they earn and to kind of tighten the belt, does the 111th Congress as well have a responsibility to enact some of these programs, to put aside partisan sniping? The 110th Congress, according to many critics, was known as the Do-Nothing Congress, and you folks were in charge. Are you going to change your ways too and get a lot done?
There is no question about it. I mean, most of the reason we were blocked is they filibustered. We had 51 votes. We now looks like with Minnesota we'll have 59. But far more important than having those votes, Obama will bring people together. He's made a special effort to reach out to Republicans. That's what we want, particularly on the Democratic side. We want to see government work. We don't want to just make speeches and yell at each other. We want to come together, and that will mean it's not going to be just our way. It won't be just their way. This is a moment. And, once a generation, things pivot in America. You have three things happening at once. You have that pivot, which hasn't happened since Ronald Reagan. You have an African-American president, but you also have a man, regardless of race, of huge talent. The moment and the man have come together, and I think the excitement here is real and deep. And throughout America.
A lot of Americans are going to be counting on you. See if you can get the job done.
Senator
Schumer,
our
great
job.
to see you this morning.
Nice
Thanks for dropping by.
Pleasure.
Work ahead. Good luck to you. Thanks a lot for coming to talk to us this morning.
You mentioned the crowd out in the mall, so why don't we take you out in the mall? Jim Acosta is out there. He's made an awful lot of new friends this morning, and he's talking with a few more. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, John. Thanks for coming to me. I need to get in position here because I didn't realize you were coming. But yeah, you're right. Thousands of people out here just in this area where we are at about 6th Street in the mall. And it is just, it's been unbelievable all morning to watch these crowds gather here. I was coming out at about 3 or 4 o'clock this morning. And because of the size of the crowds, heading into the metro, heading into the security checkpoints. It was really impossible to get down here in so many different directions. I had to, at one point, just start jogging here. And when I got here, it was amazing to see just how many thousands of people were descending on the mall. They were streaming in at that moment. And we all, and I'm standing here with a lot of the ladies I've been, and gentlemen I've been with all morning.
All morning.
As we got here, we got to watch the sun rise over the Capitol. And when that moment happened, that is when we were able to sort of take all of this in. Am I right? As to just how incredible this scene is down here. And I know we've been saying this all morning. I grew up outside the Washington, D.C. Area and came down here for, the 4th of July when the Beach Boys would come and play on the mall. The Washington Redskins win the Super Bowl. Other inaugurations. We have just never seen anything like this down on the mall. Well, in my lifetime, there are some folks here who saw what happened here when Martin Luther King was down on this mall. And I'm joined by some ladies here. I'm just pulling people randomly out of the crowd, so I hope you don't mind. There's one lady here with an I Have a Dream shirt, so let me just go right to you first. And there's a picture of Martin Luther King and Barack Obama.
Yes.
What does this moment in history mean to you?
This means so much to me for my mother, my grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, my father, my great-grandfather.
Those who couldn't be here today.
Those who would never, ever thought this would be possible. In my lifetime or in their lifetime, and thank God my mother's still alive to see this, and I'm so grateful. It's just amazing for all of us.
Is she watching at home right now?
Yes, she is. I love you, Mom.
And you ladies look nice and warm. I'm going to stand with you all morning if that's all right.
That's good.
What do you think about all this? What do you think about all of these people that you're seeing?
Oh, it's just overwhelming. It's amazing. I've never seen this many people in one place.
Just this much support.
Energizing, exciting.
Not just black folks. They're all different nationalities here.
Yeah.
That's the greatness of this occasion.
Yeah.
You would think that just folks who are of color who would be here. But I've seen so many white folks, and they all enjoying the same program, the way we're, chanting, or we're saying, yes, we did, yes, we can. And it's so good to see all nationalities surrounding Barack and enjoying this day.
Very well said, ma'am. And I just want to start walking through this crowd here because it's so remarkable to be out here with all of these people. And I guess what that woman just said is such an important statement, because as these pictures are being beamed out to the world, one thing that we all have to keep in mind here is that, yes, the world has seen a side of America that many around the world haven't really liked very much. But when they look at this image of America, they also have to take into consideration that this is also America. All of these hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, we'll have to wait and see what happens, who are gathering on the mall down here. I'm stumbling over these folks as I'm trying to make my way through here. But that this is also America, and that this day represents to many down here and many across the world a different America, a changed America. And it's exciting to be down here. No matter your political stripe, it's always nice to see Americans waving the stars and stripes. And that's what we're seeing a lot of down here, John.
Yes, we can! Yes, we can! Yes, we can! Yes, we can!
All right, Jim Acosta, thanks so much for getting drowned out slightly. It's all right, Jim. We hear you. And you got drowned out a little bit out there by some of the chants of yes, we can. Of course, the mantra of the Obama campaign. And now that continues into Inauguration Day. We're 6 minutes after the hour here in D.C. And Barack Obama, as well as Michelle Obama, are at St. John's Episcopal Church. We're going to show you a little bit of video earlier. This will be the first time many of us saw Barack Obama today. This is his first public appearance. There you see him exiting the Blair House with Michelle Obama, getting into the presidential car known as the Beast because of the extraordinary security and technology surrounding it. And they're making a short trip. John Roberts called it 45 seconds. That's about how long it took the motorcade to exit the Blair House, which is, of course, the traditional residence of the incoming president-elect and his wife. And there they go, and making their way on the short little jaunt up to St. John's Church. They're attending a service there. It's a private service. The Bidens also made their way about 30 minutes before them, maybe 15, 20 minutes before the Obamas. And there you see Barack and Michelle Obama walking into the church, being greeted there by the pastor, and getting ready to go inside for a private service. Probably some time for prayer and reflection, of course, on the enormity of the day. And there we see them shaking hands and then entering the small little church right adjacent to the White House. Right now we're going to bring in Jean Meserve. She is one of the security command centers. They're making it look easy, I must say, and I can't imagine, Jean, the extraordinary efforts that went into today. But as you see the orderly rally of people out there, the crowd's huge but happy, and it was a relatively easy. I know it's difficult to get into the city today, but the security checkpoints were all up and running, doing their best to manage what is going to be one of the most enormous gatherings of people this city has seen in decades.
And Karen, an absolutely huge effort this morning. I'm at the Command Center for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Let me give you a sense of what these places are like. There are probably about a dozen of them up and running in and around Washington today. You have various screens. This one keeps track of the incidents that are happening around town, so there's a common operating picture. Everybody knows what they're dealing with. There's another screen over here that has camera feeds on it. The Federal Protective Service is one of the subunits of ICE. They're in charge of protecting all the federal buildings downtown. Those cameras are on buildings right along the parade route, so they have a great vantage point of what's going to be happening there as the day progresses. There are 58 different federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies involved in this security effort, about 8,000 uniformed police. There are about 10,000 National Guard, another 20,000 National Guard on standby just in case something happens, and of course a wide array of technology, some of it high-tech, some of it low-tech. We've got explosive detecting dogs down on the mall. We have horses that have been brought in to help with crowd control, but there are also very sophisticated sensors that can detect chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear weapons, a full range of things. We've talked to officials about how things have been going so far today. There have been a few suspicious packages they've responded to. Nothing's panned out. A few minor communication glitches, but by and large, the report is so far, so good. Karen, John, back to you.
And any estimates so far? I mean, we know just how huge the crowds are expected to be. They were talking about upwards of 2 million. Or do they have any estimates right now as to how large they expect this to be as the people start to filter in hours before the actual inauguration takes place?
No, it used to be the park police would do those estimates of how many people were on the mall. They made a decision several years ago not to be in that business anymore, so you will not be getting any official crowd estimates from them. I imagine that there may be some experts on crowds who are out there eyeballing these pictures, and they may give us some numbers, but it's not going to come from the government. Karen?
Right, I got you. Just one quick interesting aside. Washington's Metro Transit System said that by 7 a.m., some 207,000 people had entered the Washington Metro Transit System at all of those stops, and that huge lines have still formed outside, and parking lots actually had to fill up and close. They're talking about extremely crowded platforms as people still try to make their way in.
I'll tell you, it looked like there were 207,000 people trying to get into the new Carrollton Metro Station,
Exactly.
The picture that we had just a little while ago. Jean Meserve for us, thanks. You're looking at one of the counter sniper teams on top of one of the rooftops here. And as Jean Meserve showed us yesterday, the incredible training that those counter sniper teams go through. It's on one of the Smithsonian museums, it looks like. And they want people to know that they're there. You see them on top of the roofs with their binoculars. They've got binoculars on a tripod there as they're looking down the mall just to see if anything is out of the ordinary. One of those, you have two-member teams there. You've got the one fellow who's on the binoculars. There's another military person there. He's got, looks like, binoculars and a camera. And then the other member of the team is the one who'll be the rifleman. And so you have a spotter, and then you have the counter sniper as well. But they want people to know that they're there so that anybody who has any kind of intention on causing harm here knows that they're under the watchful eye of the United States Secret Service or the FBI or any of the other 58 agencies who have been enlisted to provide security for this inaugural event. We're going to take a short break. It's 12 minutes after the hour. We'll be back with more of our special coverage, the inauguration of Barack Obama, 44th President of the United States, special edition of American Morning. We'll be right back.
know what?
Macedonia, timeless.
Wow, she's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Don't be left in the dark. Get your news at the speed of light, wherever you are. Go to cnnmobile.com and take your mobile experience to the next level. Breaking news, live TV, instant intelligence, all in your hand. Stay connected. cnnmobile.com.
A good story is when you can capture the very essence of what's going on and tell it in a way that makes people want to watch.
Since I was young, I've watched events in the world and I always said, I want to be there. The best stories don't come from the main plot, they come from the people.
People's experiences, their opinions, that's what makes us stand out.
Every day I have a story I can't wait to tell.
Newsmakers, business leaders, stars, government leaders. Make the connection. Newsmakers talk to CNN.
"15 minutes after the hour, we're back with more of our live special edition coverage of American Morning as we are about to see the inauguration of the 44th President of the United States, the first American president who is African-American, an amazing and historic event here. Our Brianna Keeler is out there with the crowd in the mall, and she's run into a couple of people who are from Sidwell Friends School. And Sidwell Friends, of course, famous as the school where Chelsea Clinton went, and now famous as the school where Sasha and Malia, the Obama kids, will be getting their education. Good morning to you, Brianna.
Good morning, John. Yes, Sasha and Malia go to Sidwell Friends, as do Viveka, Casey, and Elisa. You guys are juniors at Sidwell Friends. Just talk to me about what it means, since there is sort of a personal connection for you about being here today.
Well, it's just a really great experience. It's like being here for history. Yeah. It's our generation. Everyone's out here. Everyone I know is coming down to the mall.
Hey, Janelle?
Yeah. And you sort of... parents had different views about you guys coming down because you girls are here alone. You're all 16 and 17 years old. Tell me about that.
Well, my parents are kind of like, go out there and see what you can. You know, they were really supportive of my kind of effort to see the inauguration, but that looks like it's not going to happen, which is unfortunate.
What, to see it?
Yeah.
But you get to be a part of it, right? I mean, you sort of knew coming into this you might not get to see it, right?
Yeah, but it's just great coming down here and showing support.
And it's amazing to see how many people from all over the country are just coming just to be here in Washington today, even if it doesn't mean seeing Barack. So it's cool.
And you mentioned that since you go to Sidwell Friends, that it's not that strange, right, having the first daughters there. Tell me about that.
It's like not a big deal at all. They come, they go. People don't really crowd around their car. They go between classes. It's not, no one goes, looks for them. They're just like normal kids.
Is it kind of neat, or you just don't really think about it?
It's very neat.
The knowledge is neat.
It's great. I think people are giving them their space.
Yeah, they understand. And they're normal kids.
Yeah, but it is very cool to have Barack's kids that are.
I'm sure it is. Well, you guys, I hope you do get a good view. Viveka, Elisa, and Casey, thank you very much. John, back to you.
All right, Brianna Keeler for us in the mall, and the crowd's going wild here this morning. We are just a little more than 2 hours away from the beginning of the inaugural ceremonies, and again, the oath of office will be delivered at precisely 12 noon, according to Article 20 of the Constitution. That's when the term of the President of the United States ends and the transition of power happens. Want to welcome in a couple of guests this morning to talk more about the significance of this event. Sitting beside me here is Congressman from Georgia and the great civil rights leader John Lewis, and as well in our Washington Bureau this morning, Willie Brown, the former mayor from San Francisco, joining us this morning for our special coverage. Congressman Lewis, it's an honor to sit here and talk to you, particularly when you look back over the history of everything that has happened in this country to bring us to where we are. You know, I went and visited the home of Frederick Douglass and Anacostia on Saturday, just to sort of trace the Black history trail here through Washington, and you just get an enormous sense of the sacrifice that so many people have made to bring this nation to where it is today. What do you think?
Well, it's unbelievable. It is unreal. You know, slaves helped build the Capitol, helped build the White House, the Department of Treasury, and it was a long, hard struggle to get us where we are today. It is unreal. It is unbelievable. You know, when I first came to Washington, D.C. the first time in May of 1961 to go on the Freedom Rides, blacks and whites couldn't board a Greyhound bus and sit together and travel from Virginia through North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, into New Orleans without the possibility of being arrested, jailed, or beaten. And we were jailed, we were beaten, we were put in the state penitentiary in Parchment. People could not even register to vote when we came back here in 1963 for the March on Washington. And I was here when Dr. King stood and said, I have a dream today, a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. And to come back here 45 years later, it is so much too much. It is almost too much.
Willie Brown, where are your thoughts running this morning? You know, you sort of surprised us back in August when you said that you were worried about the candidate, Barack Obama, because you were worried. Lewis just a second ago, two miles away from us at the Lincoln Memorial 45 years ago is where Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. And now down here at the other end of the mall, Barack Obama will take the oath of office as the 44th president of the United States. And I'm wondering what you're thinking this morning.
I think America has made a transformation that none of us could have envisioned. John Lewis is absolutely correct. There's no way anyone would have believed this story if you tell it in June, if you tell it in May, you tell it in April. It just would not make anybody say you knew what you were talking about. However, America has made a transition. That transition now says little black boys and little black girls can stand up and say, I can be somebody other than Michael Jordan or Tiger Woods. They can stand up and say, I can really do what I need to do in this country. But even more importantly, young white kids are now going to look at little black kids and black people differently, because all of a sudden, a black man has become the most powerful human being on the face of this earth at 12 noon today. That's incredible.
So Congressman Lewis, maybe it doesn't immediately launch America into a post-racial society, but what former Mayor Brown was saying there about how people will look at each other differently, how do you think that is going to transform the nation over the coming years?
Well, what is happening is going to change America forever. We're going to be a better people, a better society, and we're going to become one America, one family, one people, the American family. It's going to be a greater sense of unity, a greater sense of reconciliation. I see this as a down payment, a significant down payment on the dream of Martin Luther King Jr.
Well, we had a poll out recently that showed 69% of African Americans in this country believe this is the realization of his dream. So down payment or realization, we certainly got a long way down the road from where we were. Yeah. Congressman, it's great to see you this morning.
Good to see you.
All right. And Mayor Brown, thanks for being with us. We really appreciate your time. Now let's check back in with Carol Costello, who's along the mall with some of the revelers who have come this morning, wanting to not just witness history, but wanting to be a part of history. Good morning, Carol.
And they want to be on TV, too, because I'm telling you, I've never seen so many thousands of hams in my whole life.
Thanks very much.
They are eager to get onto CNN. With me now are two young women from New York City who managed to get around security without going through the security checkpoints. How did you manage to do that, Dana?
Well, we went all the way down and then around the White House so that we wouldn't, I guess the parade route was where you had to get the security checkpoint, so we got around that. We had a few friends who got here earlier, so they were telling us the secrets.
See, there's a whole network now.
Oh, we did.
So since you know your way around so much, and we can't move, there's so many people surrounding the CNN site, I cannot move. Literally, that's how packed in people are. But Dana has been out and about. Tell us some of the sights that you've seen.
Well, it's pretty cold out there and people are losing all their scarves and gloves, but we saw a couple people sitting on a bench and they were just completely covered with their blankets, over their head. You couldn't even see them, except that we could see through the holes of the bench that there were people under there. So...
How are you keeping warm, Rachel?
Shaking, moving around, but it's not that bad. I'm doing pretty good.
Young people deserve a lot of the credit for electing Barack Obama. How much credit do you take for his election?
I mean, I did some volunteering back at my university, but, it's just everyone coming together. It's really exciting.
How does it feel out here?
I mean, the energy is incredible. I'm so happy I made the trip to come here.
Are you making new friends? Are people becoming instant friends as you walk through the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just saying, good morning, Barack Obama. It's great.
I know every time I turn around, there seems to be a new Obama chant.
Yeah, when we got into the metro yesterday, we were staying in Gaithersburg, and people were going, when I say Barack, you say Obama, and then everyone on the entire train was going, Barack Obama.
I understand you're going to paint your face later.
Yeah, we brought some red, white, and blue and a couple other colors, face paint, to write some things, and he wants to color his entire face in red, white, and blue, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, hey, you crazy person. Come up here. Come up here, crazy painting person.
That's you, Mick. Mick,
hey, it's you. Come on. You're actually going to paint your face red, white, and blue?
Of course.
Why not? How does it feel down here to you?
It feels pretty great. It's unrivaled feeling to be here. Something we haven't experienced in a long time.
Are you making spontaneous friends as well?
Not yet, but I plan to.
In your dream of dreams, what is the site you most want to see?
The site I most want to see? I'd like to be up by the Capitol right now, to be honest.
I'm sure everybody would like to be up by the Capitol. Hey, what's your name?
Javen.
Javier, and why are you here today?
Because I wanted to see Obama make history.
What is your dream of dreams site today?
Of seeing the first black president and of him being in the White House.
Sasha and Malia, would you like to meet them?
Yes, ma'am.
I would too. Back to you, John and Karen. We're having a lot of fun down here today.
Carol, thanks so much. Carol, thanks so much. And again, if you're just joining us this morning, we're 26 minutes past 9 o'clock here in D.C., and we're now just about 3 hours away. Actually, about 2.5 hours away now from inauguration. 11:30, though, here in D.C. is when it officially all gets underway. And then, of course, at 12 noon is when Barack Obama takes the oath of office. And there you see the platform that was erected simply for this occasion right here in the west front of the Capitol. All of those empty seats will be filled by dignitaries, by special invited guests, and many others. And another beautiful shot of the crowds. People have been lining up since we made our way through the security checkpoints. Here's another look a little bit earlier of Barack Obama and his wife Michelle exiting the Blair House. That's the temporary residence of the president-in-waiting, the president-elect. And they're heading to St. John's Episcopal Church, a tradition that spans all the way back to FDR back in 1933 on the eve of his inauguration. 193-year history for that small church, and every president has stopped by there to worship on Inauguration Day. One can only imagine what's going through the mind of Barack Obama as millions, not only here in the U.S. but around the world, will be waiting on bated breath to hear his inaugural speech, and then to watch the first days in office in a difficult time, a time of financial crises, 2 wars, and a lot of uncertainty about our future, how the man at the helm takes over. And joining me now is Frank Cessno, who's also had a nice bird's eye view of everything that's going on there. And we don't have any estimates in yet, Frank, just some anecdotal, estimates of possibly how many people are here. They thought 1 million, possibly 2 million. We're going to exceed that, it looks like, today.
I can't count that high, but what I can tell you is this view is really extraordinary. I mean, from here all the way to the Washington Monument, and you don't see any empty spaces except those reserved seats, which people are now starting to move into. As I drove in here earlier this morning, there were people walking over the bridges in from Virginia, and that's miles, okay? And as we were driving through the city, people were funneling in from hotels and buses, and so, I mean, this is just a remarkable thing. I mean, I've come to an awful lot of these, and I've never seen or experienced anything like this. And there's enthusiasm with every president, but this sense of the moment, the man and the moment, is just, it's palpable, and it's beyond anything I think any of us has experienced. And that's not overstatement. That's just true.
The interesting thing also is that you can walk up to a perfect stranger and start asking probing questions, and they welcomely answer them. I asked a couple of people, it's going to be freezing cold. Clearly you have other things to do. Why did you come here? Why did you need to be here as opposed to watching on TV? And a lot of people said they want to be able to tell their children and their grandchildren, I was here. I witnessed history. I was a part of it. It doesn't matter how long it took me to get here or how long I have to stand outside in the cold. I need to be here.
It gets passed down through the ages. It really does. My mother used to say, I don't know if it's true, but that her grandmother, they grew up in Philadelphia, sat on her father's shoulders as a little girl for Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Now that's generations down the line. And you can imagine people here doing the same thing, that I was there or my little girl was there. Whatever happens in Barack Obama's presidency, whatever you think of his politics, this is one of those unique moments. I've tried to think, what is an equivalent moment in American history where people have felt as uncertain but as positive about something? And it's the only one I can come up with in sort of modern times would be VE Day. Those famous pictures, Times Square, when everybody's in the streets. There's that sense now. Now it's tinged with great concern and worry about the economy and the world and climate, and you name it. But there's this moment now that, there was great enthusiasm when Ronald Reagan came to town. There was great enthusiasm when Clinton came to town, but both of them had their detractors who were very vocal, even then. And for now, anyway, everybody, it seems, is sort of universally sitting back and saying, take this in.
You bring up a good point, because there are times when we've collectively come together in the aftermath of national tragedies, space shuttle explosions, the Challenger, 9/11, times when we all sought comfort in each other and hope for another day. But you're talking about just pure happiness and jubilation, and also this positive outlook as to what's ahead. That's a tall, heady order for one man.
It is. It's a sense of what's possible, and it's a sense of what's been achieved. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he is a man. This is politics, this is the world, and this is complicated. And no one has repealed the laws of human nature or politics. There will be setbacks, there will be scandals, there will be controversy, there will be debate, all that stuff. But for today, people are almost universally, people I've talked to here, but elsewhere, seem to be taking this in, letting this sink in, what this means and what it says about the United States of America and the beacon that the United States of America projects to the world at this particular moment, because the reaction from around the world from what we've seen is similarly awestruck, really.
Yes, and we were getting a little sense of that from some of our international reporters as well. I also want to ask you about what it was like in 2001, January of 2001, after that contentious election, and after, of course, the Supreme Court ruling that ultimately put George Bush in the White House, and the sad imagery of our president riding through the streets, not even really being able to stop at the inaugural parade because of the protesters. And there really was a feeling of discord and a division that
Very different.
That when you see this today, that really marred that inauguration.
I think that's true. I think it's very important to remember that. It's very important to remember, for example, that there was a huge cloud over George W. Bush's first inaugural. When Bill Clinton came to town, there was a smaller cloud because there was a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of hope, but scandal preceded him.
Right.
That had happened on the campaign trail. When Ronald Reagan came to town, enormous enthusiasm, especially among conservatives, conservative revolution, but there were people who said, wait a minute, he doesn't know what he's doing. He was derided. I was in Europe at the time. I was a reporter in Europe at the time, and Europeans kind of were laughing at America. How could you do this? An actor. It turned out differently, as we know. This feels very different because it is, and if I had to come up with a word right now, I'd say celebration. For the moment, it's a celebration. Tomorrow, it gets really hard. And as I say, the problems are not going to go away magically simply because we're celebrating today.
No, but you're right. People are taking in that moment for sure.
It's a different tone. When Roosevelt stood nearby and said, we have nothing to fear but fear itself, it was an attempt to kind of jazz the country, bring a sense of confidence back, project a sense of leadership and direction. And that does matter. The national mood matters.
Yes.
The national mood begins to change today.
Well, we'll be talking to you tomorrow about reaction from what Barack Obama says in that inaugural speech that we will all be listening to. Frank, great to see you as always. Thank you.
You're looking warm, actually.
Well, yeah, you know what? A few electric blankets, it's a wonder what these hand warmers can do. Exactly. Well, Suzanne, you've been covering the White House for years, of course, as well. What's going through your mind as you watch these live pictures? And, I couldn't help but remember, as I brought up before, Iowa, the real turning point for a lot of African Americans who said, wait a minute, Iowa, a state that's 96+% white voting to make Barack Obama the pick for the nomination.
There really was a sense of shock and surprise by a lot of people who just didn't have the faith that this could happen, and they looked at Iowa really as a critical turning point. Barack Obama and his team as well. I mean, that was the thing. The one thing about Iowa, however, is that they really got to know Barack Obama. There were so many twists and turns in the campaign. There were sort of bumps along the way where people really questioned, who is this guy? What do we know about him? We know about the Reverend Wright, and that controversy really stirred a lot of questions, but not for folks in Iowa. They said they really got to know who he was. And a lot of those things really didn't matter to them. When we went back and asked them, talked to them, they said that was really a caricature of Barack Obama. He spent a good year actually talking to people, getting to know people, and that was the sense that when you saw a lot of white people, predominantly white voters, coming out and voting for him, they felt very confident that they got to know who this guy was. And he really has gone through an extraordinary journey. When you looked at the candidate about a year ago, and we sat face to face on his campaign bus, the first interview about a year ago, this was not the same person. He has become more polished. He has matured along the way. This was somebody who needed a good night's sleep, and you could tell when he didn't get it. He has really grown when it comes to the physical strength, when it comes to his mental strength, and he's become much more focused. He has always been somebody who wanted to do something big and had to find a place, a way of doing that, a way of expressing it. He has finally found that place. He has been impatient for quite some time, but the community organizing, the teaching, all of that leading up to this moment where he really does now have a forum, a national and international forum to make change happen.
Absolutely. Suzanne Malveaux, thanks so much. We'll check in with you a little later. We're heading over to Dana Bash right now, who has some breaking news for us, or at least some new information on what's going on with the Secretary of State Senate vote today. Hey there, Dana.
Hey there, Karen. That's right. Well, the Senate is actually going to come into session at 3 o'clock today, and the main purpose of that is to get as many of Barack Obama's cabinet picks actually confirmed. And the headliner in that list was Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. And the hope among Senate Democrats was that they would be able to confirm her as Secretary of State today, but we are told that is not going to happen. And the reason is because to do this on such a fast track, they need all senators to agree. A Republican senator objected to that. Therefore, that is going to wait until tomorrow. We are told the plan is now for Hillary Clinton to be voted on tomorrow, and that will be a formal roll call vote. So everybody will be able to register their vote, yay or nay, for Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. Karen?
All right, Dana Bash for us with that news about that. Going to have to wait a day for the of course, expected confirmation of Hillary Clinton to Secretary of State. Thanks so much, Dana. Meanwhile, right now we're joined by Michael Reagan, son of former President Ronald Reagan, as well as Karen Tumulty, the national correspondent for Time Magazine. Thanks to both of you for being with us this morning. You know, we just heard from Frank Sesno talking about trying to find a historical comparison and about the real feeling of a new day, the type of energy where, regardless of your politics, you're on the same page, welcoming in the new president. And Michael, he compared it to when your father took office in 1980. What are you thinking today? What are you feeling as you see these pictures and the obvious jubilation on the faces of many in the crowd?
This is a great day. This is a day where America and the world absolutely see us for what we are. We are a great nation. We have this great transfer of power. We sit there and we look at it. We celebrate the new incoming president of the United States. You know, tomorrow you deal with the issues of the day. Today you let it be Barack Obama's. I remember walking to the Capitol after my father was sworn in, and the usher saying to me, "Mr. Reagan, enjoy today. You Reagans can do nothing wrong today. It is your day." Today is Barack Obama's day, along with Michelle and the family.
And give us a little bit of a sense of what, you know, how you handle the enormity, how your father handled the enormity, planning for what he's going to say, knowing that an entire nation and world is going to be hanging on the words that come out of his mouth, not only to set the stage for what they can expect in the future administration, but looking for you know, inspiration.
Well, I think that's what the president has to do. Ronald Reagan gave inspiration when he gave the inaugural address back in 1981 and 1985. Barack Obama, people are looking for the same thing, the inspiration of the whole campaign. But it really comes down to what my father said to me after the inaugural. He said, you know, you become president, you're elected president of the United States, but the day you walk in the Oval Office, you become the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, and it's what you do in that Oval Office that really sets you apart as the president. More than speeches, it's what you do. And he understood that so much so during his 8 years as the President of the United States. And Barack Obama, I think, understands that also, the enormity of the position he's going to have, because he takes over a plate that is absolutely full of troubles.
And, you know, Karen, a lot's changed since Barack Obama came into the national spotlight back in 2004, saying, you know, this is not a Republican and Democratic America, but the United States of America. Can he deliver on that tremendous expectation of unity that seems to be before him today?
Well, if he can't deliver on that, it is going to be a lot harder for him to deliver on everything else that he has promised. And that is why one thing I expect this to be not unlike election night, where Barack Obama was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of jubilant people, but his message was almost somber by comparison.
All right. Well, Karen Tumulty and Michael Reagan, we have to cut it a little bit short. A lot of live events going on today, of course, as we know, and church is about to get out in a couple of minutes as well for the Obamas. But thank you both for being with us this morning.
All right. Let's take another look at the crowd out here on the mall, and even the ticketed VIP seating is beginning to fill up now. We're a very, very short way away from the beginning of these inaugural ceremonies at 11:30 Eastern Time. And there's a shot looking down here from the Capitol toward the Lincoln Memorial through the Washington Monument. You can see the hundreds of thousands of people who have gathered here for this monumentous occasion in American history. And we've been talking all morning to so many different people about how this is going to change America in the years ahead, Karen, and there's nothing but nothing less than a profound impact on the future of this country, one way or another, not even politically, but certainly socially.
That's right, absolutely. And the many people that we had a chance to speak with in the crowd who came from all over this nation talk about the universal sense of pride, talk about how they will remember this. They felt the need to be here. It's something they want to share with not only family members who were not able to be here today, but of course to their children and grandchildren in the future. So we eagerly await Barack Obama's speech a little bit later, 12 noon, after he takes the oath of office. And stay with CNN, because throughout today, we are truly giving you a front row seat to history.
Absolutely. 35 words that will be spoken at 12 noon today that will change the course of this nation and change America's relation with the world, we think, over the next 4 years. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with continuing coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama as this nation's 44th president, live from Washington, D.C. Stay with us here on CNN.
Inside Africa, in association with Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
It seemed like a carnival. By appearances, you wouldn't know this is a serious public health project in Western Kenya, and that all these people were here to get protection from malaria and diarrhea, and to have themselves tested for HIV infection. Just by showing up, everyone gets a care pack with a free insecticide-treated bed net to protect against malaria, a high-tech water purifier called Life Straw to break the cycle of chronic diarrhea, and a supply of condoms. In the months ahead, if all these bed nets and water purifiers are properly used, there should be dramatic improvements here in public health, from a campaign that could be a model for others in Africa.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. Zenith Bank PLC is one of the biggest banks in Nigeria, with assets of over $21 billion. Winner of Bank of the Year and consistent AA ratings, with 1 million shareholders and 200 branches and business offices across Nigeria. Committed to the best possible customer experience. The most respected bank in Nigeria. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
We're just more than 2 hours away from the big moment, the moment that so many people in the United States and around the world have been waiting for, when Barack Obama becomes the 44th president of the United States. He's 47 years old. He'll be the 4th youngest president of this country. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting. We're here on Pennsylvania Avenue at the museum. Anderson Cooper is here as well, part of the best political team on television. We've got an extensive lineup of events coming up. Every moment will be documented. Anderson, this is history unfolding before the eyes of the world.
It is an extraordinary day here in Washington, D.C. You can see the crowds have been streaming in now for hours along the mall. A sea of faces, all expectant, all looking toward the west front of the Capitol, where in just some 2 hours, Barack Obama will be sworn in, a moment enshrined in our Constitution. The words he repeats will be the words in our Constitution as he raises his hand, puts his hand on the Bible, the same Bible used by Abraham Lincoln. A day of tradition, a day of ritual and ceremony, and a day just reaffirming the strength of our democracy. We're here with Soledad O'Brien as well, Gloria Borger, David Gergen, all of us on the roof of the museum. It is just an extraordinary day here in Washington. David, have you seen a day like this? You've been at a lot of inaugurals.
No, Gloria and Borger and I were just comparing notes on this, and both of us were just pinching ourselves because this is a day, we both are veterans of this city, and we've never seen anything like this. The sense of celebration, of hope, of idealism, that's just overflowing out there. Wherever the throngs that you walk through the streets are clogged. But everywhere you go, people are polite. They're smiling. They're just having a good time. It's almost like Mardi Gras in January, but with a much more serious purpose.
And it's really appropriate that it may be a bit chilly out there, but it is a beautiful sunny day in the nation's capital. No snow, no rain, no hail, nothing like that. And as a result, all of these people who spent hours and hours, and many of them days and days, making their way to Washington, D.C., Gloria, they're here, and should I say to Gloria Borger, it's a glorious day?
It is a glorious. Yes, you can say that, Wolf. You know, we've spent so many years in Washington watching all the partisan wrangling, which seems to have gotten worse and worse and worse. And today, I think it's not about ideology, what we're seeing out there on the mall. It's about the possibility of America. And we're always searching in America for something better. And today, for the folks out on the mall, that's embodied in Barack Obama being sworn in as President of the United States. And so it's a very different Washington today than the one we're used to dealing with.
And the crowds are still streaming in. I mean, there are people here clogged up trying to get into the mall. It takes a little while. It's a little slow. You were caught up in the crowd, Soledad, yourself?
We tried to make our way through, and they had the checkpoint, so they let a few hundred people in at a time, and then they closed that checkpoint. Then they let a few hundred people more, and while there is overwhelmingly a very nice and happy feeling, I got to tell you, people who don't get a lot of direction, and some are going to the parade, some are going to the mall, they're a little confused, and so they're hoping for more information to come out, maybe even online, so they can figure out where are they in the right spot, because they're waiting for hours and hours. But the minute you say, yes, we can make it to the front of the line, everyone sort of laughs and they say, all right, we're going to be here for hours all day. It's going to be a long day. The weather is fabulous, and I think people are enjoying that too.
If you look at the pictures of the numbers of people, and if we get a wide shot of the mall area right now, and there's still, as I say, just a little bit more than 2 hours before the formal swearing-in ceremony. The mass of humanity there. Anderson, I've seen pictures. I've never been at the Hajj in Mecca in Saudi Arabia, where you see 1 million or 2 million people show up for that. But this would be roughly close to that, if not more.
It is very rare that you get such a huge grouping of people, and also such a large grouping of people descending on one space in a very relatively short amount of time. I mean, I was out there at midnight last night. It was, a couple of thousand people perhaps out there, but it has really just been in these early morning hours that the crowds have formed. And if you are thinking about coming, you certainly want to head more toward the Washington Monument area, toward the Lincoln Memorial area, in terms of where you're actually going to get space at this point, because the crowds are still arriving.
And you'll see them. You see those big jumbotron, those huge screens, those TV screens, and that's where most of the people will see what's going on. There's you see Barack Obama. He's now at a private church service, which is traditional on this day, the day of the inauguration. He got there just a little while ago, together with the future First Lady. She's the future First Lady for another 2 hours, but then she will be the nation's First Lady. He will be the Commander-in-Chief. There you see, this is a church right near Lafayette Park, across the street from the White House, right near where they originally stayed when they moved to Washington, across the street from the Hay Adams Hotel.
This is a tradition, goes back to 1933. Franklin Roosevelt was the first to go to church on the morning of the inauguration, went to this very church. Every president since then has done it, except Richard Nixon on his second term. He actually went to a church service the day after his inauguration, but it is a tradition. Sometimes presidents have gone to, or president-elects have gone to different churches, but very often it is St. John's Church. He's now going to be taking a very short drive back to the White House. You see him in the new vehicle. The Secret Service call it the Beast. It is a state-of-the-art vehicle. Has a lot of gizmos we don't even know about that they are keeping secret, but it's safe to say it is a very safe vehicle, perhaps the safest anywhere on the planet.
And once they're at the White House, the Obamas and the Bidens and the Bushes, they will all have coffee. That's shortly after 10 a.m. Eastern in a little while. It's an opportunity, David, for the Bushes to say goodbye to their house and also to welcome the new occupants of the White House.
Absolutely. And I must say that George W. Bush goes out amidst controversy, just as he came in that way. But for all of that, he and his team have handled this in a classy way. This handoff has been one of the classiest, most cooperative, most collaborative we've seen, so that these two men, who both are making their mark on history, have developed a relationship over several conversations. And in contrast to some earlier inaugurations, when the relationship has been extremely frosty, as it was between Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower back in 1953, these two men are going to, I think, are going to hit it off just fine. It'll be a very pleasant ride up that avenue.
And I remember when Bill Clinton almost seemed unwilling to leave the White House. Remember, he was a bit late in leaving. Holding on, he was a little bit late in leaving the White House, and that's not the case with George W. Bush.
And we see the motorcade now making its way over to the White House from across the street from St. John's Church, near the Hay Adams Hotel. For those of our viewers who've been to Washington, near Blair House, the official residence of the White House for guests. That's where the Obamas had been staying the last few days after they left the Hay Adams Hotel. It's a tiny little drive across Pennsylvania Avenue, the walkway. Soledad, as you watch this, I want to point out we might be hearing some singing in the background. Up on Capitol Hill behind us, the San Francisco Boys Chorus and the San Francisco Girls Chorus, they began singing just a little while ago.
Oh, it's so beautiful, isn't it? It's been such a treat to have listen in on the rehearsals. Let's listen for just a moment.
So nice, beautiful. The San Francisco Boys Chorus and San Francisco Girls Chorus, they're going to be performing for about 20 minutes up on Capitol Hill. But this is the north lawn of the White House, the north portico. You see the car bringing the Obamas over to the steps there. Anderson, they're going to be walking up those stairs. I assume the Bushes are going to be there to greet them.
What we're seeing really is something which is timed down to the minute. And everything that we are going to be seeing today is something that has happened in transitions in the past. This is one of the rituals of democracy. We're a country that doesn't have many rituals, doesn't have many sort of traditions of government, but this is one day in which we will see many of our rituals on display, our traditions play out.
Many of these traditions go back over 150 years. They were developed in the early part of the 19th century, and the president and the president-elect joining each other to go to the Capitol, that goes back to the early 19th century. It is, and I think that's what gives this a special poignance, because we see this with every transfer of power. And what is fundamentally important about today is not only about Barack Obama himself, but that in a democracy, power can be transferred peacefully. For thousands of years, that has not been the case among humankind.
It's also that's the Vice President, Joe Biden and Jill Biden. They arrived first in that limousine. They're walking up the stairs. I wonder if anyone is going to greet them formally or just walking inside. Looks like they're walking inside. The current Vice President, Dick Cheney, and Lynn Cheney will be there to greet them as well. Dan Lothian is on the north lawn of the White House, our White House correspondent. Dan, set the scene for us a little bit. You're right on location.
That's right. They just pulled in right behind me, as you saw. They are at the North Portico, where Vice President-elect Joe Biden and Jill Biden have just entered the White House. We will be seeing President-elect Barack Obama and soon-to-be First Lady Michelle Obama also entering the White House. We expect that President Bush will come out to greet them. They will be having that coffee that you've been talking about, along with some congressional leaders meeting in the Blue Room, which is up on the second floor of the White House, looking out.
Hey, Joe, hold on a second. I just want to point out to our viewers that the new first family, they're walking upstairs, and the Bushes indeed are there.
That's right. There you see them greeting the first family. They will be going inside, and as I was talking about, they will be meeting in the Blue Room, which is up on the second floor of the White House, looking out at the South Lawn. Here, the Obamas entering the place that will be both home and office.
All right, there they're going inside. I wonder if the microphones on the scene, Anderson, if they managed to pick up any of the little chit-chat, what was going on. Every word is historic right now. Historians will be writing about this for many generations to come, and all of us who are watching in the United States and around the world, I think it's fair to say we're really privileged to have this front row seat to history.
I don't think any transfer of power has been as documented as this one, really, for the last several days. We know that after a brief time, the White House, the president and president-elect will head toward the Capitol. They'll ride together. President Bush sitting on President-elect's right-hand side, as is part of the tradition.
For all the folks you see down there, many of the phrases we heard yesterday were about being part of history and also a pilgrimage, literally a pilgrimage to come and pay tribute to Dr. King yesterday, but be part of something much bigger than themselves today. It's a really nice feeling being down in the crowd. As much as you're stuck down there, you just get the sense of, I mean, not to be cheesy, but brotherhood and people really looking forward to a new day in some way, shape, or form.
And when Barack Obama goes into the Oval Office, on the desk will be a letter written to him from George W. Bush, and nobody knows what is in that. We know that George W. Bush wrote it probably over the weekend at Camp David, wanted to put a lot of thought into it about what he was going to say to the next president.
They're supposed to spend about 40 minutes inside for this coffee, as it's called. David, they call it a coffee. I don't know if they're drinking coffee or what they're drinking, maybe hot chocolate, maybe tea, but it's called a coffee, and they'll just sit around and have a conversation. One family moving out of a house, another family getting ready to move in.
Well, coffee has been a long tradition. There was a time when there was brandy, but that was early on, and we had a vice president back in 1865, Andrew Johnson, who woke up feeling sick, got heavily into brandy, and got totally drunk, gave an acceptance speech. They almost had to kick him out of the whole thing.
And just about every president has accompanied another president to the Capitol. There have been a few exceptions. I think John Adams refused to go to the inaugural for...
John Adams was not a happy man when he left the presidency. He wanted to get the heck out of Dodge and get out of federal power.
He also, according to from what I've read, had some concerns about, because it was the first time we were going from one party to another.
Yes.
He had some concerns that his followers, if he attended, there might be some violence.
That's right. We were moving from the Federalist Party to Thomas Jefferson, and Jefferson was a real counter-revolution. Jefferson was a big inspiration for Barack Obama from the Declaration. There are major links from Jefferson through Lincoln to Obama.
When you consider that Barack Obama's entire campaign was about George W. Bush and was about replacing George W. Bush and linked John McCain to George W. Bush, and the relationship they seem to have established in the post-election period is really quite remarkable.
Well, that's right. One of the reasons I think they get along is that Barack Obama ran in strong opposition to George W. Bush, but it wasn't personal. It wasn't ad hominem in terms of attacks. One of the reasons that Truman was so angry at Dwight Eisenhower was he thought he was personal in the campaign and had campaigned against him and been really nasty toward him. And Eisenhower just sharply disagreed, but that's why they had a frosty ride. Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt had a terrible relationship on this car ride going up. But this one's going to be very positive.
As we watch these crowds, it's really amazing to see how many people are there. We know that in 1965, for the inauguration of LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, there were more than 1 million people who were on the National Mall. That's the largest crowd ever in the history of Washington, D.C., and by all accounts, that number is going to go up. We don't know how many people will eventually be there. I know that the U.S. Park Service will have their estimates. Others will have their estimates. But, David, you want to weigh in?
How many can it hold, Wolf?
They said if it was fully occupied between the U.S. Capitol all the way past the Washington Monument up to the Lincoln Memorial, and they've opened it all. There's some estimates it could be 2-3 million people, but who knows?
The biggest one was LBJ.
LBJ was the biggest back in 1965, and that was a huge group of people. You see there, Anderson, you see the Washington Monument, and it's not that packed. There's still space around the Washington Monument. As you pointed out earlier, that means from the Washington Monument further back to the Lincoln Memorial, there's going to be even more space. So I guess if some latecomers, they want to just get out there and show up now, if they can get through the security, they'll be in relatively good shape. Everybody has to go through magnetometers just to show up, and there have been really long lines just to go through those metal detectors.
Yeah, there's still an hour and a half, as we said, or a little bit more than that. The swearing in is at 12 o'clock, as is written into our Constitution. So clearly, we did see a lot of people gathered around the the reflecting pool near the Lincoln Memorial. I think some people just wanted to kind of be around there to watch this event, but clearly there is still some room, and we'll probably be getting some crowd estimates a little bit later on. That's the scene by the reflecting pool by the Lincoln Memorial. As you can see, some people hanging around there, but clearly a lot of green space you're seeing, so there is still space.
There's some space if people want to still show up. Good luck. Campbell Brown is here at the museum, and John King, they're at the museum. They've got members of the best political team on television. They're going to be joining us throughout this beautiful and historic day. Campbell, there's no doubt that, and I look at the faces of all those analysts you have with you, they're about as excited as all the rest of the folks out there.
Wolf, Bill Bennett especially, he keeps tearing up. I don't know, the emotion of the moment really getting to him. No, in all seriousness, I will talk about this, Wolf, in the minutes ahead and the hours ahead, frankly, but clearly you have witnessed a lot of inaugurations, and we'll get into how different this is. I mean, it's undeniable. The crowds, the size of the crowd, the emotion present among so many people who have traveled all over the country to be here for this. Clearly nothing we have seen in recent history compares. So when we talk to you in just a little bit, Wolf, they will have many thoughts to share on all of that. John King as well, with all of his technology and toys. We'll see you in a few.
Yeah, we've got a lot of new technology that we're going to be showing our viewers, including a moment at noon when we've encouraged folks who are there to snap a shot, to take a picture, send it to us, and we're going to do something special in the hour or two or three afterwards and show a three-dimensional, unique vantage point for all of our viewers of that moment when Barack Obama becomes the next president of the United States. And we're under 2 hours away now from that moment, Anderson. But you see the swarm of humanity there, and these are people who waited patiently. Some of these folks, they began arriving when you were on the air last night, 10 p.m. Eastern. The crowds were beginning to fill up.
And they were excited to be there. Everyone knew on the mall there was going to be a security sweep around 3 a.m., so everyone would have to leave the mall at one point. So it wasn't as if people could camp out there all night long and reserve a space. They had to come back in the early pre-dawn hours, but a lot of people did. Clearly, they wanted to get as close as they could. And I think, Soledad, you spent a lot of time on the mall there yesterday as well. I mean, even if people knew they weren't going to see Barack Obama in person, it didn't really matter. They just wanted to kind of be there and wanted to kind of experience it.
Yeah, there's no question that people who are even sort of in the shots that we're looking here will not get to see anything really up close and personal, are going to experience something amazing because they're in this crowd that looks like it could reach that 2 million level. I think there is this sense of coming here for something that is important to America, a step in our history, not just the inauguration of a president, as much as we are obviously here to celebrate that day. It's sort of bigger than that even.
This is also a president with an elect with a 78% approval rating coming into office. And I don't know about any of you, but I cannot recall any president being sworn in on that kind of a wave of approval.
Yeah, and that's going to be hard to keep that number up as high as it is right now, but clearly a lot of enthusiasm and hope for Barack Obama. Let's go into the crowd right now. Kate Baldwin is down on the mall. Tell our viewers, Kate, where you are and what's going on.
Hey there, Wolf. Well, as you can see, for the past few days since we've been out here, I've been winning over a lot of friends. Just take a look at all the people that have joined me out here from all over the country, all different walks of life, all wanting to be here to be part of this whole experience. We're here on the 6th Street Mall. I'm going to walk you over here a little bit just to show you the other group of people we've been meeting. You see this little bit of open space that I'm walking into. It's funny. I'll show you why it's a little bit open right now. Because right behind the camera, right here, is one of those major, huge jumbotrons, Wolf, and that's where everyone is scoping out their spot, trying to get a good location in order to see the swearing in. Because as you saw from that original shot behind me, they're not going to be able to see Barack Obama in any short. As you can see, all of my friends here, all very excited, all trying to say hello to their family and friends back home, and they're all having a lot of fun here.
Let her get it. Okay.
All right, Kate is down there. She's got some good security, some good protection. She's going to need it in the middle of that crowd. A lot of happy people, I have to say. Soledad, when you were down there yesterday, just assume people want to just come up to you and talk to you, get a picture with you, and share in the excitement.
Yeah, they did. But, we also had an opportunity to interview some of these legends of the civil rights movement. And so you would have a chance to have an interview with Fred Gray and then tell people, this is Rosa Parks' attorney. And people would say, oh, my goodness, and start taking pictures of him. I think there's a sense of history, again, and a direct line from the work that was done from the associates of Martin Luther King and Dr. King himself to today. People clearly making that connection and all of a sudden wanting to be part of the history that these gentlemen and women represented. It was a wonderful thing. They got it. They really got that connection, and it was a great feeling. So yeah, a couple people want to take my picture too, but really much more interested in Fred Gray, and Mrs. Abernathy was on our air, and Clarence Jones, and those folks were really the stars of yesterday.
All of us are going to have an opportunity to tell our friends and family and children, David, and grandchildren, our own personal stories, how we got here. Even on this morning, there was incredible security, long lines, but we managed to get to where we are.
Everybody needed to learn today how to play the game, so to speak. How do you convince a big, burly security guard, please let me through?
I was with Wolf.
Were you?
They all know Wolf.
Yeah, they did. They waved him through.
That way because I was pushing my way through the crowd.
I had to walk 2 miles, but a lot of the security guards, I know that fellow. That's James Carville. Let's let him through.
James Carville had a great line. He said, when I saw him this morning, he's a great sports fan, as am I. He said, you know what? Today we play injured. Because he had to go through some long lines to get here, and so he's going to play injured. He's not really injured, for those of you who love James, as all of us do, but he did have to make a little trek to get here. It's just an exciting time to be in the nation's capital. I'm sure people all over the country, indeed probably around the world, are saying to themselves right now, it's great to watch it on CNN, it's great to see what we're seeing, but you know what, it would have been nice to be there and to be able to tell future generations that we were there on this historic day. As I look at the crowd, Soledad, it's a lot of African Americans, but there are a lot of white people, a lot of Asians. This is really a diverse crowd out there.
Absolutely, and so many people have come in internationally as well. I mean, for us yesterday, the number of Africans, the number of people from South Africa, the number of people from Europe who all wanted to talk about this moment. It was really quite an incredible thing. And you're right, for a lot of people, I think it feels like the culmination, a moment in time of a lot of hard work for the nation, not just individuals. And so everybody was really, really excited.
Yeah, I think that's was one of the interesting questions yesterday as we celebrated properly the Martin Luther King birthday and recalled what a civil rights leader he was and compared Barack Obama to Martin Luther King as in some ways people see him as his successor, but it's also true that he has this second larger role in some ways, and that is that he's president of all the people. And I think today is about all the people. So that having that the whites, the blacks, the young, the old, the Asians, it gives you a sense of oneness.
The crowds truly reflect
Hold on one second. I want to point out to our viewers, that's Muhammad Ali, who's up there in the VIP area on Capitol Hill, right near where Barack Obama will be sworn in. What a great moment for not only Muhammad Ali, but for all the fans of his, all the people who love him, to see that he has reached this moment in his life as well. It's just a thrilling moment for him, his family, and his friends. It's still...
It was his birthday, Soledad pointed out.
He turned 67 on Saturday, the same day as Michelle Obama.
67 years old, Muhammad Ali. And he's still around. He's the champ, and he's always going to be the champ. There's no doubt about that. But go ahead. You were making a point, David, and I interrupted you.
Well, it's the notion that I think that it's very, very important to see Barack Obama as someone who has been a breakthrough figure for the African American community and really is the fulfillment of many important parts of Martin Luther King's dream. But I think it's also important to see him as president and not as a civil rights leader. That he's primarily elected as president who has responsibilities in civil rights.
I think that throwback always to Lincoln is part of that.
Yes.
I mean, it was Lincoln who talked about sacrifice to hold the nation together, sacrifice so the states wouldn't secede from the nation. So he's got that two front. One, the civil rights legend, the civil rights icon, but also President Lincoln, who was the president. and who also took the nation through a very difficult time. And I think those two fronts are very important.
At the same time, though, it is important to point out he is also a politician. And as much as this is a day about tradition and transcending politics, months from now, this country might again be divided very sharply along political lines.
All right, guys, I want to take a quick break right now because they're getting ready to introduce the members of the United States Supreme Court who will be there, and the president-elect will be sworn in by the Chief Justice, John Roberts. Jeff Toobin is standing by for some analysis of what we're about to see and hear. Our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama continues from Washington, D.C. right after this.
Sick of traveling for meetings? Tired of paying more and taking longer? Fed up with never getting enough work done? Then do more and travel less with GoToMeeting. GoToMeeting is the award-winning online service that lets you hold meetings with people in multiple locations right from your computer. All you need is the internet and a phone. Just log on to GoToMeeting and start your conference call. Attendees join online and see everything on your computer screen. Give presentations, product demos, training sessions and more. Hold as many as you want, all for one low flat rate. Do more and travel less with GoToMeeting. Try it now free for 30 days. Visit gotomeeting.com and use promo code NEWS8.
Why can't we give back to the planet as we take from it? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Out of Nigeria, the heart of Africa, comes the financial institution totally committed to you. At FCMB, we are committed to your dreams and your aspirations. FCMB, my bank and I.
A good story is when you can capture the very essence of what's going on and tell it in a way that makes people want to watch.
Since I was young, I've watched events in the world and I always said, I want to be there. The best stories don't come from the main plot, they come from the people.
People's experiences, their opinions, that's what makes us stand out.
Every day I have a story I can't wait to tell.
Okay, let's do it.
Enter the Situation Room.
Straight to you, Wolf.
Political news is very important to us. No one has the news gathering capabilities that we have.
With Wolf Blitzer and the best political team on TV.
An American perspective on U.S. politics.
Straight from Washington.
When we get it, our viewers get it.
Here's my thing, cue, music, pro.
Every piece of video that I see is great video.
Barack Obama. They want it. We're going to give it to them.
The Situation Room, only on CNN.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hodgson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
All right, this is the White House. This is the North Portico, the North Lawn of the White House. Inside, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Jill Biden, Joe Biden. They're having coffee with the Bushes, as they say, about a 40-minute coffee before they all get into their respective limousines and head up to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony. It's supposed to take place just a minute or two or three before noon Eastern. That's when the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, will swear in Barack Obama as the 44th President of the United States. Right now, all the VIPs are arriving on Capitol Hill. to participate. Anderson Cooper, as we see some of these VIPs, some of the names, some of the faces will be familiar.
Dustin Hoffman.
Others won't be, but Dustin Hoffman's face.
Before that was Martin Luther King III, son of Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, the seats are still pretty empty up there in those VIP seats, but pretty soon they'll be full. And how excited are these folks that they are not only going to be watching the swearing-in ceremony, but are only going to be a few steps away from what's going on.
Now, why do, like Dustin Hoffman, why does he get to sit up there? Has he paid? Is this one of those paid seats, or is this some invitation?
He got invited.
Yeah, you're invited by, for example, Senator Dianne Feinstein of California is in charge of the congressional aspect of the inauguration. So she, as all of her colleagues, they can distribute tickets, but she has some better tickets, shall we say, than others. I don't know if Dustin Hoffman is her guest or others. But it's clearly, if you're a big shot on Capitol Hill, you have clout, and you get to play some of those guests.
The platform, or the main platform, which is level, is often the president-elect has a lot of his own guests there and family and that sort of thing. And then there are seats up, and those are the ones that the members of Congress have a lot of guests there. So it'll be a very interesting mix. What wonderful seats.
I was the CNN reporter up on that platform for the 93 inauguration of Bill Clinton and the 97 inauguration as well. And I must say, it's an exciting moment. Our Ed Henry, our senior White House correspondent, is up there. I'm going to go to him shortly because he's going to have a special guest, the first of several we hope he'll be able to talk to. But as we watch this scene, you can't help but notice how majestic the west front of the U.S. Capitol is. And remind our viewers a little bit, Anderson, that it was Ronald Reagan who decided to move this ceremony to the west front as opposed to the other side, the east front.
Well, it's interesting. If you read about this, everyone says, well, this was because, one, to save money, but also to give more people the chance to get a look at it. But from David Gergen just the other day, we also learned that there was another reason.
He wanted to look west because he wanted to look toward California, his beloved California. And it was, I think it was very, very wise to move this because now we can have this mammoth of events that you could never have on the other side of the Capitol. So many more people can take part.
Ronald Reagan certainly knew the value of a good picture, and there's nothing like that sweep across the mall.
But don't forget, this is a building that was completed by slaves.
Yes, absolutely. John King has reminded us of that on several occasions.
And you can't help but think of that today. This is a building that Abraham Lincoln said needed to be
the former
completed.
president of the United States, Jimmy Carter, just walking in as well. This will be the 7th inauguration ceremony held on the west front of the Capitol. It's the and it does give a lot of people an opportunity to crowd in on the mall in front and see what's going on.
Former President Clinton and Mrs. Clinton are expected to arrive at any moment as well. And again, the Obamas and the Bushes right now are inside the White House. They will very soon be leaving and heading to Capitol Hill together, as is part of the tradition. That's something you'll want to watch as well.
The theme for this 2009 inauguration is renewing America's promise. I assume, David Gergen, that the theme is something that the incoming president and his team determined.
I don't think George W. Bush chose the theme of renewing America's promise. Yes, no, it is very much one that the Obama team has chosen, and I think it's very consistent with their whole idea of change. And this is a renewal because there's a sense, I think part of the joy that goes into this and the celebration is that there has been such disappointment in the last few years. And these have not been good years from the eyes of many, many Americans, and they're hungering for change.
The speech itself is chosen from a line from the Gettysburg Address, and the line, it's a new birth of freedom. And that line itself, Lincoln was referring to those who died to preserve the nation. And again, think of those connections to those who died to preserve the nation back in Lincoln's time, and then fast forward to the 60s and even before the 50s and the 40s, those who died to push the nation in a certain direction, who got no credit, who are not known, who are not remembered, but gave tremendously for this country as well. I think that's a really interesting phrase for a speech.
That's Donna Brazil, our Democratic strategist, our good friend. She's lucky enough to get a good seat up there. And we're going to be speaking with her a little bit later, but she'll be one of the She'll be very, very close to what's going on, as she should be. She spent many, many years working for the Democratic Party, working for the Democrats, and she is as thrilled as anyone to be attending this historic event.
And when you talk to people in the incoming administration about their theme for this inauguration, I think what they're hoping is that it's going to be this convergence of crisis and opportunity at the same time. The problems we have today, we're going to have tomorrow, but they believe that Obama can be transformative and create opportunity out of the problems that we confront.
They absolutely believe they get leverage from the sense of crisis, that they can create urgency and push the Congress to go forward.
It's been interesting how the president-elect has pushed that back on the people consistently. That urgency of now in his speeches is always, and you all, you in the crowd, you people we see in this shot, it can't be me, it has to be all of you. It's a really interesting strategy, and I think it also helps buy him goodwill and time, a little time, because he's got to have some results really quickly.
I want to go down to Jeff Toobin, our senior legal analyst and the author of the important book, The Nine on the U.S. Supreme Court. And Jeff, let's talk a little bit about the justices who will be here. There will be two justices administering the oath of office, one for the vice president and one for the president. Let's talk about who they are, who the other the eight justices altogether who will be here. One justice, I'm told, by you that is, won't be here, but talk a little bit about the Supreme Court's role and what's about to happen.
Well, this is a big day for Chief Justice John Roberts, too, because this is the first time he will administer the oath of office to a president. He was nominated by President Bush in 2005. He's only the 17th Chief Justice in our history, and we've had 44 presidents as of today, and it gives you some idea for how long they serve. He's only 53 years old, only 6 years older than Barack Obama, but he can expect to swear in many presidents. I don't know if he'll match Chief Justice John Marshall's record of 9 swearing-ins, but he will certainly, in all likelihood, have many. So he will swear in the president. The person who will swear in Vice President Biden is John Paul Stevens, who is the oldest justice at 88 years old, and you can always identify him because he's the justice who wears a bow tie all the time. The question, of course, is how many justices will leave during the Obama presidency. President Bush had 2 very important appointments, Chief Justice Roberts and Samuel Alito. He actually will probably be there today. He was not there last week when the justices welcomed the president-elect and vice president-elect. And it was, I think, somewhat of a statement on the fact that Alito was voted against by then Senators Biden and Obama. And I think there's some hard feelings there. They also voted against Chief Justice Roberts, but there are apparently fewer hard feelings there. The question of who will still be on the Supreme Court when Obama leaves is, of course, one of the great mysteries. We never know exactly who's going to leave, but obviously Justice Stevens at 88 is a possibility to leave. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg is 75 years old. Justice David Souter is 69 years old and known to want to leave. But this is a big part of the Bush legacy, the 2 nominees. Are we seeing 2? Do we? I'm trying to look. Oh, yeah, there's Justice Thomas arriving with his wife. And there's Justice O'Connor, who is still, though she's retired from the court 3 years ago, she's in great shape. She's traveling around the country, focusing on judicial independence and participation for young people in politics. As you can see, she's walking with a very steady gait. She's a former Arizona politician and still a great politician herself, always out there meeting and greeting.
All right, Jeff, I want you to stand by because we're going to continue all of our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama. We have our reporters, our analysts, they're standing by, our special guests as well, and our coverage will continue right after this.
proposals back on my office computer. Call for help. Thanks, fellas, but where's the keyboard?
Need a better way to get to your computer when you're away from the office? Go to My PC is the award-winning service that lets you work on your office PC from any other computer with a web connection, just as if you're sitting at your desk. Just log on to gotomypc.com and start working with all your programs. Access all your files. Use your email. It's fast, easy, and secure. Try it now, free for 30 days. Just visit gotomypc.com and use promo code NEWS8.
News can happen anywhere. Down under and on top of the world. Under blue seas and into open skies. At round tables and at kitchen tables. On front lines and across finish lines. In concert halls and behind brick walls. And no matter where it happens, CNN is there.
How does a bright idea become an eco-solution? Just add... The cornbread is about ready. Imagination. From basics to high-tech. Local to global. CNN shows you the world's innovators making a difference.
It's a win-win for everybody.
See how creative ideas become eco-solutions. In association with Suzlon. Monday in CNN Today. Only on CNN.
This is CNN.
There it is, the mall. A lot of people there, and the U.S. Marine Corps Band is performing up on Capitol Hill. You know what? I'd like to just listen in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the members of the 111th House of Representatives of the United States, led by Majority Whip James E. Clyburn and Republican Whip Eric Cantor. Here are members of the House of Representatives. They're walking in. The leadership being introduced. James Clyburn, the Democrat from South Carolina. He's the highest-ranking African-American in the U.S. Congress. He was here with us yesterday, Anderson, and I have to tell you, when we saw the videotape, we had a camera in, when they replayed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s historic 1963 I Have a Dream speech, the tears were simply going down his cheek. And even when we were live on the air yesterday talking about it, he had to wipe away the tears from his eyes.
If you're wondering at home, every minute of this really is scheduled down. There's Barney Frank, of course, who has been playing such a role in this economic crisis at this point. We now know President-elect Obama and President George Bush are expected to leave the White House 8 minutes from now. That will be something, again, that we will want to be watching. Also, the members of the U.S. senators will be coming in at around the same time. I want to bring in some of our panel who are downstairs at the News Museum, also watching this as we do. Campbell Brown is down there. Campbell, let's hear from your folks a little bit just about their thoughts on this day as we watch the members of the House stream in.
Well, Anderson, we've been talking about previous inaugurations. Obviously, I've got Bill Bennett with me, James Carville, Paul Begala, Tara Wall, John King, all of whom have witnessed many inaugurations. We won't say how many. But let me ask you, Paul and James especially, because certainly you had a pretty exclusive perch for Bill Clinton's inauguration. Paul, what was it like? And put it in context compared to what we're seeing now.
Well, this moment is just wonderful. I think these two presidents are both very personable people, and they're, I think, having pretty cordial coffee. I think what's remarkably different from the day Bill Clinton took office is his challenges were almost universally agreed to be domestic. And this president, as enormous as his domestic challenges are, his international ones are as well. And I was struck by this a few days ago, actually. I was in Abuja, Nigeria, and the main road that the airport is on is named after Bill Clinton. You come to the end of that road, and now there's the biggest billboard I've ever seen. There's a picture of Barack Obama, and it says the whole world supports Obama. And I think especially today, he's going to be speaking to the entire world in a way that a new president probably hasn't since John F. Kennedy. This inaugural will be followed around the world like we have not seen in Barack Obama's lifetime or mine.
James?
You know, this is something unbelievable. I mean, the crowd, just the entire thing here. I don't know how many adjectives, and I just used one, we used today to describe this, but every time that I see that picture, I just cannot take my eye off the visual. You know, we always have the House of Representatives and the Supreme Court. I mean, they come to every one. I don't know what this estimate will be, but it's going to be north of 2 million people. And this is a remarkable thing if I've seen in my 64 years. I'll promise you that.
Bill Bennett?
Well, this is, I sat up there when I was cabinet level drug czar for George Herbert Walker Bush at his inaugural. And then the only other time I was present in the crowd was for John Kennedy's. I was a high school senior here in Washington, Gonzaga High School, and sat there and listened to that speech.
Were there parallels, do you think, to Kennedy? Certainly the Obama crowd is trying to draw parallels, has on occasion.
There are parallels, but I think this is, we're all looking for modifiers, adjectives, as James said. This is unique, obviously, the election of a black man, President of the United States, 146 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. It's extraordinary. Just walking through the crowds this morning, the sense of jubilation. A lot of people know I'm on the Republican side, conservative side. They say, Bill, you got to stand up and cheer. I said, I will stand up and cheer. It's America, and it's a great day for all Americans.
Tara, do you agree with that sentiment? Also a conservative yourself?
I do. I mean, I think throughout the day we talked about kind of putting the politics aside for the moment and relishing in this moment and the significance of this moment. We also talked about saying the words that just escape you. I mean, there are only so many words you can really put on this moment that signify it. The most recent inauguration, of course, that I can remember on a personal level that I attended, of course, was George W. Bush. But one of the more poignant inaugurations that stand out in my mind is that of Ronald Reagan. And he faced similar times, similar economic straits, if you will, inflation, inherited a recession. And one of the things he said at the time in his inauguration was, government is not the solution. Government is the problem. Remember, that was one of the most pivotal parts of his speech. And I think that we need to, moving forward, as we dissect this after this day, I think we will all need to keep that in mind going forward. And he encouraged bringing down spending and not raising taxes in the midst of a recession and the dangers against that. So I think some of those things will come about as we move forward. But I think that was one of the more pivotal parts that showed what his presidency was going to be about.
Reagan also had felt that sense of goodwill from many Democrats as well as Republicans, John King.
And Reagan had the country behind him, and Barack Obama is the first president since then to have the country behind him in such a big way. The first inaugural of Bill Clinton, he won the election with 43% of the vote. So he had people to convince out in the country.
George W. Bush won with 49% of the vote after a Supreme Court contested election and the Florida recount and all that. He had some convincing to do. He acted boldly out of the box, Bush did, but he had some convincing of the country to do. Barack Obama comes in with 53% of the vote, and because of the history, the goodwill of so many people. Consider these exchanges, Campbell. I asked David Axelrod this morning, the architect of the Obama campaign, what does it mean to you? He said, I don't have the words. Steve Schmidt, the McCain architect, he said, I'm very impressed with this guy. I wish him well. That is where we are in political Washington right now, together.
An extraordinary amount of political capital, Anderson. We will, of course, find out what he does with that in the days ahead and, frankly, how long this honeymoon will last.
We're just moments away from President-elect Obama leaving the White House. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll bring that to you live. We'll be right back.
Every minute counts between the onset of a heart attack and the administration of treatment. Time is vital. Being able to transmit an ECG ahead of a patient means that doctors can assess the ECG and start preparing treatment before the patient arrives. People focused, healthcare simplified.
Wherever I travel, whatever happens, this place is with me. This is my South Africa. Tell me about yours.
Share your experiences. Visit mysouthafrica.tv. South Africa, it's possible.
Qatar Financial Center is creating a new energy, which is helping Qatar to become one of the world's most dynamic and diversified places to do business.
It's 36 to 38 degrees Celsius. No higher, no lower. It's soft, but not too soft. It's just enough to smooth things out. It's all of this, halfway to anywhere, with plenty of time to spare. The Qatar Airways Premium Terminal in Doha. 5-star service for first and business class passengers. Qatar Airways, world's 5-star airline.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Reveal Wednesday on CNN.
I value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
You rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
A lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining or funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
There's the governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's here for the inauguration. Maria Shriver, his wife, as a lot of our viewers know, is a huge Democrat. The mayor of San Francisco as well, right?
The Attorney General of California, Jerry Brown, right there off to the left.
Jerry Brown, the former Attorney General, now the mayor of Oakland. He may be running for governor because Arnold Schwarzenegger is term limited. So
he's still Attorney General.
Attorney General, that's right, you're right. He was the mayor of Oakland, now he's the Attorney General. I stand corrected. You're right. In fact, I just saw him the other night in Washington.
And we are literally minutes away from Barack Obama leaving the White House with President Bush. Both men will travel together by limousine to the Capitol. As we've said before, as is tradition, President Bush will sit to the right of Barack Obama. I'm not exactly sure how that tradition started. Do you know, David?
No, but it's the more powerful person always sits on the right in the Washington tradition. But Anderson, I was recalling as this is done with such precision, and you think everybody gets up at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning to do this. But Mike Deaver told the story about 1981 when Ronald Reagan was being inaugurated. He went over to Blair House at 9 o'clock in the morning. He walked in, there was Nancy working on her hair, and he said, "Where's the governor?" And she said, "I think he's in the bedroom." And he walked in there, and the curtains were all drawn, and there was this sort of, Ronald Reagan was asleep at 9 o'clock in the morning, and he walks in, and Deaver says, "Governor, it's 9 o'clock." And Reagan said, "Yeah?" And he said, "You got to get up. It's a couple hours. What, you're going to be inaugurated?" And he said, "Do I have to get up?"
Yes, sir, you do.
But, he had a very relaxed attitude. Bill Bennett will remember toward this, and it made a better presidency.
We're just a little bit more than an hour away from the moment when he will be sworn in, and every minute, maybe even sometimes every second, is very carefully choreographed by those in charge of this transition. And as Anderson just pointed out, within a moment or so, we should be seeing Barack Obama and George W. Bush getting ready to leave the White House.
You look at the picture that we just showed, which I think is taken from around 6th Street, or perhaps around 12th Street. I'm not sure which of our cameras that was. But just the crowd, the amount of people who are already there, no chance they're going to, you could see the Capitol is basically a small dot on the horizon from where some of these people are standing, but that certainly has not dampened their enthusiasm. There's more than 20 Jumbotron screens.
And there's Ted Kennedy. He made it for this inauguration. He's been suffering, as a lot of our viewers know, from brain cancer. He had a tumor removed only earlier last year, and he has reached this point where he is here to see Barack Obama, a man that he endorsed, going against Hillary Clinton for the Democratic presidential nomination, and now Ted Kennedy. He's looking pretty good, I think.
We're told that his office, they didn't have enough tickets to meet all the demand, and they got some extra tickets last minute from other people who hadn't used them. Late Monday, according to an aide to Kennedy, a 70-year-old Washington, D.C. cab driver who was African-American showed up at Kennedy's office pleading for tickets for himself and his grandson. They were able to get 2 tickets for that cab driver and for his grandson.
And Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama was so important during the primaries because...
Here they come. Here they come. These are the leaders of the Senate that are now walking up. But go ahead, Gloria.
No, it was so important because what it said was that the Democratic establishment was starting to move to Barack Obama, and everyone had always assumed that the establishment would be for Hillary Clinton. And he was, of course, talked into that endorsement in part by Caroline Kennedy, who could well become the next senator from the state of New York. If Hillary Clinton were to get confirmed, I think the governor would make an appointment very, very quickly after that.
David, you've worked in the White House. We're looking right now at 1042 at the White House, where we anticipate...
well, this is Capitol Hill. I think, no, this is the White House.
We're looking right into the North Portico.
Lynn Cheney and Jill Biden. The outgoing and the incoming second ladies.
David, you've been in the White House and you've been in these kind of meetings between people. When it's a ceremonial meeting, do they talk substance at all? Or on a day like this, will it simply be a polite conversation?
It tends to be a very light conversation unless there's something new that's breaking. And then the two presidents may want to confer on that or pull themselves off to a corner. But this is, I think, is much, much lighter. It's intended to be, because there's such a sense of nostalgia, too, for the Bushes. This is not an easy moment for them, leaving the White House in this way. And I think everybody also feels the reverence of the moment. This is, for democracy, this is a sacred moment.
Barbara Bush arriving at the Capitol. getting there early in order to take her seat, arriving with former President Bush.
And don't forget, George W. Bush has already had a luncheon for all the former presidents. So he and Barack Obama have been able to talk about the loneliness of the presidency and other such things. And so they've become a bit acquainted before this meeting today.
Absolutely. The building on the side, by the way, of the mall that's the Smithsonian. There you see the father of the current president, George H.W. Bush. And we saw Barbara Bush, the mother, just a little while ago. These are United States senators who have been introduced, and they're walking in to the U.S. Capitol right now, the West Front, where the swearing-in ceremony will take place. And now we're back at the North Portico at the White House, where we see Michelle Obama and Laura Bush. They're getting ready to go into a limousine. They'll be driving up together. Soledad, I guess volumes will be written about the outfits that these women are wearing.
You know, and absolutely, because we still talked about what other people have worn, certainly to the inauguration ball. That's a critical one. This outfit that Michelle Obama is wearing has been described as a handsome maize-colored suit. She's really gotten some great kudos for her fashion sense.
And we should point out, this is the last time that Laura Bush will be leaving the White House. From here, they will directly after the swearing in, they'll be led down the steps to the east side of the Capitol onto a waiting helicopter, and they will leave Washington, D.C.
They'll go off to Andrews Air Force Base outside of Washington in Maryland. They'll board that huge 747, which we all know as Air Force One, but it won't be called Air Force One for that ride to Texas because he is no longer going to be president of the United States.
The crowds on the mall, not seeing the pictures of the two presidents about to leave the White House. They're being entertained by the Marine Corps band, which is still playing, and that's the music you hear in the background.
We should point out that when we see eventually the incoming Vice President Joe Biden and the outgoing Vice President Dick Cheney, in fact, here we see it right now, is in a wheelchair. And some of our viewers might be surprised why he's in a wheelchair. He was moving into his new home in McLean, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C., moving some boxes, we're told, by his press secretary, and he twisted his back, and his doctors recommended you're going to have to do the inauguration, the swearing-in ceremony, and all of that in a wheelchair. And there we see he's being wheeled into his limousine. Joe Biden is walking with him. It's a tradition. The outgoing vice president, the incoming vice president, they'll drive over together, just as the outgoing incoming presidents will be driving together. I guess people are going to make points about the fact that Dick Cheney winds up these 8 years, David Gergen, in a wheelchair. It's not the way he would have liked to be seen on this day.
I imagine the tone of this conversation and this car will be quite different from that of the two presidents, because Joe Biden went after Dick Cheney very hard, and Dick Cheney didn't like it at all and came back in kind. Maybe they've got something to talk about now with a pulled pack, going up the street.
I think Cheney's comments have also, post-election, have also had a bit more of an edge.
Much more aggressive.
To them. Moving your own boxes when you're out of power.
Having said all that, Dick Cheney and Joe Biden, they're real politicians. They understand how the game is played. And when they get into that car or when they have that little private meeting, I suspect it'll be rather decent and civil and won't be too bitter or anything like that. Just based on how I know these two politicians.
Still would like to be a fly on the wall in that limousine.
Right. And they have a pre-existing relationship because Cheney served in the Congress when Biden was in the Senate. But still, I think, particularly in terms of the war on terror and the closing of Guantanamo,
et cetera. Now momentarily, the President of the United States, George W. Bush, and the incoming President, Barack Obama, they'll be walking out. In fact, we see them beginning to walk out through this beautiful door at the North Portico. You know what? I want to listen and see if we hear anything as they get into the limousine. presidential seal on the side of that door. When Barack Obama, by the way, earlier was in that same vehicle. It's called the Beast. It's a brand new presidential limo. The seal was not there. The seal is only placed on the side of that door once the President of the United States is in that vehicle. And as we all know, the President of the United States, George Bush, is in that vehicle. He's sitting to the right of Barack Obama, which is the tradition as these two men make the short drive from this part of Pennsylvania Avenue to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue up on Capitol Hill. It shouldn't take but a few moments. I suspect they're not going to have to worry about traffic, Anderson, as they make that ride.
One of the cool things actually about the new vehicle that President-elect Barack Obama has is the flags on the front of it. They actually have little lights that illuminate the flags at night. American flags that are flying at night, obviously, are supposed to be illuminated, so there's little LED lights that keep both those flags lit.
This would be the car equivalent of Air Force One. It's got some really, really sophisticated and cool things inside, but most important, David Gergen, it's extremely armored and well protected. This is the safest kind of vehicle you can be in if you're Commander-in-Chief of the United States.
It's probably the safest vehicle in the United States today. It is. I imagine it has a number of James Bondish features to it.
Well, I can tell you, it's got a heavy armor, at least 5 inches thick, 8-inch thick doors, run-flat tires, bulletproof glass. Perhaps most importantly, it's got a 10-disc CD player.
Gives new definition to the word "the bubble" for the president living inside that bubble. That's something that Barack Obama has said that he's going to have to get used to, and he seems to recoil at the notion a bit.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest things for him. It's wrenching for him.
The crowd's greeting the limousine as it passes by.
These are all of the limousines. These are the limousines carrying the First Lady and the incoming First Lady, Jill Biden and Lynn Cheney, the wives of the incoming and outgoing Vice President, the limousine carrying Dick Cheney and Joe Biden, and finally the limousine carrying Barack Obama and George W. Bush. They're all going to be making their way, and they're going on Pennsylvania Avenue. That's in front of the reviewing stand there, where the parade after the swearing-in ceremony, after the inaugural address, eventually will wind its way to the front of the White House over there, the north side of the White House, where there will be a reviewing stand by the then President, Barack Obama.
If you have not ever witnessed a presidential motorcade, it is something to see as it passes by, and there are already people all along this parade route who will be thrilled to watch this pass by. It is a multi-vehicle convoy, and because this limousine has such big windows, you actually can get a glimpse inside through the armored glass, and you get a quick sort of silhouette of the president. And for folks who've been standing outside, that can often be enough.
And that might be it, actually, for those who are standing by. We've seen the crowds and waded through them. Having a glimpse might be all you
of us
get.
are going to be wondering after the swearing-in ceremony, the inaugural address, the lunch that they have up on Capitol Hill, and they begin the parade. At what point, David, will the President of the United States and the First Lady actually walk out of that limousine and begin to walk out and wave to all the people on both sides of the street? We don't know the answer. It's a closely guarded secret right now for security reasons.
It is, and we remember Jimmy Carter was the one that shocked everyone, because he and Rosalind got out at the very beginning of the parade and walked the whole distance. In today's environment, with the security being what it is, the president would never be allowed to do that again. So the thought is that he's probably going to get out around the Treasury Department 200 or 300 yards from his final destination, and maybe walk those last yards. But I would think that the Secret Service has planned this down to the T, because there has to be one place that they guard.
Now this motorcade will make its way. This is East Executive Drive on the east side of the White House. Eventually it'll make a right turn, a left turn, go up at East Street and make its way to Pennsylvania Avenue, and it'll go straight down Pennsylvania Avenue, past where we are. We're at 6th and Pennsylvania here at the museum, and eventually make its way up to the U.S. Capitol. They're driving at a relatively slow speed here on East Executive Boulevard. I assume they'll be driving a little bit faster on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is this very wide boulevard that will enable them to make that quick trek up there.
Usually in Washington, Anderson was talking about motorcades. We're used to motorcades in Washington, but they usually go by a little faster than this one.
It's a Cadillac, by the way. It's a U.S.-made vehicle.
Think about all the past presidents who have made this very same journey to the Capitol. Abraham Lincoln heading over there. Washington, D.C., a very different place, obviously, in those days.
Very different place. And Washington, D.C. is a different place from the place it is today, Anderson. The partisanship is not here today.
We're not going to leave this shot of the motorcade heading up Pennsylvania Avenue towards the U.S. Capitol. In fact, it will be in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. We're going to take a quick break. This will be the last break we take before the swearing-in ceremony and the inauguration of Barack Obama. Our coverage will continue right after this.
It's filled with surprises, yet with a touch of the familiar. It's all those things you imagined, and some you didn't. It intrigues and fascinates, and often delights. It's a story of the world, and it's one with many endings. The 5-star global network. Fly to over 80 destinations on board one of the world's youngest fleets. Qatar Airways, world's 5-star airline.
The proposal's back on my office computer. Call for help.
Thanks, fellas, but where's the keyboard?
Need a better way to get to your computer when you're away from the office? Go to My PC is the award-winning service that lets you work on your office PC from any other computer with a web connection, just as if you're sitting at your desk. Just log on to gotomypc.com and start working with all your programs. Access all your files. Use your email. It's fast, easy, and secure. Try it now, free for 30 days. Just visit gotomypc.com and use promo code NEWS8.
Accountability. On AC360, that's what we're all about.
Keeping them honest, putting the pressure on politicians and people in power. All we want are honest answers. The truth.
The truth matters. We're keeping them honest. Someone has to. Raw, honest reporting. Anderson Cooper 360. Only on CNN.
I value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
You rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
A lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining or funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
We're turning the news inside out.
Let's get it started.
Seems to be whoever shouts the loudest is allowed in.
For the first time, what really happens behind the cameras.
We've been driving for 6.5 hours over really bumpy roads.
And sides of the story you never knew existed.
Any pressure to reveal where you got the video from?
CNN's Michael Holmes brings you Backstory.
See what presenters do?
Only on CNN.
This is CNN.
All right, there's the motorcade of the incoming and outgoing president of the United States heading up Pennsylvania Avenue. And there's a shot from the motorcade. Anderson, we have a camera right in that motorcade as well, recording this historic event. The president, outgoing and incoming, they're sitting together in one vehicle, and pretty soon they'll be up on Capitol Hill. They'll get ready because in exactly 1 hour, maybe a little bit less than 1 hour, Barack Obama becomes president of the United States.
We should remind all our viewers we will not be taking any more commercial breaks all the way through the swearing in of Barack Obama, so you'll want to stay with us throughout this entire journey.
And in fact, we won't take any commercial breaks until after he speaks the inaugural address following immediately after he's sworn in. That will be about a 20-minute address as well. You know what? As we keep these pictures up, Ed Henry is up there in the VIP section on Capitol Hill, our senior White House correspondent. Ed, set the scene a little bit for us.
Well, it's interesting, Wolf. I can see from this vantage point here
right where Barack Obama is going to be delivering that inaugural address, just a few dozen feet away. Also, Senator Edward Kennedy. We know he's been ill with brain cancer. He's walking with a cane, but he's there. He's looking healthy. I also can see just a few feet away from Senator Kennedy, Senator John McCain, who obviously wanted to be there to be sworn in today. That was not to be. There's also obviously a lot of celebrities here. John Cusack, the actor, is here. First of all, Anderson Cooper has been wondering, how does someone like you get tickets to an event like this?
I don't know. I sort of feel like Zelig. I don't know quite how it happens, but I've
just magically appears.
Yeah.
There's a sea of people right out there that you and I have been marveling at all morning.
All morning.
From here to the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. What do you think when you look out there and see that crowd?
Well, I think it's just humbling and awestruck, you know, all the hyperbole you could think of. And you just think, you know, they always said it was possible, and they kept telling us it was possible. And you look out and you think it's possible.
Steven Spielberg is here as well. Steven, thank you very much for joining us. What is going through your mind? You see this crowd of people here. We're just moments away from watching Barack Obama be sworn in. What's going through your mind?
Well, I can't wait to hear what Barack Obama has to say to all of us. He's just an amazing, you know, force of energy. I'm also looking out here and saying I couldn't afford to do this shot in a movie.
Very interesting. Thank you, Steven Spielberg. Back to you, Wolf and Anderson. Thanks,
all right,
Wolf and Anderson.
Steven Spielberg, he can afford to do any shot he wants.
So that you were pointing out that
Cusack, he's being a little bit modest. He actually was a very big supporter of Barack Obama. If you remember back when he was running for Senate, it was John Cusack, who was a local guy, would give a lot of support there, and it actually helped push him over into popularity in the Senate race. So when he says, "I don't know how I got my tickets," he's being a little bit modest. That's not the case. He's been a longtime supporter, well before I think even he thought about campaigning for the race, and of course,
Joe Biden just entering the building, waiting to see one glimpse of Barack Obama and President Bush.
And you know, I want to also let our viewers know that, you know, they were expecting really horrible weather here on this day. But if you take a shot of Anderson Cooper and Wolf Blitzer right now, you'll see we took off our overcoats. But there's the First Lady and the incoming First Lady. They're already there. They've gotten out of their limos and they're walking in. There are going to be heaters up there on Capitol Hill for them. But there's no doubt that the weather is definitely better. Barack Obama has now arrived on Capitol Hill, and he's outside. He's getting ready to walk inside as well. They're going to be almost, I'm guessing, about 55 minutes before the actual swearing-in ceremony takes place.
We just seen a picture a minute ago of Michelle Obama. She's wearing an Isabel Toledo. They have announced she's a Cuban-American designer.
Joe Biden and Lynn Cheney, the wives of the vice president to-be and the current vice president walking in. They're followed by the honor guards. And there's George Bush and Joe Biden. George Bush and Barack Obama as they're walking in into the historic chambers.
There was a roar going through the crowd. We are a few blocks away, and you can hear it from here. I assume that on the Jumbotrons, they are seeing some of these pictures. They know that Barack Obama is very close to coming out on that platform.
Once he does, that crowd will go crazy. Not only the people who are up front and can actually see him, but those further behind, they'll see him on those huge screens that have been assembled on both sides of the National Mall, and they will be watching every step of the way. Those are giant Jumbotrons, and people will get even more excited than they already are. And then I suspect, and I'm sure, what will happen is once the swearing-in ceremony takes place, it will be very quiet. You know what? Let's listen to the U.S. Marine Corps band a little bit as we watch these pictures.
Raleigh is our state capital. Have you heard of them?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Justice will be in charge of swearing in Barack Obama. There he is, John Roberts, walking in with 7 other justices. One of the justices decided not to attend, as we heard earlier from Jeff Tubin.
It's one of the few events in our government in which all three branches of government are involved in one single event. You have the judicial branch, the legislative branch, as well as obviously the executive branch. The only other event, to my knowledge, is an impeachment of a president.
A joint session of when the president comes up to give a State of the Union. He then has the House, the Senate.
But the Supreme Court doesn't have an active role.
But it comes. No, it does not have an active role.
This is the only event in which they all three have a role to play.
That's right.
And this journey from one end of Pennsylvania Avenue to the other is something that the president will do a lot in the upcoming 4 years.
Yeah, I keep thinking as I'm watching this today, there's so much joy attached to this because recently when we've had processions in Washington with these black limousines, they've been funerals. Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford, we lost both of them during these last few years, and this one has such a different feel about it because it is joyful, it is celebratory. It's like fresh beginning.
As most know by Mr. William M. Daley, Miss Penny Pritzker, Mr. John W. Rogers Jr., Mr. Patrick G. Ryan, and Ms. Juliana Smoot, co-chairs of the 56th Presidential Inaugural Committee. And Mr.
Talk a little bit about what is going to happen in the next hour in run-up to the swearing in.
Well, what happens now is the Obamas actually proceed to the Senate dining room. That they will have a chance to just relax a little bit and get ready as some of the other VIPs, the dignitaries, are introduced to the crowd. The former presidents will be there. Former President and Mrs. Jimmy Carter, former President and Mrs. George H.W. Bush, and former President Bill Clinton, Senator Hillary Clinton, soon to be Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. It's interesting as we look at Hillary Clinton, Anderson and Gloria, she was supposed to be confirmed as the Secretary of State together with some others by the full Senate later today, but one U.S. Senator, Senator John Cornyn of Texas, decided to put a hold on that at least for one day. So she's not going to be Secretary of State at least for another day.
Right. He also told Dana Bash, though, just this morning that he knows that she's going to get confirmed, but his complaint is about Bill Clinton's charitable foundation and the conflicts of interest that might cause. So ceremonially, I guess, he's holding it up for a day, but she will be confirmed.
There's going to be an interesting moment at around 11:20, a little bit more than 10 minutes from now, when President Bush enters the stage. The band will play Hail to the Chief. That will be the last time the Marine Corps band plays Hail to the Chief for this president. And then moments after Barack Obama is sworn in, they will play Hail to the Chief, this time for Barack Obama. And that will be the first time President Obama hears that played for him.
I just want to also point out that what's happening right now is being seen not only by millions, tens of millions of people in the United States, but we're on around the world. People are watching in 240 countries and territories right now. There are already estimates that more people will watch this event than have ever watched anything in the history of television. This could be the largest audience ever, the largest audience for a show in the United States. Years ago, the final episode of MASH had more than 100 million people watching. I suspect this one will have a lot more than that in the United States. When you add up all the various television networks that are carrying this live, CNN is carrying it live around the world. So we're talking about hundreds of millions of people.
A lot of folks
who will
at work
be watching
right now watching this online, both CNN.com as well.
Yeah, people who have to work, they, I'm sure, will taking a look in their computers.
In many ways, it's the world's inauguration. It's not only an American inauguration, and it is sending a message to the world of new hope about what America represents. At a time there have been disappointment around the world and what we've been up to, this has rekindling that flame. So this is it's memorable in so many different ways.
Barack Obama has said that only in America is his story possible, his personal story, his personal journey, his family's journey of his mother and father coming together and his upbringing.
And it's what's connected him to so many people who also think, well, only in America is their story possible, too. Whether you're a Native American who've come here from Europe as an immigrant, you have come here because you're a descendant of slaves, you've come here
You see the former vice presidents coming in. You saw Dan Quayle, Al Gore, and there's Walter Mondale and Mrs. Mondale. They were invited. They're attending, just as the former presidents. You're going to be seeing and hearing from them. You're not going to be hearing from them. You're going to be seeing them very soon as they get ready
It is
to walk
remarkable
in.
to think on this stage, the west front of the Capitol, just about every person who we have watched over the last 20 years or so in government is there. I mean, this is the power of our country.
If you can get a ticket to this and you're invited to this, you go to this because it is such an obvious moment in history. And you talk about how our country is able to self-correct and change. I mean, just think of Barack Obama putting his hand on that Bible, pledging to defend the Constitution of the United States that originally counted a black man as 3/5 of a person. And now he's president.
Future Attorney General of the United States, Eric Holder.
It is, as you say, Anderson, because there are so many defeated rivals on that stage, people who wanted to be president. It is reaffirming about the fact that at the end of the day, in a democracy, especially in this democracy, we try to put down our differences and join as one. And that is I think that keeping that spirit alive is very much the purpose of Barack Obama's inaugural. I might just note,
Sean Donovan, future head of housing and urban development. I went to high school with him.
We should tell our viewers we have just received a copy of the inaugural address. That it's not always true that the members of the press get a copy. Sometimes it's still being written in that car on the way up. But we can't say anything about it, but we have just received copies.
It's a speech that Barack Obama has been working on now for several weeks. We were told it had largely been finished, about a week or so ago?
Yes, but he's somebody who actually writes his own things, and he's written 2 books, as you all know, and he's somebody who works very closely with his speechwriter, but continues to tweak it until the very end because he believes in the power of words, as we know.
You see now, you saw Eric Holder at the bottom. These are members of the incoming cabinet of Barack Obama's administration who are coming in. They'll be escorted into their seats as well. I also want to let our viewers know we're going to be doing something rather extraordinary in the next few minutes. We've ordered an exterior shot of the mall from way up in space, a satellite image. We'll take a picture of what's happening here in Washington, D.C., GOI 6 satellite to be precise. We're going to get the view from space. We're going to turn that picture around as quickly as we can, and you're going to see what this would look like if you were flying overhead from space, from a satellite. It's going to be, Anderson, a pretty amazing shot. I don't think.
How do you order up a satellite?
David Borman, our Washington bureau chief,
if anyone knows how to call up a satellite,
does that. He just makes a phone call. He says, "Get me the picture from that satellite," and we're going to show it to our viewers in the United States and around the world. We try, as all of our viewers by now know, to do some unusual, extraordinary technological.
Hopefully, there won't be clouds.
And I got to tell you,
it's turned out to be such a nice day. Look at that sun. Look at how gorgeous it is. It's maybe a little chilly, but it's. It's a lot nicer than many of us thought it would be, and we're pretty happy about all of that. I'm sure no one is as happy as all the millions who have gathered here in Washington, D.C. There's Walter Mondale again walking in with Dan Quayle and his wife, and Al Gore and Tipper Gore, the former vice presidents of the United States, participating in this historic event.
It's interesting. I mean, we look at these pictures of these powerful people on the West Front who have access, who have tickets. I think the real story, though, of today is turning the cameras around and seeing the more than 1 million people out who have come here from all around the world. We've been talking to people over the last couple of days. I mean, literally from every country
absolutely.
You can imagine.
Talking about it as a pilgrimage, having to be here for a moment, and not just the moment of putting his hand and taking the oath of office, but as you said, imagine there was a time when a black man was worth 3/5 of a white man. So the idea that same black man who would have that percentage, if you will, could be president of the United States. It's not about Barack Obama. It's about a country's history really moving forward for a lot of people.
And so many. I mean, you talk about that hundreds of years ago. What a lot of young people, especially watching today, don't even realize is that in our lifetime, in our lifetime in states in the Union, Barack Obama's parents could not have gotten married in Virginia,
marriage,
in Maryland. I mean, there are places.
The Supreme Court didn't overturn that ban until 1967. That was not so long ago.
Which all speaks to the possibility of America. I mean, that's what this is about. That's why everyone is on the mall today. That's what they're applauding, not only Barack Obama, but he does represent the possibilities.
Let's listen to the color guard for a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
The Obamas are about to be announced, we believe. First, Mr. and Mrs. Bush.
They will be greeted by members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies up on Capitol Hill. They have a committee for everything. There you see the former President George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush, the parents of the current President of the United States. They're walking in. They'll be followed by other former presidents. Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton will be coming in as well. This must be one of those moments for the first President Bush. Bittersweet. On the one hand, he sees his son winding up 8 years as President of the United States. At the same time, he sees his son leaving office, at least if you believe all the public opinion polls, not very popular right now. Seems to be struggling, David, a little bit as he's walking down, President Bush.
He is. He clearly age has taken a toll on him now. But I must say, this is a man who is, they may be bittersweet, but he's also profoundly grateful.
And there's Jimmy Carter, Rosalind Carter, the former president, former first lady. They're moving along rather briskly as they get ready to take their seats up at the VIP section on Capitol Hill, the west front of the U.S. Capitol. And Anderson, we should be seeing Bill Clinton walking in very soon. I assume Hillary Clinton will be walking with Bill Clinton, even though she also has another hat as not only a United States Senator, but also as an incoming member of the Obama cabinet.
That is what we have been told to expect, and after the former presidents are seated, then the vice presidents will come, then current President Bush will emerge, and then, of course, the Obamas.
It's worth remembering about the Bushes. 3 generations of Bushes in a row have sat on that platform for presidential inaugurations. That's a remarkable story.
And that was one of the reasons Barack Obama gave for his election. He said it's enough of the Bushes and the Clintons.
Power passes, as it should.
And that's another thing, which is the passing of a torch in so many ways. What we haven't talked about is the generation, the post-baby boomer generation, really feeling that Barack Obama is their president.
Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, they're walking out right now. She's going to become the Secretary of State of the United States. She would have liked, Anderson, as you know, and all of our viewers know, to become the President of the United States. That's not happening, at least not now, but she is going to be the Secretary of State. There may be a few Republicans who vote not to confirm her, but she should sail through. She sailed through 15-1 her confirmation process before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Only Louisiana Republican Senator David Vitter voting against her. She might get a few more votes against her in the full Senate, but not very many. She's going to be confirmed, and she will then become the next Secretary of State.
It's interesting, as soon as their picture emerged, I'm assuming it was shown on the Jumbotrons, because I could hear again a roar from the crowd who is assembled here on the Mall.
Yeah, Bill Clinton was up there a few times taking the swearing-in ceremony himself in January 93 and January 97. So he's got a unique vantage point of what is about to happen. And there you see the former President George H.W. Bush. Yeah, he really is not walking all that well right now. He's walking slowly and looks like he's in a little bit of pain. I don't know what the problem is, but we saw him recently doing some TV interviews, including one together with his son. He seemed to be pretty lively, pretty chipper and all that. Rahm Emanuel, the incoming White House Chief of Staff, a former member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Chicago. He's there, and if you know Rahm Emanuel, as many of us do, he's about as pumped and as enthused as you could possibly be. He's a very, very lively guy, and he's a very, very ardent political animal, has been like that ever since he was a student in college. He's just been so enthralled by this whole political process, and he must be so excited that he's reached this moment, not only in his personal life, but also to see Barack Obama become president.
This is his return to the White House, because, of course, you know, he worked for Bill Clinton as a top aide, and then went in, became a member of Congress, and now going back in for a second tour in the White House. You know what that's like, David.
Yeah, Bill Clinton once told me he never would have become president without Rahm Emanuel, because he did such a marvelous job raising money for him. And now here he is with his second president right at his side.
It seems so quaint if you look back to the '92 campaign. At that time, I think Bill Clinton raised about $50 or $60 million to become president of the United States. Nowadays, that would seem like, a week's worth of online donations or whatever.
This very inauguration cost more than that. Very expensive.
$150 or so? Was that?
Let's listen in.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Rosalind Carter.
Not quite yet, but okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush and Mrs. Barbara Bush.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
I can go help you if you like.
I'm all right. I'll just take this rail. Good morning.
A moving van over at the south lawn of the White House. Boxes coming in, boxes going out. Anderson, even as this amazing, awesome swearing-in ceremony is taking place on the other side of Capitol Hill, look what's happening over at the White House. Let's listen into the introduction of the next former president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, William Jefferson Clinton, and Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton.
There he is, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, and we were pointing out that Hillary Clinton, she will be the next Secretary of State, even though she won't be the Secretary of State on this day when the Senate later will convene and will approve, confirm some other cabinet nominees, but not Hillary Clinton. Senator John Cornyn, as we pointed out, of Texas, saying that he's going to put a hold, at least for one day, on this confirmation because of questions he still has, presumably a few other Republican members, involving Bill Clinton's foundation and charitable gifts to that foundation. He looks pretty good, I must say, Bill Clinton. He's had his ailments over the years, as we know, but I think David Gergen, you used to work for him. I think he looks pretty good.
They're the Bush daughters.
Very strong. He's clearly enjoying himself up there. Jimmy Carter also looked
Jimmy Carter looked great,
He looked healthy, very healthy.
See members of the Bush family arriving. getting their seats. Former President Bush, Laura Bush will be the next to be seated. After the Obamas have arrived and have been seated, the first event is there'll be a call to order and some welcoming remarks by Senator Dianne Feinstein, and then the invocation by Rick Warren, and then Aretha Franklin singing "My Country, 'Tis of Thee."
Yeah, Dianne Feinstein, as we pointed out, is the chair of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, so it's been her responsibility to lead the Congress in making sure that everything is appropriate. All those tickets are distributed, and those who are supposed to be up close, they're the ones who get to be up close. It's not an easy assignment by any means. The pressure for those seats is enormous. It's not just getting your ringside seats or courtside seats for a basketball game. This is a big deal, as all of us appreciate.
Some folks
fully
gave,
understand.
Some of the celebrities gave about $50,000 each to attend. Paid that money to the Inauguration Fund, got them tickets to the ceremony, to the parade, and to a ball as well. After Aretha Franklin performs "My Country, 'Tis of Thee," the Vice President will have the oath administered by Associate Justice Stevens. It's an oath. The Vice President's oath is different than the oath that the President takes. The President's oath is written into the Constitution. The Vice President's oath is the same oath taken by members of Congress.
And there are the kids, Malia and Sasha. They're walking in
and
as
you
well.
can hear this crowd roar from where we are at that picture of Sasha and Malia, two very popular little kids.
Yeah, as popular as the president-elect is and Michelle Obama, these kids are at least as popular.
And there's Mrs. Robinson.
No doubt. That's their grandmother, Mrs. Robinson, who will be living at the White House with them. And both Barack and Michelle Obama very happy that Michelle Obama's mother, Mrs. Robinson, is going to be there.
I sense Soledad O'Brien's kids are watching right now, very excited.
And taking notes on those two little girls and what they're wearing and how they're wearing their hair. You know, it's so much fun to watch the two of them with broad smiles, not looking nervous, because imagine the crowds around them and how difficult that might be. And they are just smiling broadly. I love that. They look really, really happy.
Imagine
and
what this year has been like for them. It has got to be just a surreal, extraordinary experience.
And now they see their father more than they have in the last 2 years because they live right over the shop.
Yeah.
They will.
They'll see a lot of their dad, and I'm sure they'll be real happy about that. And once the crowd sees them, there's going to be an eruption of excitement. These two little girls have really captivated the imagination of the American people. There you see Lynn Cheney on the right of your screen and Laura Bush on the left of the screen, the outgoing wives of the Vice President and the President.
Look how full up it has become. Earlier when we went on the air about an hour and a half ago, up by the Washington Monument, there was a lot of grass to be seen. There was no grass to be seen now. I can't tell if it stretches all the way to the Lincoln Memorial, but it certainly looks like it does.
At least up to the Washington Monument, it's pretty jam-packed.
There she is, Aretha Franklin.
Yep. And she's going to be performing and electrifying this crowd as well.
The First Lady of Soul. She's the...
Keep in mind,
there are three First Ladies on this stage. Aretha Franklin, the First Lady of Soul.
born in 1946 in Memphis, Tennessee, and her experiences with discrimination and segregation, and again, her appearance, of course, she is a fabulous singer, but also what she's experienced in this nation.
I love watch this. Here's this introduction of the kids.
By Assistant Secretary of the Senate, Sheila Dwyer.
Sasha, they're about as excited. Look at that nice smile. They should be really happy. Roland Martin is up there as well. Roland, tell us where you are and what it feels like. What are you seeing?
Ladies and gentlemen, the First Lady,
Hold
Mrs.
on.
Laura Bush, and the wife of the Vice President, Mrs. Lynn Cheney, accompanied by Secretary Chow, Mrs. Bennett, Mrs. Boehner, and Republican Staff Director of the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, Mary Suit Jones.
Hey, everybody.
They're walking in. They're going to be followed by eventually Michelle Obama, Barack Obama. The President Bush will be coming in. And then this formal process will begin, the inaugural ceremonies. It looks, by our account here, Anderson, they're running slightly behind schedule. But at noon Eastern, which is in about a half an hour from now, Barack Obama actually becomes president of the United States, even if he hasn't even been sworn in yet, because that's according to the Constitution.
It all goes according to the tradition, a tradition which some of it is written into the Constitution, some has been amended over the years by past presidents. Barack Obama will, of course, give the inaugural address. He's supposed to start it at 12:01, but as you said, they are running a little bit behind schedule. But after Barack Obama takes the oath of office, herald trumpets perform 4 ruffles and flourishes. The U.S. Marine Corps band plays Hail to the Chief for Barack Obama for the first time. Then there'll be a 21-gun salute. And Senator Dianne Feinstein introduces the president, who gives his inaugural address, followed by poet Elizabeth Alexander, who's been selected by Barack Obama. Not every president has a poet, but
there will
tradition
be one,
that started with John F. Kennedy, Robert Frost. He was the first poet to speak on Inauguration Day.
Clearly building. By the way, Senator Feinstein will be the first person to speak. She will call this inaugural ceremony to order. She'll have some welcoming remarks before the invocation.
Crowd chanting Obama.
Rick Warren. Yeah, they're getting ready for this moment to take place, and the clock is ticking down to history unfolding in Washington. All right, there is Michelle Obama and Jill Biden. They will shortly be introduced as well. They're about to walk in, and there will be a huge celebration as they are introduced. Jill Biden herself
making some news in the last day, telling Oprah Winfrey that her husband was offered either he could be either Secretary of State or Vice President. Biden's office put out a statement saying, well, not exactly, it wasn't quite like that, but what she meant to say was...
They tried to clear it up, but not so much.
Whenever you need to put out a long statement clearing something up, you know you're in trouble.
Look at that picture. Amazing.
It's a huge crowd here in Washington. They're going to introduce Michelle Obama and Jill Biden, and then we'll hear from, we'll be seeing and hearing from Joe Biden eventually, and from Barack Obama.
Amplification. For the early inaugurations, there was no amplification, and only about 50 people could actually hear the speech. Very closely gathered in. This you can hear the sounds all the way. We must be at least a half mile to a mile away.
This is even piped, and also the video jumbotrons are out on the parade route, so people have had to decide whether or not they wanted to go to the mall to try to say they were able to be on the mall for the inauguration or on the parade route. And so those folks who are on the parade route can watch this as well.
Now we see President Bush. He's getting ready to be introduced as well. He's walking out, escorted by the top Republican leadership in the U.S. Congress. Spent the day pretty much as he always did. He was up pretty early. He had a briefing with his national security team around 7 a.m., as he almost always did. But let's listen to the introductions.
Nancy Erickson, the clerk of the House of Representatives, Lori Ann Miller, Mr. Blum, Mr. Pelosi, and Mrs. Reed.
President Bush, he's inside the crypt in the rotunda, getting ready to walk out. He'll be introduced, and he'll be followed by Joe Biden, and he'll be followed by Barack Obama. They'll be walking out for the swearing-in ceremonies. Michelle Obama has just been introduced. There she is. She's walking down those stairs with Jill Biden, the wife of Joe Biden, the incoming Vice President of the United States.
It's exactly 1 hour from now. President Bush is supposed to board Executive One, the helicopter which will take him to Andrews Air Force Base. All of this will, history will change in this next hour.
Yep, there's no doubt about that, and there's no doubt that the entire world is watching right now as we broadcast what's going on. He's smiling. The people think he's going to be pretty happy going back to Texas, and burdens on him have been enormous, as we all know, over these many years.
Bill Bennett, you're a student of history. You're watching this along with all of us here at CNN. Your thoughts upon watching this, the peaceful transfer of power?
Yes?
Bill Bennett, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're watching this. You're a student of history. What are your thoughts upon watching this, the peaceful transfer of power?
Well, this is history for sure, and we will have come a long way from the Emancipation Proclamation, 146 years. Extraordinary day, extraordinary country. No place else does this.
Paul Begala, you're watching along with us. Your thoughts?
Well, yeah, Anderson, picking up on what Bill said, just a few dozen yards from where the president-elect will take the oath of office, there was a pen in which human beings were kept as slaves as they built that Capitol building. And it's been said by everybody, but I guess one more person's got to repeat it. It is our secular version of a miracle that this country has come this far and that this man has achieved so much.
David Gergen, this building, which was in part built by slaves, the White House, which was in part built by slaves.
As John King has reminded us over the last few days, both buildings built on the backs of slaves. And yet I think also overhanging this, Anderson, and very much alive in Barack Obama's mind, is not just the past, but the crisis of the present. And it's that to which he's, I think, going to address himself most forthrightly today, recalling the sacrifices of the past, what people have endured in the past, as a way to fortify us, to give us strength for the journey ahead.
There the Vice President Dick Cheney is being wheeled in. As we told you, he had an accident. He was moving some boxes in his new home outside of Washington, D.C. in McLean, Virginia, and he apparently twisted his back a bit. Doctors recommending he stay off his feet for a little while, and as a result, he's in a wheelchair, and they're going to wheel him out for the ceremony itself. Let's listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable George Walker Bush, and the Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, accompanied by Senate Republican leader Senator Mitch McConnell, Senator Robert Bennett, House Republican leader Representative John Boehner, and Secretary for the Minority, David Chiappa.
I saw you up there.
Nick, you're looking good.
All right, gentlemen.
Vice President, keep up the good work.
Last time Hail to the Chief. That's the last time Hail to the Chief will be played for President Bush. We're told that Mrs. Obama has the Lincoln Bible in her hands. The Bible was originally purchased by the clerk of the Supreme Court, William Thomas Carroll, used for Abraham Lincoln's swearing in March 4th, 1861. It's bound in burgundy velvet with gold-washed white metal rim around the three edges outside of both covers. The edges are gilded heavily.
There's Joe Biden. He's getting ready to be introduced as well. The incoming Vice President of the United States, Steny Hoyer, and Harry Reid will be escorting him into the chamber. He's going to be introduced, and of course he will be followed by the next President of the United States, Barack Obama. And then the formal inauguration ceremony will begin, as I said, with Senator Dianne Feinstein welcoming everyone and calling this event to order.
this Lincoln Bible has not been used in a presidential inaugural ceremony since Abraham Lincoln himself used it. It's normally housed in the Library of Congress.
I also want to point out, we saw the first President Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush, walking out earlier with a cane. I'm now told by Gene Becker in the former president's office that he has actually used the cane since his back surgery in December of 2007, and she wants to reassure all of us that former President Bush is in no pain. That's the way he's been since his back surgery back in 2007.
Inaugural coordinator for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Jennifer Griffith. Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Drew Willison. House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Kerry Hanley. Senate Majority Leader, Senator Harry Reid. House Majority Leader, Representative Steny Hoyer.
So there we see Barack Obama. He's getting ready to become president of the United States. He's not smiling all that much right now. There must be a huge air of anticipation.
Vice President-elect of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Stretch some 2 miles all the way to the Lincoln Memorial. Just got an email from someone who's back there, said there's still some room around the Lincoln Memorial. It's not completely packed, but there's the scene on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. 2 miles, a sea of faces from all around the world, all around the United States, people who wanted to be here for this very moment, minutes away from the change in power, the change that so many Americans are hoping for.
And it was by no means easy for these millions to get to Washington, D.C. and to go through all the problems, all the hassle of getting onto the National Mall, but they're there in record numbers, no doubt about that. And they're extremely excited, but that's nothing compared to what is about to happen in the next few moments once Barack Obama is formally introduced, and then he's sworn in as the 44th President of the United States, and that's about to happen in the next few minutes.
Onto the steps is just struck by this sea of people.
Barack Obama is about to be introduced, and then the formal inauguration ceremony begins.
Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Howard Gantman. The Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Terrence W. Gaynor. The House Sergeant-at-Arms, Wilson Livingood. Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Senator Dianne Feinstein. Senator Robert Bennett. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Senate Majority Leader, Senator Harry Reid. House Majority Leader, Representative Steny Hoyer. House Republican Leader, Representative John Boehner. President-elect of the United States, Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Down, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Dianne Feinstein.
Mr. President and Vice President, Mr. President-elect and Vice President-elect, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inauguration of the 44th President of the United States of America. The world is watching today as our great democracy engages in this peaceful transition of power. Here on the National Mall, where we remember the founders of our nation and those who fought to make it free, we gather to etch another line in the solid stone of history. The freedom of a people to choose its leaders is the root of liberty. In a world where political strife is too often settled with violence, we come here every 4 years to bestow the power of the presidency upon our democratically elected leader. Those who doubt the supremacy of the ballot over the bullet can never diminish the power engendered by nonviolent struggles for justice and equality, like the one that made this day possible. No triumph tainted by brutality could ever match the sweet victory of this hour and what it means to those who marched and died to make it a reality. Our work is not yet finished, but future generations will mark this morning as the turning point for real and necessary change in our nation. They will look back and remember that this was the moment when the dream that once echoed across history from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial finally reached the walls of the White House. In that spirit, we today not only inaugurate a new administration, we pledge ourselves to the hope, the vision, the unity, and the renewed call to greatness inspired by the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Thank you, and God bless America. At this time, I call upon Dr. Rick Warren, pastor of the Saddleback Church in Lake Forest, California, to provide the invocation.
Let us pray. Almighty God, let us pray. Our Father, everything we see and everything we can't see exists because of you alone. It all comes from you. It all belongs to you. It all exists for your glory. History is your story. The scripture tells us, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God. The Lord is one. And you are the compassionate and merciful one, and you are loving to everyone you have made." Now today, we rejoice not only in America's peaceful transfer of power for the 44th time, we celebrate a hinge point of history with the inauguration of our first African American President of the United States. We are so grateful to live in this land, a land of unequaled possibility, where the son of an African immigrant can rise to the highest level of our leadership. And we know today that Dr. King and a great cloud of witnesses are shouting in heaven. Give to our new president, Barack Obama, the wisdom to lead us with humility, the courage to lead us with integrity, the compassion to lead us with generosity. Bless and protect him, his family, Vice President Biden, the cabinet, and every one of our freely elected leaders. Help us, oh God, to remember that we are Americans, united not by race or religion or blood, but to our commitment to freedom and justice for all. When we focus on ourselves, when we fight each other, when we forget you, forgive us. When we presume that our greatness and our prosperity is ours alone, forgive us. When we fail to treat our fellow human beings and all the earth with the respect that they deserve, forgive us. And as we face these difficult days ahead, may we have a new birth of clarity in our aims, responsibility in our actions, humility in our approaches, and civility in our attitudes, even when we differ. Help us to share, to serve, and to seek the common good of all. May all people of goodwill today join together to work for a more just, a more healthy, and a more prosperous nation and a peaceful planet. And may we never forget that one day all nations and all people will stand accountable before you. We now commit our new president and his wife, Michelle, and his daughters, Malia and Sasha, into your loving care. I humbly ask this in the name of the one who changed my life, Yeshua, Isa, Jesus, Jesus, who taught us to pray, "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
I am so pleased to introduce world-renowned musical artist Aretha Franklin to sing "My Country, 'Tis of Thee." Utah, the Honorable Robert Bennett.
It is my great honor to introduce Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Paul Stevens, who will give the oath of office, administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect. Will you all please stand?
Justice. Can you get the Bible there, baby? Read the Bible.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the
duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you, Mr. Justice.
It is my pleasure to introduce a unique musical performance. Mr. Itzhak Perlman, violinist, Anthony McGill, clarinetist, Yo-Yo Ma, cellist, and Gabriela Montero, pianist, performing Air and Simple Gifts, a composition arranged for this occasion by John Williams.
just want to point out to our viewers, it's now past noon Eastern here in Washington, D.C. Barack Obama, even though he has not yet been administered the oath of office, he is now the President of the United States.
It is my distinct honor to present the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., who will administer the presidential oath of office. Everyone, please stand.
That was for you.
Are you prepared to take the oath, Senator?
I am.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear
that I will execute the office of President to the United States faithfully.
that I will execute
the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States faithfully.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President. All the best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow citizens, I stand here today humbled by the task before us, grateful for the trust you've bestowed, mindful of the sacrifices borne by our ancestors. I thank President Bush for his service to our nation. As well as the generosity and cooperation he has shown throughout this transition. 44 Americans have now taken the presidential oath. The words have been spoken during rising tides of prosperity and the still waters of peace. Yet, every so often, the oath is taken amidst gathering clouds and raging storms. At these moments, America has carried on not simply because of the skill or vision of those in high office, but because we, the people, have remained faithful to the ideals of our forebears and true to our founding documents. So it has been, so it must be with this generation of Americans. That we are in the midst of crisis is now well understood. Our nation is at war against a far-reaching network of violence and hatred. Our economy is badly weakened, a consequence of greed and irresponsibility on the part of some, but also our collective failure to make hard choices and prepare the nation for a new age. Homes have been lost, jobs shed, businesses shuttered. Our health care is too costly, our schools fail too many, and each day brings further evidence that the ways we use energy strengthen our adversaries and threaten our planet. These are the indicators of crisis, subject to data and statistics. Less measurable, but no less profound, is a sapping of confidence across our land. A nagging fear that America's decline is inevitable, that the next generation must lower its sights. Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. They will not be met easily or in a short span of time. But know this, America, they will be met. On this day, we gather because we have chosen hope over fear, unity of purpose over conflict and discord. On this day, we come to proclaim an end to the petty grievances and false promises, the recriminations and worn-out dogmas that for far too long have strangled our politics. We remain a young nation, but in the words of Scripture, the time has come to set aside childish things. The time has come to reaffirm our enduring spirit, to choose our better history, to carry forward that precious gift, that noble idea passed on from generation to generation, the God-given promise that all are equal, all are free, and all deserve a chance to pursue their full measure of happiness. In reaffirming the greatness of our nation, we understand that greatness is never a given. It must be earned. Our journey has never been one of shortcuts or settling for less. It has not been the path for the faint-hearted, for those who prefer leisure over work or seek only the pleasures of riches and fame. Rather, it has been the risk-takers, the doers, the makers of things, some celebrated, but more often men and women obscure in their labor, who have carried us up the long, rugged path towards prosperity and freedom. For us, they packed up their few worldly possessions and traveled across oceans in search of a new life. For us, they toiled in sweatshops and settled the West, endured the lash of the whip, and plowed the hard earth. For us, they fought and died in places like Concord and Gettysburg, Normandy, and Khe Sanh. Time and again, these men and women struggled and sacrificed and worked till their hands were raw so that we might live a better life. They saw America as bigger than the sum of our individual ambitions, greater than all the differences of birth or wealth or faction. This is the journey we continue today. We remain the most prosperous, powerful nation on earth. Our workers are no less productive than when this crisis began. Our minds are no less inventive, our goods and services no less needed than they were last week or last month or last year. Our capacity remains undiminished, but our time of standing pat, of protecting narrow interests and putting off unpleasant decisions, that time has surely passed. Starting today, we must pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and begin again the work of remaking America. For everywhere we look, there is work to be done. The state of our economy calls for action, bold and swift, and we will act, not only to create new jobs, but to lay a new foundation for growth. We will build the roads and bridges, the electric grids and digital lines that feed our commerce and bind us together. We will restore science to its rightful place and wield technology's wonders to raise healthcare's quality and lower its cost. We will harness the sun and the winds and the soil to fuel our cars and run our factories, and we will transform our schools and colleges and universities to meet the demands of a new age. All this we can do. All this we will do. Now, there are some who question the scale of our ambitions, who suggest that our system cannot tolerate too many big plans. Their memories are short, for they have forgotten what this country has already done, what free men and women can achieve when imagination is joined to common purpose and necessity to courage. What the cynics fail to understand is that the ground has shifted beneath them, that the stale political arguments that have consumed us for so long no longer apply. The question we ask today is not whether our government is too big or too small, but whether it works, whether it helps families find jobs at a decent wage, care they can afford, a retirement that is dignified. Where the answer is yes, we intend to move forward. Where the answer is no, programs will end. And those of us who manage the public's dollars will be held to account to spend wisely, reform bad habits, and do our business in the light of day, because only then can we restore the vital trust between a people and their government. Nor is the question before us whether the market is a force for good or ill. Its power to generate wealth and expand freedom is unmatched. But this crisis has reminded us that without a watchful eye, the market can spin out of control. The nation cannot prosper long when it favors only the prosperous. The success of our economy has always depended not just on the size of our gross domestic product, but on the reach of our prosperity, on the ability to extend opportunity to every willing heart. Not out of charity, but because it is the surest route to our common good. As for our common defense, we reject as false the choice between our safety and our ideals. Our founding fathers, faced with perils that we can scarcely imagine, drafted a charter to assure the rule of law and the rights of man, a charter expanded by the blood of generations. Those ideals still light the world, and we will not give them up for expedience sake. And so, to all the other peoples and governments who are watching today, from the grandest capitals to the small village, where my father was born. Know that America is a friend of each nation and every man, woman, and child who seeks a future of peace and dignity, and we are ready to lead once more. Recall that earlier generations faced down fascism and communism, not just with missiles and tanks, but with the sturdy alliances and enduring convictions. They understood that our power alone cannot protect us, nor does it entitle us to do as we please. Instead, they knew that our power grows through its prudent use. Our security emanates from the justness of our cause, the force of our example, the tempering qualities of humility and restraint. We are the keepers of this legacy. Guided by these principles once more, we can meet those new threats that demand even greater effort, even greater cooperation and understanding between nations. We will begin to responsibly leave Iraq to its people and forge a hard-earned peace in Afghanistan. With old friends and former foes, we will work tirelessly to lessen the nuclear threat and roll back the specter of a warming planet. We will not apologize for our way of life, nor will we waver in its defense. And for those who seek to advance their aims by inducing terror and slaughtering innocents, we say to you now that our spirit is stronger and cannot be broken. You cannot outlast us, and we will defeat you. For we know that our patchwork heritage is a strength, not a weakness. We are a nation of Christians and Muslims, Jews and Hindus, and non-believers. We are shaped by every language and culture, drawn from every end of this earth. And because we have tasted the bitter swill of civil war and segregation and emerged from that dark chapter stronger and more united, we cannot help but believe that the old hatreds shall someday pass, that the lines of tribes shall soon dissolve, that as the world grows smaller, our common humanity shall reveal itself, and that America must play its role in ushering in a new era of peace. To the Muslim world, we seek a new way forward based on mutual interest and mutual respect. To those leaders around the globe who seek to sow conflict or blame their society's ills on the West, know that your people will judge you on what you can build, not what you destroy. To those who cling to power through corruption and deceit and the silencing of dissent, know that you are on the wrong side of history, but that we will extend a hand if you are willing to unclench your fist. To the people of poor nations, we pledge to work alongside you to make your farms flourish and let clean waters flow, to nourish starved bodies and feed hungry minds. And to those nations like ours that enjoy relative plenty, we say we can no longer afford indifference to the suffering outside our borders, nor can we consume the world's resources without regard to effect. For the world has changed, and we must change with it. As we consider the road that unfolds before us, we will remember with humble gratitude those brave Americans who, at this very hour, patrol far-off deserts and distant mountains. They have something to tell us, just as the fallen heroes who lie in Arlington whisper through the ages. We honor them not only because they are the guardians of our liberty, but because they embody the spirit of service, a willingness to find meaning in something greater than themselves. And yet, at this moment, a moment that will define a generation, it is precisely this spirit that must inhabit us all. For as much as government can do and must do, it is ultimately the faith and determination of the American people upon which this nation relies. It is the kindness to take in a stranger when the levees break. The selflessness of workers who would rather cut their hours than see a friend lose their job, which sees us through our darkest hours. It is the firefighter's courage to storm a stairway filled with smoke, but also a parent's willingness to nurture a child that finally decides our fate. Our challenges may be new. The instruments with which we meet them may be new. But those values upon which our success depends, honesty and hard work, courage and fair play, tolerance and curiosity, loyalty and patriotism, these things are old. These things are true. They have been the quiet force of progress throughout our history. What is demanded then is a return to these truths. What is required of us now is a new era of responsibility, a recognition on the part of every American that we have duties to ourselves, our nation, and the world, duties that we do not grudgingly accept, but rather seize gladly, firm in the knowledge that there is nothing so satisfying to the spirit, so defining of our character, than giving our all to a difficult task. This is the price and the promise of citizenship. This is the source of our confidence, the knowledge that God calls on us to shape an uncertain destiny. This is the meaning of our liberty and our creed, why men and women and children of every race and every faith can join in celebration across this magnificent mall, and why a man whose father less than 60 years ago might not have been served at a local restaurant can now stand before you to take a most sacred oath. So let us mark this day with remembrance of who we are and how far we have traveled. In the year of America's birth, in the coldest of months, a small band of patriots huddled by dying campfires on the shores of an icy river. The capital was abandoned. The enemy was advancing. The snow was stained with blood. At a moment when the outcome of our revolution was most in doubt, the father of our nation ordered these words be read to the people. Let it be told to the future world that in the depth of winter, when nothing but hope and virtue could survive, that the city and the country, alarmed at one common danger, came forth to meet it. America, in the face of our common dangers, in this winter of our hardship, let us remember these timeless words. With hope and virtue, let us brave once more the icy currents and endure what storms may come. Let it be said by our children's children that when we were tested, we refused to let this journey end, that we did not turn back nor did we falter. And with eyes fixed on the horizon and God's grace upon us, we carried forth that great gift of freedom and delivered it safely to future generations. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
the distinct pleasure of introducing an American poet, Elizabeth Alexander.
Praise Song for the Day. Each day we go about our business, walking past each other, catching each other's eyes or not, about to speak or speaking. All about us is noise. All about us is noise and bramble, thorn and din, each one of our ancestors on our tongues. Someone is stitching up a hem, darning a hole in a uniform, patching a tire, repairing the things in need of repair. Someone is trying to make music somewhere with a pair of wooden spoons on an oil drum, with cello, boombox, harmonica, voice. A woman and her son wait for the bus. A farmer considers the changing sky. A teacher says, "Take out your pencils. Begin." We encounter each other in words, words spiny or smooth, whispered or declaimed, words to consider, reconsider. We cross dirt roads and highways that mark the will of someone and then others who said, "I need to see what's on the other side. I know there's something better down the road. We need to find a place where we are safe. We walk into that which we cannot yet see." Say it plain, that many have died for this day. Sing the names of the dead who brought us here, who laid the train tracks, raised the bridges, picked the cotton and the lettuce, built brick by brick the glittering edifices they would then keep clean and work inside of. Praise song for struggle. Praise song for the day. Praise song for every hand-lettered sign, the figuring it out at kitchen tables. Some live by love thy neighbor as thyself. Others by first do no harm or take no more than you need. What if the mightiest word is love? Love beyond marital, filial, national. Love that casts a widening pool of light. Love with no need to preempt grievance. In today's sharp sparkle, this winter air, anything can be made, any sentence begun. On the brink, on the brim, on the cusp. Praise song for walking forward in that light.
And now it's my privilege to introduce the Reverend Dr. Joseph E. Lowry to deliver the benediction.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met Thee, lest our hearts drunk with the wine of the world, we forget Thee. Shadowed beneath Thy hand, may we forever stand, true to Thee, O God, and true to our native land. We truly give thanks for the glorious experience we've shared this day. We pray now, O Lord, for Your blessing upon Thy servant, Barack Obama, the 44th President of these United States, his family, and his administration. He has come to this high office at a low moment in the national and indeed the global fiscal climate. But because we know You got the whole world in Your hands, we pray for not only our nation, but for the community of nations. Our faith does not shrink, though pressed by the flood of mortal ills. For we know that, Lord, You're able and You're willing to work through faithful leadership to restore stability, mend our brokenness, heal our wounds, and deliver us from the exploitation of the poor, or the least of these, and from favoritism toward the rich, the elite of these. We thank You for the empowering of Thy servant, our 44th President, to inspire our nation to believe that, yes, we can work together to achieve a more perfect union. And while we have sown the seeds of greed, the wind of greed and corruption, and even as we reap the whirlwind of social and economic disruption, we seek forgiveness, and we come in the spirit of unity and solidarity to commit our support to our president by our willingness to make sacrifices, to respect Your creation, to turn to each other and not on each other. And now, Lord, in the complex arena of human relations, help us to make choices on the side of love, not hate, on the side of inclusion, not exclusion, tolerance, not intolerance. And as we leave this mountaintop, help us to hold on to the spirit of fellowship and the oneness of our family. Let us take that power back to our homes, our workplaces, our churches, our temples, our mosques, wherever we seek Your will. Bless President Barack, First Lady Michelle. Look over our little angelic Sasha and Malia. We go now to walk together, children, pledging that we won't get weary in the difficult days ahead. We know You will not leave us alone with Your hands of power and Your heart of love. Help us then now, Lord, to work for that day when nation shall not lift up sword against nation, when tanks will be beaten into tractors, when every man and every woman shall sit under his or her own vine and fig tree, and none shall be afraid, when justice will roll down like waters and righteousness as a mighty stream. Lord, in the memory of all the saints who from their labors rest, and in the joy of a new beginning, we ask You to help us work for that day when black will not be asked to get back, when brown can stick around, when yellow will be mellow, when the red man can get ahead, man, and when white will embrace what is right. Let all those who do justice and love mercy say amen. Amen. Say amen and amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of our national anthem by the United States Navy Sea Chanters Chorus. Following the anthem, please remain in place while the presidential party exits the platform. Thank you very much.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Roland Martin is standing by on Capitol Hill. Roland, Barack Obama is now the 44th president of the United States.
Watch that. He, of course, he referenced his father not being able to be seated in the restaurant 60 years ago, but of course him being sworn in. And you know, when I looked down this whole mall in Washington, I thought about something Jamie Foxx said the other day. He talked about what it was like being in the hull of a slave ship, how folks were packed so tight, and here we are, millions along this mall, packed so tight to watch this historic moment. And you gotta praise Reverend Joseph Lowry for reciting the words to lift every voice and sing, known as the Negro National Anthem of James Bolden Johnson. Truly an amazing day, Anderson.
It is that Soledad O'Brien watching as well. Reverend Lowry really hearkening back to the civil rights movement.
Absolutely. When he said, God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, believe me, every single person, black or white or Latino or Asian, who was part of the civil rights movement in the 60s knows the words to that song, even though it's known as the Negro National Anthem. It is really the anthem of people marching for freedom. So what a remarkable way to bring that into the speech just by speaking the words, not singing them.
And even using some of the slogans from the movement there at the end. What is happening now, President Obama is now taking former President Bush to a helicopter which is on the other side of the Capitol. That helicopter will take him to Andrews Air Force Base and into retirement in Texas.
And the President of the United States, Barack Obama, will be going into what's called the President's Room up on Capitol Hill, participate in a signing ceremony, sign some nomination papers at this time. He'll walk over to the Statuary Hall in the Rotunda near the U.S. Capitol. The President, the Vice President, Joe Biden, and their families, they will then attend a luncheon hosted by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. But I have to tell you, the 20-minute or so address that he delivered now, obviously every word carefully prepared, carefully scripted, included many major themes that he will want to...
That's Captain Sully from the U.S. Air jet, which crashed.
Sully Sullenberger, the pilot of the U.S. Airways plane that crashed on the Hudson River the other day. He was an invited guest. He's a genuine American hero now, and they always invite real American heroes to these kinds of events.
David Gergen, you were saying you thought something about that event really did correspond to what we were saying.
Yes, it seemed to me that event coming just as a prelude to the inauguration weekend really put a shine on this weekend. It restored quickly a sense of what we can do as Americans when we work together. This magnificent captain who came down and landed that plane so well, but also his crew and all the passengers. It was, as Soledad, I think Ty and I were talking about the other day, metaphorically, it's about leadership and the role that Barack Obama has now been called upon to play to pilot the ship.
Just minutes from now, this extraordinary visual of the now President Obama taking former President Bush to a waiting helicopter. Campbell Brown is watching it as well. Again, this is all about the transition of power and our Constitution, Campbell.
It is indeed, Anderson, and I wanted to bring our panel who's down here as well and get their thoughts on the speech as well, as everybody sort of had a moment here to think about what we just heard. And Paul Begala, go ahead.
Well, so much of today is about the continuity of government, the peaceful transition of power, and yet this new president very boldly, very strongly broke with his predecessor in his inaugural address, more than tradition usually dictates. It was a very sharp break, particularly on issues of national security, torture, human rights. He said a very strong message that this is not just a transition, this is a transformation.
Bill Bennett, do you agree with that?
We shall see. What struck me is there's a hard edge to the speech. It was a hard speech, muscular speech. It was the old virtues about work. Get up and go to work. Don't complain. Don't put down the United States. Don't blame us for your difficulties. We will be very strong in this, a statement of some differences. We'll find out what it means tomorrow, but I was very taken. I thought the parts of the speech that lifted the most, the metaphors and the references were martial. They were to military, to our guys in the deserts, and back to the Revolutionary War, back to Valley Forge. This was an embrace, if you will, the full panoply of American virtue, the old-fashioned way.
I want to echo what Paul said and Bill about the strength of the words and how the words themselves signal change. We reject as false the choice between our safety and our ideals. You will see within 48 hours the executive order closing Guantanamo Bay, ending torture, ending waterboarding, a big change there. But also the moment, I was at the inauguration of Nelson Mandela, and there were tears in the streets. And even though you knew it was coming, only when you saw him take the oath, you saw jaws drop. People said, wow, this is really happening. Now, there are big differences. South Africa is a majority black nation. The rawness of apartheid was still so evident then. But as people watch this moment today, and we've all seen it on the streets here and in the crowd here, you see African Americans, young and old, waving their campaign posters and their inauguration posters, and the tears of joy coming down their faces. That is very reminiscent of what I witnessed when Mandela was inaugurated, and what that means for the country is a question we can't answer today. We can just watch what's happening.
And Anderson, we should mention too, we're inside the museum, and a lot of people, it's open to the public today, a lot of people have gathered in here and have been watching it on the big jumbo screen, and it's clearly they're reacting, in the same way that people outside are to what they're hearing. But I mean, tears of joy, hugging in the crowd here when he actually took the oath, and it became real for so many people, the same thing that you were seeing in the crowds. And interestingly, I thought, booing when we saw Vice President Cheney wheeled out, and George W. Bush as well. And I wonder, Tara and Bill, just, how difficult is this moment for George W. Bush in a way? I mean, so many of the things he stood for being repudiated.
Well, I'll yield to Tara, but booing at this kind of event is very bad taste, not called for. There wasn't a lot of it. There was some of it.
Yeah, at the same time, we're talking about a tone of putting aside politics for the day, and conservatives and Republicans relishing in this moment. I think at the same time, there should be a tone. There's been a tone of civility set by this new administration to the outcoming administration. I will say that. I mean, there's no less than at least 4 or 5 times this week alone and last week that Barack Obama referred to the gracious hand, the cooperative hand of President Bush and his outgoing, and how he extended that hand of cooperation throughout the transition process. And I think that tone of civility, I hope that tone of civility will rise up in all of us. One of the other things, that I noted was when he talked about our God-given promises to be free and equal, and this tone, it was reminiscent of when Martin Luther King, he was moved because of his faith. He was moved to action because of his faith. And in the same way, throughout this speech, you also heard Barack Obama make references to faith and freedom as a country, as a nation. And I think as a nation, we're seeing the beauty of America come together, all faiths, creeds, religions, races, and I think that is the strength of our nation getting behind this president.
Hillary, not to embarrass you, but I know you teared up. I was watching you as he took the oath.
I thought that it was an amazing moment, and in particular because just every time we cut away to the faces of the crowd, I think I started crying more because of the inspiration that he gives. And he's not saying this all changes overnight. I was struck in the speech that he said, because we've tasted the bitter pill of segregation, someday old hatred shall pass. He's not saying it's all over now. He's saying that we are on a path here, and this is one step forward.
Hillary, I'm sorry,
Hillary Anderson and Wolf.
I just want to give you a sense of what is happening. We're about to witness the transfer of power, President Obama taking former President Bush out the east side of the Capitol.
Right. They're going to be walking down over there. You saw the President of the United States, Barack Obama. We no longer call him the President-elect. He is the President of the United States. He's been President now for almost 50 minutes. He became President even before he was officially administered the oath of office by the Chief Justice John Roberts, because exactly at noon Eastern, according to the United States Constitution, he becomes President of the United States, oath or not. And they were running a little bit behind schedule. That's why he became President even before he was formally sworn in.
We're about to see them coming down the steps, heading toward the helicopter. David Gergen, an interesting moment, though, which we have not yet talked about, though, which will be much talked about in the hours ahead. The actual oath of office by John Roberts, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He messed it up.
He seemed to scramble the words there on about this the second. At first, I wasn't sure. Did Barack Obama scramble that? Or
No, it was the Chief Justice. It was John Roberts.
That was the Chief
Justice. You know, it's interesting. If Jeff Toobin is around, he's the authority on the United States Supreme Court. Jeff, as we await the departure of the former President George Bush, he's going to board that helicopter and head off eventually to Andrews Air Force Base and then Texas. What do you think? John Roberts had one job to do today, and he sort of screwed up.
Wolf, I almost fell out of my chair. You know, it's only a 35-word oath. It's actually much shorter than the vice president's oath, and it's one of the most famous parts of the Constitution. But what Roberts did is he put the word faithfully. It's faithfully execute the office of president, but he said execute the office of president faithfully. And you saw Obama almost start to chuckle because he knew the oath and they got it together. But as you pointed out, he was already president by that point.
Jeff, hold on, Jeff.
So.
There's the shot. The President of the United States, Barack Obama, the former President of the United States, George W. Bush. They're walking down those stairs. He's escorting the former president to that Marine Corps helicopter that will be taking him off, taking him over to Andrews Air Force Base. The Bushes have gone. They're gone from the White House, Anderson. No more stuff there. They're packed up. They're out of there, and they're moving back to Texas.
I can't remember a new president escorting the old president out to the helicopter and saying goodbye to him in this way.
And that's the way it's been throughout the transition on both sides.
So this has not happened in transitions
I may be wrong, but I can't remember it unfolding quite this way. And I think it does show a personal respect. He sharply disagrees with policies, as Paul Begala just said, but coming out there to say goodbye is the right thing to do.
There's Dick Cheney, the former vice president of the United States. If you're just tuning in, you probably haven't heard. He had a back problem moving some boxes into his new home in McLean, Virginia. The doctor said, you know what? Get off your feet to spend a couple days or so in a wheelchair, and that's where he was.
He'll be going in a motorcade to his new home after he departs. Then former President Bush, former First Lady Laura Bush will head onto the Marine Corps helicopter.
Yeah, there they are. The new First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama. People are going to be talking about her outfit, no doubt about that. We'll leave it to others to make some commentary. But on this day, we saw her beaming, and we saw those two sweet little girls, Sasha and Malia, How proud are they of their mom and dad?
It's so great to see them smiling the entire time, and absolutely, starting today, and even before today, Michelle Obama's outfit will be the talk of the town.
What's so stunning about this is that in Barack Obama's speech, he called for nothing less than the remaking of America.
Yes.
And here he is standing with the outgoing president of the United States. It was a very sharp speech, as Bill Bennett said.
There were several implied criticisms of the 8 years of the Bush administration, certainly laced throughout that speech.
He says, as for our common defense, we reject as false the choice between our safety and our ideals.
But you remember he also reiterated the Constitution, where he said, the God-given promise, all are equal, all are free, all deserve a chance to pursue their full measure of happiness. And through this campaign, he has come back to the constitutional right is for everybody.
Let's watch. George Bush Sr. is already on board that chopper, so is Barbara Bush.
They'll be taking that Executive One U.S. Marine Corps helicopter. It's no longer called Marine One because it's only Marine One once the President of the United States is flying aboard that helicopter, and he is now the former President of the United States. They'll take it for a short ride, about 10 minutes or so, to Andrews Air Force Base, where they will board that huge 747, the one that we know is Air Force One. It won't be called Air Force One once again because that plane carrying him back to Texas will not carry the president, only the former president of the United States. And as David Gergen points out, a very gracious moment by Michelle and Barack Obama, the president and first lady of the United States, as they meet up with Jill Biden and Joe Biden, the vice president of the United States. They will apparently wait to see that Executive One U.S. Marine Corps helicopter take off, head out to Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland for the journey back to Texas. It's all laced with enormous symbolism.
This Capitol, this White House, it is now theirs.
Yep. And he takes off this.
And the helicopter.
when he's on the helicopter, it'll be Marine One.
I'm not sure if he asked the pilot how long he'll be because he wants it back soon.
By the way, as you know, David, it's not just that one helicopter. He has a whole fleet of U.S. Marine Corps helicopters. Whenever he wants to go to Camp David or any place else within helicopter range, he's got that helicopter. Then he's got that huge 747 Air Force One at his disposal as well.
You can only imagine what is going through former President Bush's mind as he sees Barack Obama, a man who, you think about it, 2-3 years ago, relatively unknown. I mean, the thought that he could become president, very few people would have said this would happen.
Very few people thought. George W. Bush thought that Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee. And this is a tough moment for him, as he told us in his many goodbye interviews that while it's been a tough job for him, he loved every minute of it, he said. And
it's interesting, they're about a half an hour behind the schedule that they had organized, but does it really make any difference, David Gergen? I don't think so. I think everybody is having a good time. They're watching this celebration. It's a day for history to unfold. Tomorrow, the President of the United States gets down to real business. He's got a series of meetings, as we know, and the enormous challenges facing him and the country on the foreign policy, national security front, and also on the economic front.
Yes, he does.
You can see the chopper now lifting off past the Capitol from our vantage point. You can see it.
But by all indications, he relishes the chance to go into the Oval Office and get started. He wants to get moving.
Yeah, he'll have lunch up on Capitol Hill, and then he'll make that drive over to the White House. And you know what? Pretty soon he'll be in the Oval Office himself. He'll be signing papers, executive orders, making major decisions. Isn't that a great shot, Anderson?
They're about to pass us right by, actually. This is
Yeah, it's heading our way a little bit. I guess he's going to make a little tour. Maybe he'll fly over the White House before he heads out to Andrews Air Force Base, which is actually the other way, the other side of Capitol Hill. But I guess it would be symbolic and appropriate to fly over the north lawn, the south lawn of the White House.
All along the parade route, you see people turning and waving to the helicopter as it passes overhead.
You know, as Barack Obama said in his speech, he said this is a moment that will define a generation.
Yes.
I think it will.
But notice in the speech, too, he also went back to the other moments that define our times. Hurricane Katrina. He talked about 9/11, those emotional touchstones for people. He weaved them through the speech as well because he was throwing it back to the American people. Again, that line he always says, not about me, it's about you. And what we remember most about those moments is the spirit of the American people.
And as we see this U.S. Marine Corps helicopter carrying the former President George Bush and the former First Lady Laura Bush off to Andrews Air Force Base to board a 747 U.S. Air Force aircraft to fly him back to Texas. I want to point out, and David, Gloria, Soledad, and Anderson, there was a mixed message, a double message he sent to the rest of the world. And viewers are watching in huge numbers, hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Our broadcast on CNN and CNN International is being seen right now in 240 countries. And I like to think, Anderson, we've played a little bit of a role just broadcasting this to the world out there.
It's amazing to see in Times Square, in Harlem, in California, all throughout the United States, these jumbotrons which we've set up, people watching on CNN. In Times Square we had seemed to, in the shot that we saw, just be filled with people, seemed to have stopped.
They stopped. I mean,
I think people were stopping. There was a hush all over the country, indeed much of the world at that moment. When he was sworn in, and then certainly during his speech. I was going to make the point that to the rest of the world, especially to the Muslim world, he had a double message. He said this, he said, for those who seek to advance their aims by inducing terror and slaughtering innocents, we say to you now that our spirit is stronger and cannot be broken. You cannot outlast us, and we will defeat you. But then a couple lines later, he said this, to the Muslim world, we seek a new way forward based on mutual interest and mutual respect. I think that message, David, was a powerful message to send on this critically important day.
Yes, and it's interesting. I do think there was a hard edge, as Bill Bennett said, to some of this speech. But there was also a different message, one that's very different from what we've been hearing from George W. Bush. And that is a very strong message. And I thought some of the most important words in the speech were to the message he wanted to send that America is a friend of each nation and every man, woman, and child who seeks a future of peace and dignity. And we are ready to lead once more. Those are the words that the world has been waiting to hear. They want to see America lead, but they want to see us lead in a different way than what we've been doing. And I think what he was saying, it's very different. The second inaugural of George W. Bush just 4 years ago was entirely, the theme was a crusade for democracy, to remake the world as democratic nations. There is not a word in here about trying to remake the world. It is rather peace and dignity. That's what we're seeking with other nations. That's a very big departure from what we've had.
That was the toughest part for George W. Bush to hear, because the words, we are ready to lead once more, implies that to George W. Bush that we haven't been leading in the right way.
I thought the speech had something for everyone, if you will, in terms of he spoke of the slaves, he spoke of rescuers, he spoke of the military. I mean, there was a moment, if anybody was listening close to the speech, where they heard their name mentioned essentially.
He wrapped himself not only in the civil rights history, but in all of American history.
Absolutely. And then to take it internationally as well, your struggle and our struggle, we understand. It was like he was speaking individually to people in this speech.
It was a new face for America to the world.
We should point out, while President Obama and Vice President Biden, still getting used to saying that exactly correctly, and their wives are having lunch on Capitol Hill, a number of their aides are already starting to work. Ed Henry is on Capitol Hill. Ed, what are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, what's interesting is right after Barack Obama was sworn in as the 44th president and was about to begin his inaugural address, I noticed some Obama people starting to leave shortly thereafter. Greg Craig, the White House counsel, the new White House chief lawyer, among the people who are leaving. Jim Messina, a deputy White House chief of staff. The reason they were leaving, there were vans here outside the Capitol to bring them over to the White House to get them started. There were about 20 or 30 Obama aides who have already been cleared in, already got their paperwork paperwork through. They're trying to finish the paperwork on other people to get to work, as David Gergen was saying, to start tackling some of these challenges. And I spoke to John Podesta, who has been co-chair of this transition, but will not be in the White House. He was in the Clinton White House in 1993. He said he jumped into one of these vans in 1993 while Bill Clinton was giving his inaugural address. And when he got to the White House, they were still taking the old drapes down. They had not even completed all of the work. And that's how quick this transition of power is. One other thing I noticed as well is John McCain was right down here. The governors were in front of me, the senators a little further, and the senators were right behind where Barack Obama was delivering the inaugural address. Fascinating to watch John McCain watching closely every single word. And there was even a part of the inaugural address about serving a cause greater than your own good. That's a line almost borrowed from John McCain, something he talked a lot about on the campaign show. But you'll notice Barack Obama did not mention John McCain in this speech. He did mention, though, George W. Bush and thanked him for his service to the country. Anderson.
President Obama is signing a document that will declare today a day of national renewal.
Flanked by the leadership of the United States Congress. Let's listen in.
I was told not to swipe the pen.
So you have two more, don't
I have two more. That's true. I guess I had to have a cabinet.
need it.
Yeah, I forgot about that. What is this?
These are his official nominee. These are his official nomination documents for his members of his new cabinet. All of these must be signed in order for the process to move forward.
And if you've ever seen Barack Obama's signature, he is very precise when he writes, and it's and if he scribbles some words before he signs an autograph, for example. His penmanship, I must say, and I've seen it, is really excellent.
Yes, it is. He's got a little flourish to that.
Yeah, it's got a great flourish, and it's very impressive.
I think we still have Ed Henry on Capitol Hill. Ed, what do we know about the days ahead in terms of action Barack Obama plans to take through executive orders or otherwise?
Well, it's very interesting, Anderson. I can tell you that one of the things that he's considering doing today, if not tomorrow, is getting involved in the Mideast crisis. I can tell you that there have been some aides telling me that they were a little concerned about him getting so quickly involved in the Mideast crisis, but I'm told that privately Barack Obama himself has been pushing to get involved, and how he'll do it is to name at least one special envoy to deal with this crisis as early as today. Not just what's happening in Gaza and what has been happening, but the broader Mideast conflict, the lack of peace for many, many years. Also tomorrow, he's having two big meetings. He's bringing in his senior economic advisors to talk about trying to drum up support for his massive economic recovery plan that's now eclipsed $800 billion in price. But he's also bringing in military leaders, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he's going to give them a new mission. What he talked about on the campaign, start withdrawing all U.S. combat troops from Iraq within 16 months. What he's doing there clearly is sending a signal to his liberal supporters. They've been nervous that he might not fulfill that campaign promise, and he's sending a signal that he's going to start moving towards that promise. But we have to point out that doesn't mean that he's actually fulfilling the promise yet. It's a long way to go. Remember, he has a Republican Defense Secretary in Robert Gates from the Bush administration who's staying on. If 6 months down the road he suggests that it would not be wise to continue pulling out all combat troops, it's going to be a very tough call for Barack Obama whether he continues the campaign promise or adjust. It's something that is going to be interesting to play out. The final thing to point out, a whole slew of executive orders that could be coming, among them closing down the U.S. military prison at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. That would fit right into what he was saying in the inaugural address, essentially about reaching out around the world, trying to change America's image around the world, Anderson.
Roland Martin and John Roberts had a very up-close seat over there on Capitol Hill. Let's go to them. Roland, your thoughts upon watching this remarkable transfer?
Well, first of all, it was interesting watching all of the different folks who were down here as they were taking photos. I mean, we could see, John and I could see, Oprah Winfrey and Smokey Robinson and Puff Daddy. But, one of the folks who I was really looking at was Congressman John Lewis. Oh, yeah. And watching him, and in fact, when President-elect Obama came out and he saw him, he gave him a hug. and you can see Lewis whispering something in his ear. And then when he turned to the other side, he also touched the next generation, if you will, Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. And so the emotions were amazing down here because people saw what many folks thought could never happen.
Yeah, we talked to Congressman Lewis about that this morning. You know, famous civil rights leader. He was one of the ones that was in the struggles in the South. And he suggested that while this is not the fulfillment of Dr. Martin Luther King's dream, he says it certainly is a good long step along the way. And it was just so amazing to see that when Barack Obama was giving his acceptance speech and actually, taking the oath of office, he was 2 miles away from where 45 years ago Dr. Martin Luther King gave that speech. But, this is my third one. Pretty much from this vantage point. I was actually on the platform for George Bush in 2000 and 2004. And while there's, a sense of pageantry and the honoring of tradition of handing over power between the presidents, the peaceful transition of power, there was something different about this one. Something incredibly different. And in the same way that when President Bush said goodbye to President Clinton, there was a cloud that was hanging over the presidency because it was decided by the Supreme Court. But this time, Barack Obama, a clear victory, a clear mandate from the American people to take this country in a different direction. And you got that sense that there was a pivot. Every once in a while in American history, there is a pivot point, and this was one of those points, Roll.
And also it was the listening to his speech, there was a certain amount of conviction in his voice. Very short speech, but when he made that point about leading, and in essence, how we're going to change in terms of our leadership, I sort of felt that was a little punch, if you will, to the president sitting just over his shoulder. But then also when he made it clear that if anything happens, that we are going to defend this country, that's when President Bush stood up.
And Vice President Cheney stood up as well. As bad as his back is, he stood up for that one. But clearly he was sending a message that there's a new leader in town, and a leader who is going to...
A new leader in town, not a new sheriff in town.
No, not a new sheriff. No, a new leader in town. That's why I carefully avoided the word sheriff. A new leader in town who is going to govern in a different way than the leader who was in charge of this country for the past 8 years. And you saw that sense through the audience as well as the helicopter lifted off and climbed over the Capitol building and then headed down Pennsylvania Avenue, final fly over the White House, and then out over the Potomac for a left-hand turn and down to Andrews Air Force Base. People were waving at that helicopter. And they weren't saying goodbye. They were saying, see ya.
Right.
And so, the palpable sense in the crowd that one administration that they weren't really appreciative of was over, and a new one was coming in.
Real quick, a lot of folks spent a lot of time on Pastor Rick Warren and the whole issue. When he came out, there were not many folks clapping when his name was announced. There were very few people who clapped.
But what a moving experience it was to be here, Wolf, and certainly one for the ages.
You're absolutely right. They're now going into Statuary Hall where President Obama, Vice President Biden, their families will attend a luncheon that's being hosted by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. We have the menu. There are about 200 guests who've been invited to this luncheon. You see two of them right there. You just saw John McCain and Al Gore. We'll tell you what's on the menu. We'll tell you what's going on. We've got a lot more.
Lincoln-inspired menu.
I would.
That's what they're saying.
Once you hear this 3-course meal, what it's all about, I think you'll be fascinated if you like food, as all of us do. And there's Al Gore once again and John McCain. They're having a little chat. Tipper Gore and Sidney McCain is there as well.
A lot ahead, though, to stick around for. We have the entire inaugural parade, which will be quite something. 13,000 people, groups from 90 different groups from all around the country. A lot to stick around for.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Our extensive coverage of the inauguration of now President Barack Obama will continue right after this. Welcome back. They're getting ready for lunch over on Capitol Hill. It's a pretty exclusive list, about 200 guests. They're having lunch in the Statuary Hall in on Capitol Hill, you see Hillary Clinton, soon to become Secretary of State. Hillary Clinton, still United States Senator. Hillary Clinton, Al Gore, the former Vice President, right in the front of your screen. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama will be coming in. This is Executive One, this U.S. Marine Corps helicopter just touching down at Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington, D.C. Didn't take very long for the former President George Bush and Laura Bush and his parents, the former President George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush, to make that little journey over to Andrews Air Force Base before they board a plane to fly out to Texas. It's one of those big 747s, normally called Air Force One. It won't be called Air Force One on this trip because the President of the United States isn't aboard. They're going to go inside and have a little ceremony thanking Colonel Tillman, who was the longtime pilot of Air Force One, Colonel Mark Tillman. He retires today. He'll fly the former president back to Texas, and that will be his last mission as the chief pilot of Air Force One, Colonel Mark Tillman. We wish him good luck. There's Senator Inouye of Hawaii, one of the most distinguished members, long-serving senators here on Capitol Hill, among the distinguished guests. Dana Bash is right outside there. She's in the rotunda on Capitol Hill. Dana, this is a luncheon. We see Ted Kennedy there, among others. Wouldn't you have liked to have been invited to this luncheon? But you're outside. Tell us a little bit about what we know.
It would be wonderful to be invited into that luncheon, no question. We know, first of all, I can tell you that I am in the rotunda of the Capitol, which is adjacent to Statuary Hall, where that lunch is taking place, and we're actually waiting. You might see a shot of our camera at the door. We're waiting for Barack Obama to make his way from the Senate, the President's room, which we had just seen, and him signing his papers, make his way from there through the Capitol into Statuary Hall for that lunch. And, you know, Statuary Hall is, I actually peeked my head in there. I'm not allowed into that lunch, but I peeked my head in before it began, and it was a beautiful setup with, you know, beautiful roses for the centerpieces, and it was a reminder of just the history of this building. That was actually the House chamber during the 1800s, from 1819 to 1857, and they moved out of there when they have the chamber that they're currently in, and they did their voting in there. But now it is obviously a ceremonial room and a room with fantastic art. And you know, the idea of this kind of lunch is relatively new. This idea of a lunch has really only happened, I think, since 1981, having this kind of big lunch with the new president and members of Congress and members of his team is sort of a nice idea, I think, from the perspective of those here in Congress, because they can toast the new president before he goes down to the other end of Pennsylvania Pennsylvania Avenue, and they really start doing the business here. Now, I just want to tell you one other thing as we're waiting. There was kind of a moment, and you have a lot of those, as you know, in covering Capitol Hill. We had a moment where John Cornyn, the Republican senator of Texas, pulled aside Hillary Clinton. And they had about a 5-minute conversation. I wish I could read lips in watching that conversation from across the rotunda, because John Cornyn has objected to the idea of making Hillary Clinton the Secretary of State and confirming that nomination today. My sense is that he probably said to her something along the lines of what he said to me today, which is that he has concerns about the funding and the donations to her husband, President Clinton's foundation, and that he wants a little bit of debate and a full Senate vote, and that he is just trying to kind of make a point, and that he doesn't think that this will imperil her nomination at all. But we're going to try to talk to Senator Cornyn to find out what that conversation was all about, because it was a moment that we saw, and it was certainly captured by the cameras before they went into this lunch in Statuary Hall. Wolf.
Dana, stand by. I want to tell our viewers what we know about this lunch. About 200 guests have been invited. The President, Barack Obama, will make remarks at the top, at the beginning of the luncheon, and then at the end he'll say something as well. Let me tell you about the 3-course meal that's on the menu for this luncheon. First course, seafood stew. Second course, what they're calling a brace of American birds. And the third and final course, apple sponge cake. It'll be complemented by California wines. Anderson Cooper, what do you think about that meal?
Well, they were describing it as sort of Lincoln-inspired. Apparently, Abraham Lincoln enjoyed apples very much, and sort of game meats. So I think they're having
Yeah, I could go for a piece of that apple sponge cake myself.
Well, if you're just excited about the possibility of a band performing.
They will also have some gift giving. The president and the vice president will be presented with gifts on behalf of the American people. A framed official photo of the swearing-in ceremony, inscribed engraved crystal bowls, and then at the end, each guest will receive a crystal vase. John King is watching all of this unfold. John, you've covered a lot of these inaugurations. Dare I say this one has been unique?
It has been unique, Wolf. This is 6. I don't know if I should be proud of that fact or if it proves my age here in Washington, but this is a remarkable sight. As Dana was just saying, this is the purest day of our democracy. And there were some partisan lines or some last rebukes of George W. Bush in the inaugural address of Barack Obama. But on this day, they will all be friendly. They will all be polite. The challenges will come after this day. When Barack Obama moves down the avenue after the parade, we will watch after this lunch and starts down his policy agenda. We're beginning to see some cracks and we will see some fights. But as you see Rahm Emanuel right there signing something, perhaps an autograph or sitting at the table. He's at the same table as John McCain. He will be the new White House Chief of Staff, one of the most powerful people in Washington. All smiles on this day. The hard work of governing, getting the stimulus plan through the Congress, issuing those orders about Guantanamo Bay, meeting with the commanders and talking about how fast can we get the troops out of Iraq and can we convince even our friends around the world who are saying they don't want to send more troops to Afghanistan, something Barack Obama wants. So the overseas challenges, the domestic challenges are many. But, Wolf, this is a day to celebrate and to reflect, and because of the history, it's extra special, I guess is the easiest way to say it.
Yeah, interesting seating at that table. You see from the right of your screen, that's Rahm Emanuel right in the middle there. His wife Amy is next to him, and Cindy McCain, John McCain, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. A nice mix of a good conversation, I'm sure. And then on the right of your screen, Anderson, we see the former President George W. Bush and Laura Bush. They're now off that U.S. Marine Corps helicopter. They're going to be going inside a hangar for a private ceremony, largely to thank the crews of Air Force One that have flown them around the United States and the world over these past 8 years, and also to celebrate Colonel Tillman, who's retiring.
They're at Andrews Air Force Base, obviously, for that. I was just looking over the mall over our shoulder. It is already emptying out to a large degree. It looks it's amazing how quickly it's sort of emptied out. Clearly, a lot of people want to try to, I guess, head toward the parade route. We had been told that probably was not going to be possible, or was going to be very difficult for people to be able to run from the mall to try to get a view along the parade route. Only about 350,000 people could actually line the parade route, we were told. Those are the areas that are totally open to the public. There are some ticketed seating for the parade route, but at this point the mall seems pretty empty.
Please take your seats.
Yeah, it looks like the president is about to enter Statuary Hall for this luncheon.
There's some views along the parade route. You can see security is incredibly intense. There's literally a line of law enforcement personnel, in some cases military personnel, every 3 or 4 feet. There is a law enforcement personnel on both sides of this parade route. This is the largest security event in American history, we are told. They weren't sure how many people would be attending, but they have taken all precautions possible. Snipers on all the rooftops around us and throughout this city. Some 40 or 50 different law enforcement agencies involved and have been involved really for many days. The train ride down here presented unique security challenges, to say the least, and they certainly continue on this day.
It's a nice mix of bipartisan leadership, Soledad, in this luncheon. Prominent Democrats, prominent Republicans. This is a day where the country seems to forget about politics. It won't last very long, I can assure you.
No, it'll last about a day. That's it.
Timothy Geithner, the incoming Secretary of the Treasury, that we just got a little controversy going on, but the betting is he'll probably get confirmed, right, Gloria?
Yeah, the betting is that he will. And Wolf, in fact, this week, the Congress is getting ready to mark up in committee the president's stimulus package as well as his tax cuts. Those are, of course, going to be controversial, but Barack Obama has spent an awful lot of time already on the phone with Republicans and with Democrats to garner support for that. In fact, I think when we look back on Barack Obama's first 100 days, we might say that they began on January 2nd. Because, in fact, this legislation, they hope, will be done by President's Day weekend.
Interesting story. Actually, one of the statues in Statuary Hall is of Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy.
Yep.
Clearly just another indication of how far this country has come.
And it's called Statuary Hall for the obvious reason.
Right.
A lot of statues in that hall. I've been in that hall on many occasions. I've just walked around and looked at those statues, and sometimes some old timers there, they think some of those statues are actually talking to you, and they're giving you some advice.
There's a whispering gallery in Statuary Hall. If you stand at one side of it, and then you have somebody stand way at the other side, and you whisper to each other, you can actually hear each other. It's good.
I think they'll leave Jefferson Davis in there.
Well, I think they will, actually.
They are waiting for Barack Obama. Again, as Wolf said, he's anticipated to speak at the start and again at the finish of this.
They're going to let our cameras stay in there for the open and then the close, but in between, they're going to quietly, politely ask all of the TV crews inside the pool to shut down those cameras. They're going to have a private luncheon, which is, of course, their right. They can have a private luncheon if they want. Barack Obama on this day, enjoying every moment, no doubt about that.
David, you were talking about the speech, and just what surprised you? Is it what you anticipated him saying?
Not exactly. It was not as lofty as I had anticipated. Because he went and visited the Lincoln Memorial and looked at that second inaugural and looked at the Gettysburg Address, I had thought maybe he was moving in that direction. I thought, rather than speaking to the ages, as Lincoln did, he was speaking to this moment and this generation, that he wanted to appeal and make his case to that generation. So it was very much rooted in the here and now. And the speeches that tend to live on for the ages, as I think his race speech will, tend to have a little more loft to them. But did this speech work for the moment? I think it worked extremely well.
I think it was a very ambitious speech, audacious in the words of Barack Obama, but an ambitious speech because it spoke about remaking America, but it also talked about very big plans in a time of crisis. And he said, what the cynics fail to understand is that the ground has shifted beneath them. And that was the sense that, yes, it's a new generation, and yes, we can do big things, and this crisis gives us the opportunity and say goodbye to the old, stale political arguments that brought us to where we are.
The Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, House Republican Leader John Boehner, accompanied by Mr. Pelosi, Mrs. Reid, and Mrs. Boehner.
The leadership has just been introduced, and you know what that means. The President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States are about to be introduced. There's the head table where they will be seated. There's Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and her husband, I guess he's going to be seated right beside her. There he is.
I also am I keep coming back. I'm just amazed that John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, messed up the oath of office. It's an oath which is written into the Constitution.
It's a lot of pressure,
Jeff, those words are written in the Constitution, and I guess, I'm just guessing, hold on a second, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden Jr. and Dr. Biden, escorted by Senator and Mrs. Bennett.
Let's not forget, Joe Biden is really a creature of the United States Congress. He's been in the Senate for more than 3 decades, so he's very, very familiar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Obama, escorted by Senator Feinstein and Mr. Blau.
Wow. Hail to the chief, the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States, Barack Obama. He's about to have lunch with 200 guests in Statuary Hall on Capitol Hill. You can only imagine, Anderson, what must be going through his mind and Michelle Obama's mind.
And the mind of John McCain, who Barack Obama just said, President Obama just said hello to, and Sidney McCain there. There you also see Rahm Emanuel, former Vice President Al Gore and his wife. Michelle Obama's brother.
He's a basketball coach, and a good one indeed.
Mother-in-law, Tim Geithner, choice to be Treasury Secretary.
They're keeping Tim Geithner very close by.
He's going to have a big job, assuming he's confirmed.
They have a lot of confidence he's going to be confirmed.
Good half of that inaugural address was devoted to the U.S. economy.
Justice Roberts there on the left, Justice Breyer on the right. I wonder if President Obama said to him, "Don't worry about messing up the."
He probably said, "Don't worry, stuff happens." There's our Mayor Adrian Fenty, right in the front of your screen. The mayor of Washington D.C. He's a very popular young mayor here in the nation's capital.
Senator Orrin Hatch, of course.
He was supporting Timothy.
I believe that's Vice President Biden's mother.
Yep, she's in her 90s. Yep.
It's his brother.
There you see Supreme Court Justice Ginsburg in the background. Chris Dodd, who would have liked to have been in this position.
He ran for the Democratic presidential nomination. Didn't exactly work out.
Dropped out after Iowa.
That's one of his close aides, Valerie Jarrett. I believe that's Valerie Jarrett. Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Some new faces in Washington in this crowd, some old faces in new positions as well.
I remember this luncheon is being hosted by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the senator from California, Dianne Feinstein, is the chair of that committee. Robert Byrd, the senator from West Virginia, is there, and everybody is just thrilled that Senator Ted Kennedy and his wife are there as well. All right, let's hear what Barack Obama, he's supposed to speak right at the beginning, not extensively, just a few words. And I'm interested, I'm sure as all of you are, to hear what he says. So we'll listen in.
Of holding this inaugural luncheon began in 1953, actually, when President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, and 50 guests dined on cream chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs. Our menu, we think, is a bit more exciting. And believe it or not, the recipe page has been the most visited part of the inaugural website. So we are very honored today to be hosted in Statuary Hall, which served as the House chamber when Abraham Lincoln was a member of Congress. As president, he participated in the public inauguration ceremonies at the Capitol, even during the darkest days of the Civil War. As we approach the bicentennial of his birth, we honor his determination that those who have sacrificed for our country shall not have died in vain, and that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. President Lincoln is also the inspiration for the painting we have chosen today. And this is the view of Yosemite Valley, of course, which happens to be in California, by Thomas Hill, strange, a 19th century painter that I very much love. It's on loan from the New York Historical Society, so it kind of binds New York and California. As the country struggled to emerge from the turmoil of the Civil War, many Americans looked west for the dawn of a new era. In tune with his times, President Lincoln signed the Yosemite land grant in order to protect the majestic wild beauty of the area. Thomas Hill painted the grandeur and the beauty of the American West that captured America's essence, our land of opportunity, optimism, and freedom. It is now my privilege to ask Dr. Barry Black, the chaplain.
They're about to kick us out of the statuary hall of the U.S. and the U.S. Congress, where this luncheon is going to be private for the 200 guests. I want to stay up on Capitol Hill, though. We have a very special guest right now, former Secretary of State, the former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, is joining us. General Powell, I know you came in and endorsed Barack Obama. How excited are you by what our country has gone through on this day?
I'm enormously excited, Wolf, and I think the whole country is excited. This is such a momentous occasion for all of us. A new generation taking over, a new president coming in, a solid team coming in with him, and he happens to be African American. You can't ignore that fact, particularly the day after the holiday that celebrated the life of Dr. Martin Luther King. So all of us were deeply touched at the speech that he gave, at the very act of him taking the oath of office, and looking where I was up on the stand, looking down the length of the mall at 1 million or 2 million people. It was a deeply moving experience, and I think the whole country is going to be touched by it. And now the difficult work begins tomorrow, and we now need to come together as a nation and help our new president.
Did you ever think, General Powell, that you would be alive to witness this day?
I didn't know if I would, I would not. I knew the day would come eventually. I watched over the last 50 years, the 50 years of my adult life, as my country went from Jim Crow and discrimination and segregation, and I couldn't get a hamburger in a hamburger joint in the South. And slowly but surely, things changed, things improved. America looked at itself with Dr. Martin Luther King holding the mirror up for us to look at ourselves, and we said, this is not who we should be or what we should be. This is not the inspiration to the world that we present ourselves as. And so slowly but surely we changed. And then in recent years, more rapidly, to the point where a man of enormous skill, enormous capability was elected president of the United States, and not just because he is black, but it's a sign of our society and our democratic system that he is black and he made it. A lot of people said white folks would go into the booth, but they wouldn't pull the lever for him, no matter what they said outside. Well, they did. And he ran a brilliant campaign, an organized campaign, and it was a very successful campaign. And Wolf, let me just say how touched I am with the way in which he has reached out to the other side, if I may call it that. The very act of having a dinner in honor of John McCain last night, and for John McCain, acceptance of that invitation showed that President Obama intends to reach out to all Americans, cross all racial, ethnic, social, and economic lines, and bring this country together in a unifying effort.
Secretary Powell, he did deliver a strong message to friend and foe alike in his inaugural address. I wonder what you thought about that.
I think it was a very powerful statement, and I think it was a proper statement. We do have foes out there, and they should be on notice that America will deal with them. We will fight for our interest, and we'll fight for the interest of our friends. But I think he also made it clear that his preference is to find peaceful ways to talk to people and to work with our friends and allies. But America will defend its interest, and I think it was most appropriate for him to say that so that there is no mistake on the part of any of our potential foes.
Are you going to be there for him if he calls you, General Powell, and he says, Colin, I need your help. I want you to do something. What are you going to say to the Commander-in-Chief?
What would you like me to do, Mr. President? And I would consider anything that a president would ask me to do. I've tried in the course of my career, when consulted by a president or a senior official in government, to give my advice, and if I can, to provide my assistance.
He's been saluting a commander-in-chief almost his entire life. He'll continue to do so right now. General Powell, thank you so much for spending a few moments with us on this historic day. I know how significant and meaningful it is to you and to our viewers, not only in the United States and around the world. We'll talk down the road. Appreciate it very much, and good luck.
Thank you, Wolf.
General Colin Powell, the former Secretary of State, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he in his own right broke many barriers, reaching the level, the areas that he did. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to show you the parade route down Pennsylvania Avenue, what's about to happen, because this day is by no means over. There is a new president of the United States, a new vice president of the United States. They're about to make the journey right after that luncheon on Capitol Hill over to the White House, and they're going to go down Pennsylvania Avenue, and people are gathering to watch what's going to be an enormous and excellent parade. Our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama will continue after this.
Every minute counts between the onset of a heart attack and the administration of treatment. Time is vital. Being able to transmit an ECG ahead of a patient means that doctors can assess the ECG and start preparing treatment before the patient arrives. People focused, healthcare simplified.
Wow, she's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adura's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adura's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
News can happen anywhere. Down under and on top of the world. Under blue seas and into open skies. At round tables and at kitchen tables. On front lines and across finish lines. In concert halls and behind brick walls. And no matter where it happens, CNN is there.
How does a bright idea become an eco-solution? Just add...
The cornbread is about ready.
Imagination. From basics to high-tech. Local to global. CNN shows you the world's innovators making a difference.
It's a win-win for everybody.
See how creative ideas become eco-solutions. In association with Suzlon. Monday in CNN Today. Only on CNN.
This is CNN.
All right, they're behind closed doors on Capitol Hill right now at this luncheon in Statuary Hall. The President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, and about 200 invited guests, including the top congressional leadership, among others. And then shortly thereafter, Anderson, they're going to walk out the U.S. Capitol, get into that motorcade, and they're going to make that trek down Pennsylvania Avenue, see security, law enforcement getting ready. The drive from Capitol Hill to the White House for this really traditional enormous parade, and there are going to be floats and marching bands coming in from all over the country.
The parade is supposed to start at around 3:35 Eastern time. The crowds are still sort of sparse along the parade route, but it is very difficult trying to get around. Don Lemon, CNN's Don Lemon, has been trying to move around out there. You've been seeing how hard it is. What's it like trying to get through? There's a lot of places you simply can't get through.
Yeah, you can't get through. It's very difficult. There are people standing around in bars and hotel lobbies watching the speech because they can't get in. 100s deep in those checkpoints along 10th, 11th, 12th streets, and you simply cannot get through. They're obviously checking everyone, but I don't know, Anderson, what the crowd estimates are, but I think it's going to be a lot higher because there are people still waiting 3-4 hours to get into the venue.
It's actually very frustrating. I was stuck in a crowd for about 20 or so minutes, and just there's really no information. So everyone is kind of asking each other, but no one really knows where to go or what to do. And if they see somebody walking with purpose, they tend to follow that person.
And in addition to that, since there's no information in a group that's now stuck between borders, you know, that when they sort of crowd them in, you know, people are going two different directions. Some people said, no, I'm going to the mall. And other people said, I'm waiting for the parade. And I thought, neither of you are going to get where you need to go.
Well, and now you have directions shifting, right? People leaving the Capitol to try and get somewhere else.
And if you're on one side of Pennsylvania Avenue, you are stuck there until this is all over. So, and if you're on the side that's not near the mall, you can't get to that side because that's where the checkpoints are. And if you're lucky enough to get on the other side of the mall, then you're stuck there for who knows how long.
Elaine Quijano is along the parade route. Let's check in with her. Elaine, what's the scene where you are?
Well, Anderson, that's exactly right. If you are on one side of Pennsylvania Avenue, you can just about forget trying to get across. But that has been the case since early this morning. I know, I can tell you from personal experience. But keep in mind, as you look at the broad expanse here down Pennsylvania Avenue, even though the crowd might look thin in some parts, that's not necessarily reflective of the number of people who actually wanted to be here, because I can tell you just beyond camera range, beyond the security checkpoints here, I am seeing a sea of people on some of the side streets that go off of Pennsylvania Avenue here. So just because you're not seeing massive crowds lining the route here does not mean they have not come. But one of the people who did come is joining me down here. I noticed you, Carmelita Spain, because you and a group of, I guess now your best friends were dancing earlier, even though you say you were here since 3:30 in the morning trying to get in. Tell me about that.
Yes, well, we wanted to make sure that we were able to get in and to share this happy, blessed event. And so coming at that time, we wanted to make sure we had good seats, of course.
But has it been worth it? Because unlike the mall, there are no jumbotrons here. There is literally nothing to see at this point unless we've got the motorcades going by. But for the most part, you're just hearing what's broadcast over the loudspeakers here and not really seeing anything. Has it been worth it?
It's been worth it because we've been in the midst of the history being in the making. We've been joining forces, and it doesn't matter of what race, creed, or color, that we all have united here to witness the inauguration of the first African American to become president. So yes, it was totally worth it for us to be here, because I tell you, just as President now, Barack Obama, has stated, the whole thing is for us to unite and be one, and that is the whole purpose of why we all came here.
All right, Carmelita Spain, thank you so much. So a message of inclusiveness really resonating here in Freedom Plaza, so named because Dr. King, Martin Luther King Jr., actually wrote part of his he wrote part of his I Have a Dream speech nearby at the Willard Hotel. Pardon me, it's been a long morning so far, Wolf. But certainly, despite the brain freeze here, a lot of people very enthusiastic and certainly anticipating that moment when they see now President Obama's motorcade coming down Pennsylvania Avenue. Wolf.
It's not just brain freeze, it's really lip freeze more than anything when you're standing
Although
out
it's
there.
pretty balmy up here, Anderson, where we are.
Balmy up here when you're standing down there for hours at a time, as I can tell you. And Soledad can attest from last night on the mall. Your mouth gets pretty good.
Let me tell our viewers to get excited, because pretty soon you're going to see two remarkable pieces of technology that only you'll see here on CNN. We had a satellite reconnaissance, a space photo taken of the mall at the moment just before Barack Obama became the president of the United States. There was some cloud cover, but we're told by the satellite experts that picture, Anderson, is going to be very, very cool.
Did we have a correspondent in
We had no
space,
correspondent, but we had a camera up on this satellite. That's very cool. Also, we've been telling you about that photo synth, that remarkable moment where we invited viewers who were nearby to snap a picture of Barack Obama as he took the oath of office. We're now getting that together for a three-dimensional, unique, very unique vantage point of what happened, that historic moment. Much more of our coverage, including from the parade route, and a lot more when the inauguration of Barack Obama continues.
Because some people can only dream of getting a good night's sleep. Vital Signs in association with Philips.
Samia Alamoudi, a Saudi Arabian obstetrician and gynecologist, has come to Jordan, a woman on a mission. She is talking openly about breast cancer and her journey surviving the deadly disease.
I was in my room and I was taking my abaya, taking off my abaya, and just by chance my hand touched my breast and I felt a lump.
As a doctor, Samia says she knew it was cancer. But here in the Middle East, many women shy away from even routine breast exams. Here, doctors say, too many women are not seeking life-saving medical care. Samia joined these women at this symposium in Jordan, talking to colleagues, breaking the silence about this disease.
Vital Signs in association with Philips.
Wow, she's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adura's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adura's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Reveal Wednesday on CNN.
Former President George W. Bush is now aboard Special Air Mission 28,000. It looks like Air Force One and usually is Air Force One, but it's only called Air Force One once a sitting president of the United States is aboard. He is no longer the sitting president of the United States. As a result, it's called Special Air Mission 28,000. A few minutes ago, he left the hangar there after a little private ceremony thanking the crew of Air Force One. He and Laura Bush and their daughter, you can see them going up the stairs right there. They're going to be heading off to Midland, Texas, with continuing service over to Waco and spend some time over in Crawford, Texas at the Presidential Ranch. As you probably know, they've also recently purchased a home in Dallas, Texas, in a nice area there, and that's where they're going to be setting up shop in Dallas and Crawford. As she gets ready to write a book, and he has suggested, Anderson, he'll be writing a book as well, at least some point down the road. We have a lot more to cover of the inauguration of Barack Obama, and our coverage is only getting started right now. The formal parade is about to begin from Capitol Hill over to the White House. The President of the United States and the First Lady, Michelle Obama, they're wrapping up their luncheon in Statuary Hall. We're going to be seeing and hearing from them fairly soon, so stay with us. This historic day here in the United States. Our coverage continues right after this.
She's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adura's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adura's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Caused by natural disasters, witnessed the atrocities of war. You have listened to world leaders and leaders who want to rule the world. You have heard from men of God and men who kill in God's name. Gazed into eyes filled with hope and seen hearts consumed with hopelessness. With CNN, you have followed the facts around the world. Come with me and see where the story takes us next.
I value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
You rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
A lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining or funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
You gave CNN your best shot, so CNN is giving you a show. I report for CNN, a new place for your stories.
We want to see our generation.
It was just fantastic. So you've got a camera, you've got a phone. Do you have a story and want the world to see it? Log on to ireport.com. Upload your video or photos, then tune in to see what happens when you make the news.
I report for CNN.
Mondays only on CNN.
This is CNN.
And welcome back. President Obama and Vice President Biden are on Capitol Hill still having lunch. The parade will be beginning in about a little bit more than an hour. The crowds are building. A lot of people trying to get to the parade routes. We are hearing from Elaine Quijano. I want to tell you, if you were on the mall at the stroke of 12, or actually I guess it was a little bit after 12, when Barack Obama raised his hand to take the oath of office, and you took a picture of it with your cell phone or a camera, we want you to send it to us. Send it to themoment@cnn.com, where we're going to create, using the perhaps hundreds of photos that we get, a unique image of that actual moment. So again, if you have a photo,
we're getting ready to show that image to our viewers.
But you can keep send us your photos, or really throughout the day we can keep adding to to the image. So it'll be a changing image really throughout the day, which should be pretty cool. We also have a satellite image taken at the moment of the swearing-in ceremony. We're trying to get that to you very quickly as well. We're going to want to go down to the parade route very quickly, but before we do, Soledad got an email from someone who is out in a crowd.
Yeah, she's at 12th Street on the mall, and she said, you all have been talking about how confusing it is, and that's for the people trying to get there. She said, but where I am, since 3 a.m., it's unbelievably organized and civil. Everyone got in and out fast, lots of cops, military, volunteer, total strangers, hugging, carrying each other's kids. Lots of the older black folks are surrounded by young people, and they're holding court. They're telling stories of segregation to the young people and to anyone who will listen. Everyone's sharing their life experience.
3 a.m., she said? Yeah.
Well, that's the key line there, 3 a.m.
That's why it doesn't seem confusing. She's been out on the mall, in position since 3 a.m., but it's the folks who've been trying to get into position.
Yeah, it's the getting there that is the frustrating part, and I think once they're there, it becomes a really nice
experience. That's when they started allowing people to go into the mall around 3 a.m.
Wolf and Anderson, if I can share just a very interesting observation, being out there on the street. I mean, the city was just bustling, noise. You could hear the sirens, people, screaming. And the moment he got up, when they gave him the oath of office and he got up to give his speech, total silence on the streets of Washington, D.C. It was an amazing
Brianna Keeler
moment.
is down in the crowds along the parade route. Brianna, where are you? What are you seeing?
I am right now at 4th Street in Pennsylvania. We are several blocks from where we saw the swearing in. And the story here is that a lot of people made the decision between whether to see the swearing in and whether to be along the parade route and try to catch a glimpse of Barack Obama. I'm here with 40 students from the Bronx School for Law, Government, and Justice who are hoping, what are you hoping to see?
We're hoping to see Obama!
Should say that their school held a mock election, and Obama won by a landslide, so we certainly have a lot of fans here. But Justine, let's start with you. You tell me, what does it mean for you to be here today?
I'm very excited. This is the first African American president. This is a historical event. I'm very happy to take part in this event and share it with my fellow classmates. I'm very excited.
Yeah. And Oscar, tell me what it took for you guys to get down here.
It took us. We want to thank the Yankees, and we want to thank a law firm, that Case Shoulders, that helped us get here. We've got
Brianna, I just want to tell our viewers we're watching President Bush, his last flight out of Andrews Air Force Base.
That flight taking him and his family back to Texas, where they will be living. Colonel Mark Tillman flying that plane. He's been the chief pilot of Air Force One throughout the Bush administration. Earlier, he was the number 2 during the Clinton administration. Actually started flying Air Force One during the first President Bush, during his administration back in 1992. But he's retiring today, so he's flying. Colonel Tillman Anderson.
Oh, really? This is
his last flight back to Texas right now. Once they land there and they fly back, he'll switch in the co-pilot seat, and the new pilot will take over, Barack Obama's new pilot. He's going to be the chief Air Force One pilot for the next
so
many years.
Gets a new pilot and a new vehicle, a new plane, a new car.
Gets a new car, gets a new pilot. And they've just spent the last week or so fixing up Air Force One, cleaning it up, sprucing it up a little
President Bush's car was a 2004 model, I believe. This is now a 2009.
He's the President of the United States, He gets a new car. What's wrong with
Democratic Congress, don't forget.
That's right. Well, there's a lot of other, there's a lot of probably more important things in the vehicle he gets.
Let's give General Motors and Cadillac a plug. It's a Cadillac, U.S.-made limousine.
They need all the plugs they can get, I think. Brianna Keeler is still down with the crowd. Brianna, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just want to bring that to our viewers. But clearly a lot of excitement with the folks you're talking to.
Yeah, a lot of excitement with these students from the Bronx School for Law, Government, and Justice. Deshauna, what does it mean for you to be here?
I don't know. I'm just really happy, and I don't know.
and what's your name?
Brianna.
So am I. Well, Brianna, tell me. Yeah, Brianna, you tell me what was the coolest part for you so far?
Singing.
Yeah.
We were singing in the street.
We were so happy.
And we got interviewed by.
Tell me about. Is it sort of a feeling of community?
Yes, joyfulness.
And Oscar, tell me again, because we were interrupted before.
Yeah.
But what have you've obviously been studying in your school about this election. So talk to me about sort of seeing the end of the whole process here.
This election has impacted in every shape and form in the classroom. Teachers have been placed it in their lesson plans. Teachers have made sure that everyone in our school is educated. It's our justice part of it, and it's our government part of our school. We're the Bronx School for Law, Government, and Justice, and that's who we represent here today.
And what is your big hope that you would like to see President Obama achieve? What matters to you? What is a big concern for you as a young person?
To me, I really feel that an immigration reform would be the best hope, that the first thing on Obama's agenda. You know, he promised the American people that an immigration reform would be number one, and that's what I hope for. That's what I'm here for today.
And Justine, what would you like to see accomplished? Kathy, what would you like to see?
Education. Like, I want to see, like, they worry more about education, like help schools and stuff. Yeah.
All right, so a lot of young people here, very excited, Anderson, and they have definitely some issues on their mind about what they would like to see achieved by the new president. A lot of high hopes.
All right, Brianna Kilo along the parade route. Still about an hour and 10 or 15 minutes away from the actual start of the inaugural parade. Some 13,000 people are going to be taking part in that parade. It's expected some 350,000 people lining the parade route. We, of course, are going to bring you that throughout the day. Our coverage continues well into tonight. We were just joined by Alex Castellanos. It's the first time we've had a chance to talk with him, part of the best political team on television. Alex, as you watched history transpire over the last several hours, your thoughts?
Well, tremendous moment for the country. If you read Obama's first book, I think Dreams from My Father, you saw a little bit of that today. A lot of different Barack Obamas. There's the Harvard elite in the Chicago streets, the heartland values, and just a panoply of there's a tremendous breadth of the country. And today in the speech, he said that our patchwork heritage was our strength, not our weakness. And, we saw a lot of that. He talked about a new country, this where we all come together, but he also talked about that our success was built on old values. So I think today we didn't see any hard choices. We didn't see any one idea that this is what the Obama administration was going to be about. Instead, we saw an effort to, I think, bring everyone together. And, of course, that's what this day should be about.
I think we still have Paul Begala down there. Paul, it's all fancy rhetoric right now and a lot of talk about bipartisanship. How long does that actually last for?
Actually, I was going to do a take and look at my watch, but honestly, actually longer for this president than I think for any president since Ronald Reagan. Both, John King mentioned this earlier, both Bill Clinton and George Bush came in with perhaps a little rockier political terrain underfoot. This man has a very strong mandate, and he has built on that. 52.6% of the vote on election day, 10 weeks later, 82% support from the American people. That's not just a poll, that's political capital and political credibility, and he seems, I think, to be very prepared. He's going to move very quickly. If you talk to members of his team, which I do from time to time, this is not just going to be a week of celebration. In fact, Alex and I were talking before, you could sort of, maybe I'm projecting, but you could read in his eyes, Barack Obama sat down at that lunch in Statuary Hall. He wanted to get to work. I think he wished he was one of the staffers jumping in the vans to go down to the White House and get to work.
John King, I think you're also still there. Economically, we're in a situation we haven't seen before. In terms of politics, though, have we seen anything like this? I mean, this kind of level of support for a president at this stage?
I've seen nothing like this where 8 in 10 of the American people have a favorable opinion. High numbers, 60, 70, 80% say they will be patient. The question, Anderson, is political support, political goodwill can melt like butter. And the question is when next month the unemployment report comes up, if the jobless rate is 7.2% nationally now, if it starts inching up and in the early months of the Obama presidency it goes near 8%, some think it could pass 9% over the course of the next year. At that point, when the economic data keeps hitting the American people essentially across the head and across the chest and it's more bad news, does that counterbalance the political goodwill? At the moment, the American people are giving this president time, and he has been very careful, as he was today, to say we are going to get about fixing this fast, but it won't happen overnight. You won't feel it tomorrow. You won't wake up tomorrow and see more jobs in your community, but there are competing pressures. He has enormous goodwill, but all the economic anxiety, all the economic frustration, all the mistrust of how the government is spending all this money, the Wall Street bailout, now billions more in stimulus, that hasn't gone anywhere. Obama has a great platform to start with, but all the skepticism and all the mistrust of government is still out there, and if he has a misstep, what was George Bush's problem and what undermined John McCain could quickly say hello to Barack Obama.
Gloria Borgia, how long is it that Barack Obama has?
Well, he's already gotten to work, and he'd better get to work again fast, because you don't have a big window of opportunity. However, I do believe that since we're in such an economic crisis, it does provide an opportunity for him. And you see a huge economic stimulus package, tax cut. And when I ask people in the now Obama administration, well, what you're going to do first? You're going to do health care first? You're going to do energy policy first? They say, no. We're going to try and do it all now. That's what Obama was talking about in his speech today. He said, we've got big plans, and only the cynics will say we can't get it done. So he wants to take advantage of the goodwill in the American public and start out big.
And not only legislatively, but also among the people. When Cornel West was speaking at a panel at Howard University the other night, one of the things he said was, we're going to help the brother and we're going to hold him accountable. And it's sort of that two fronts.
And
I got a giant applause because people resonated with that. You have a certain amount of time legislatively, and you also have a certain amount of time with the people. So they're going to help you. They're also going to hold you accountable. You know, he's in a little honeymoon phase now that, as you say, come midnight will end completely. And then people start saying, what do we see?
It's interesting, though. I think we still have Hillary Rosen also elsewhere in the newseum. Hillary, you know, he's got this huge base of support. He's got this huge email list, which they've used to great effect during the campaign. How do they keep that going? They've talked about mobilizing that base, mobilizing those people who have contributed small amounts. But how do they do that? And what does actually that mean?
Well, and I think their ability to communicate to the country is critical to their success. We talked a little bit before about how long the bipartisanship would last. Congress is very much going to be a reflection of the American people here, and as long as Congress keeps feeling from the American people that they want to support this president, they will continue to do so. That's where things like what Obama did today with bookending the ceremony with a Rick Warren who disagrees with him on so many issues with Joe Lowry, trying to continue to bring people together like that. And this email operation and organizing operation that worked so effectively in the campaign, they have now instituted as a multi-million-dollar effort and adjunct to the Democratic National Committee. It's going to be a political organization to advance the agenda.
Hillary, I want to alert our viewers what's coming up over the next few moments, indeed the next several hours, but immediately they're wrapping up this luncheon over at Statuary Hall on Capitol Hill. The President of the United States, the Vice President, about 200 guests. There are going to be some gifts exchanged. They're going to let the cameras come back in. We're going to be hearing from Joe Biden, the Vice President, and from Barack Obama, the President of the United States. They'll be speaking there. We'll share that with all of you. Don't go away. There's a lot more coming up. And then that parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. Our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama will continue right after this.
Market updates in association with Astra 2 Connect, the satellite broadband solution for everyone.
Wow, she's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Aduray's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Aduray's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
the hottest seat in town. The interviews everybody's talking about. Icons. Yeah, I think it's really exciting. Legends. You're as good as the chances you take. Mavericks. We have to respond to the climate crisis. CNN's Larry King Live. It's all about the personality. Watch for who's next.
I am not saying anything, Larry. What are you asking me?
Larry King Live. Every day. Only on CNN.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed Wednesday on CNN.
Okay, let's do it. Enter the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer and the best political team on TV.
An American perspective on U.S. politics.
Straight from Washington.
To you, Wolf.
We get it, our viewers get it. The Situation Room, only on CNN.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hodgson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
Welcome back to our coverage. This is Pennsylvania Avenue here in Washington, D.C. This is where the parade will take place. That's going to take place shortly, but they've got some business that they're still wrapping up on Capitol Hill. The president, the vice president, and the first lady, Jill Biden, and about 200 guests. They're wrapping up a luncheon that's been sponsored by the Congressional Inauguration Committee. Senator Dianne Feinstein, the chair of that. They told the cameras that they had to go out during the private luncheon, but they're about to let those cameras back in, and there's going to be some exchanges of toasts, some presentation of flags. We should be hearing from President Obama and Vice President Biden shortly, briefly, but they'll be responding to some
bring
toasts.
those remarks to you if, in fact, they do speak. There's sometimes some difference between what's on the schedule, but we're told they are scheduled.
They're running about a half an hour behind schedule.
Running late. Maybe they'll try to cut down some people's remarks, but clearly there are a lot of people along the parade route. Some estimates as high as 350,000 people will be finally watching that parade stretched all throughout our nation's capital. Look at the line of security on either side. Basically, the line of black is all security personnel, law enforcement personnel, several feet thick, several people thick that line is on both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue.
And Chris Lawrence is right in the middle of everything. Chris, tell our viewers exactly where you are.
His motives were,
I don't know if we have Chris Lawrence, but hopefully we will have him. He's someplace
He's lost
in the midst.
crowd.
He's in the midst of that crowd right now. You see the security there. It's intense. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, keep in mind, behind those guards there and the police and the military, then you have the metal barricades. And what happens outside of the metal barricades are more metal barricades holding people back. So at this level, you're several sort of blocks in.
These people are the lucky ones. They have been able to get through all the security barriers, figured out where the entrances are, because that's one of the confusing things. There's limited number of entrances to these areas, and it's hard to figure out which ones you're supposed to go to.
And there wasn't much information, so I'm sure the people there have been there since 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, staking out their spot and standing there.
And you have so many police officers who are not from the Washington, D.C. area. They've been brought in from other parts of the country, and to a certain degree, at least I discovered this morning, just trying to get to where we are, you know what? You got to talk to some of these cops and let them know who you are, and they might let you through. Did you have that experience?
Yes, I did have that experience, and it helped when people said, "Oh, hey, Don Lemon, CNN," and they go, "Okay, all right, we'll let you through."
I have to say, I'm working with Wolf Blitzer. That's the only thing that seems to work.
But you know what? I want to say the temperature, we can feel it here, is quickly dropping, and if they take much longer or get further behind on the schedule, these people are going to be standing out.
I would say I got no special dispensation. Absolutely not. That's the way it should be. I don't think we should be getting. I walked all the way here. Yeah, and it was interesting because all these people kept following me as if I knew where I was going, and I kept having to literally crowds of people. And I have to say, look, I'm just as lost as y'all. I don't know.
If you can't get in, if you're having trouble getting in, I know, we can't get in.
Well, the good news is we all made it. You know, we have a great historian who works with us, Bill Bennett, who's taken a look at this and you've written some great books on American history. So give us a little perspective on what this day means to our country, Bill.
Well, it's number 44. You know, it's still a pretty young country, isn't it? Only 44 presidents. Someone pointed out to me, if you took the life of Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes in the Supreme Court, when he was a young man, a little boy, he had breakfast with veterans of the Revolutionary War. When he was an old man, Alger Hiss was his clerk in the Supreme Court. That's a whole history of a country in that brief period of time, and what has been accomplished. Can I say something briefly about tomorrow? Not to get away from the celebratory mood, but
yes,
Barack Obama will be tested. He will be tested. We'll test his sinew. It just won't be Republicans either, I think. Paul Begala and I were talking. I won't put words in his mouth, but I think he's going to get some challenges from the chieftains on the Hill, the people who run these committees. These are strong people, and politically they may not align on all these issues. The other point I'd make is there's been a lot of talk about sharp departures and repudiation of the past and so on. There's been a lot of talk on that. I am very interested to see at the level of policy, not announcing that Guantanamo's closing, not announcing that we're looking into the withdrawal of troops from Iraq, but when will all the troops really be gone? When will the 250 prisoners be out of Guantanamo? Again, he's in a great grace period, and he can do a number of things right away to send a signal, but a signal is not substance. So I actually predict that in the next 6 months, I'm going to find myself defending him from time to my radio audience and to others. It's going to be he's a very interesting and complicated character.
I want to hear from Paul Begala, too, but a quick historical footnote, Bill Bennett, before I let you go. In his speech, he said this, Barack Obama, in his inaugural address, he said 44 Americans have now taken the presidential oath. He is the 44th president of the United States, but I've been getting email from people who are nitpicking, saying really only 43 Americans have taken the presidential oath of office. They point out that Grover Cleveland did it twice. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. Are these guys right when they say there might have been a technical little error in Barack Obama's words?
Bill said he was a
smaller error, though, than
Grover Cleveland. Yes. All right. I'll accept that diplomatic response. All right, Paul, what do you think about what we just heard from Bill?
Oh, I do think Bill's right. Democrats, I think some of them feel like executive power was too aggressively asserted by President Bush. It hasn't been asserted at all yet by President Obama, but he'll meet some institutional pressures back and forth. But he draws on such a well of support from Democrats, Republicans, that he, I think, will be able to assert that leadership. And this is the historical note I was thinking of as he spoke. When Martin Luther King gave his speech in the March on Washington, John F. Kennedy was in the White House. During the rally in the March, he was having a meeting, actually, about Vietnam. But he stepped out of the meeting to watch King's speech on television. And as King finished, he pointed at the screen, he said, "He's good. He's damn good." And I got to tell you, as a person of faith, I can see JFK and MLK up in heaven watching Barack Obama today and saying, well, he's good. He's damn good.
Sure is.
It was quite a speech.
James Carville, in terms of the political battles ahead that Bill Bennett was talking about, where do you see the front lines? What are the biggest battles in the next days, weeks?
Sorry, go ahead.
James had to go.
Carville's not there. Well, Paul, how about you?
Oh, no James. Yeah, who do you want?
James not here.
Paul Begala, where do you see the biggest political battles?
Well, I think he's going to jump out of the box very quickly on executive action using the funds that Congress has appropriated to take pretty radical steps in the financial system. There's been a lot of talk that perhaps he will set up what's being called among economists a bad bank to take on distressed assets of distressed banks. That'll be very controversial if, in fact, he does that. But I think just like Roosevelt took office and declared a bank holiday the day after he was sworn in, I think in a matter of days, not months, days, you're going to see very aggressive, almost radical action on the banking crisis, the likes of which I don't think George W. Bush could have ever contemplated.
And here's where a little partisanship might do us all some good. Anderson, this is one of the biggest expansions of government that we've ever seen in our history, and it's not being discussed or debated at all. And again, when you have an 80% approval rating, you can get things like that through. But you also saw today at that lunch at Statuary Hall today,
Alex, are you talking about the expansion?
Alex,
are you talking about the expansion under George Bush, or are you talking about the expansion now?
Well, that's,
no,
that's
listen,
a good point,
because George Bush,
gone,
I think,
you will see Republicans finding a more conservative voice on this issue. It's been difficult for Republicans to do this when George Bush championed this multi-billion-dollar bailout. They'll find their voice a little clearer. You'll see a much clearer demarcation. And note again, if Obama goes ahead with this version of a new bank or a second big bailout, it will be a kind of continuation of the dreaded Bush policy.
It's going to be very hard, though, for Republicans to jump too quickly on criticizing Barack Obama for trying to save either the financial system or, more importantly, the home mortgages of millions of Americans that are struggling from bad savings and loan practices, bad mortgage practices. So I think he's going to be given some leeway. The interesting part is when there are recalcitrant members, will the Obama team be willing to take them on directly? Will they use this grassroots organization to start to lobby specific senators, particularly maybe Democratic senators, directly and use some of that political capital that they've stored up? Or whether those are going to be more inside fights. And I think that those challenges are things that they haven't quite worked out yet.
Remember, the stimulus
President
right
Obama
now
put it at the end of his inaugural address. Hold on, guys, for a minute. We just want to move on, but I want to remind our viewers at the end of his inaugural address, President Obama spoke of this winter of our hardship. I think he's underscoring how painful this period is right now, and it's probably going to get worse in the immediate period ahead, economically speaking, of course. Tom Foreman is joining us right now. Tom, the White House website, right exactly at noon Eastern, when Barack Obama became president of the United States, what happened?
It changed, Wolf, and it changed big. Here it is. Hillary was asking a minute ago whether or not he will use that grassroots organization. I think this is a very clear signal that not only will he, but he is strengthening that organization. Look at this new website. It's got messages about revitalizing the economy, about public service. It has his entire agenda on it. It looks a lot like his campaign website. And remember, one of the primary reasons he won is because he used the internet so much better than anyone else to mobilize millions and millions and millions of people. Now he's paying them back. He's got his new biography up here as President of the United States, and I will tell you, having looked at a lot of White House websites, this is the slickest one by far. It's got on here video from the train ride just the other day. You can recreate these moments. And probably most important in all of this, I think one of the things that people really have to pay attention is if you look at the basic message that they're sending from the White House here. If you scroll down, take a look at this one. Changes come to the whitehouse.gov, and they're doing here precisely what they did during the campaign. They're making a direct call to people to say, sign up for our emails just like you did in the campaign from the White House. We will keep you connected to our policies, and there's no question what this means. This will be a quick and easy way for Barack Obama to stoke the fires under that boiler of public support when he needs to push congressmen, to push Senate, to keep this thing on track by keeping those millions of people out there who've been supporting him all along still on board, paying attention to his presidency like they did his campaign. Wolf?
Yeah, amazing how quickly they do that and how sophisticated, Anderson, that new technology that Barack Obama will bring to the White House. I did use it very successfully to get elected president, and now he's going to use it to govern, no doubt, as well. All right, we're only a few minutes away, maybe 10 minutes away from sharing with you something we've been promising for the last several days, what we call this photosynth moment, the moment when he was sworn in and became the president of the United States. We had people taking pictures from literally hundreds of thousands.
It sounds like something from Star Wars, a synth.
Yeah, it's only something that David Borman could come up with.
I still don't quite understand how it's going to work.
Washington Bureau Chief. So we're going to share that picture for you. It's a unique vantage point, a three-dimensional shot of what happened at the moment when he became president of the United States. We're only about 15 minutes away from another image we're going to share from outer space, a satellite picture, despite some of the cloud cover, of the mall on this day.
Is this from one of those Predator drones?
No, this is from an actual satellite. One of those geo satellites that's going around without people up there.
Yeah.
It's very cool. So I want our viewers to stand by for that. We're also standing by to see Barack Obama and Joe Biden. They're getting ready to leave that luncheon on Capitol Hill. The parade also getting ready to start. Our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama will continue after this.
lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we give back to the planet as we take from it? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Caused by natural disasters, witnessed the atrocities of war. You have listened to world leaders and leaders who want to rule the world. You have heard from men of God and men who kill in God's name. Gazed into eyes filled with hope and seen hearts consumed with hopelessness. With CNN, you have followed the facts around the world. Come with me and see where the story takes us next.
The pressing issues, the influential people, the global event. CNN is your ultimate connection to Davos 2009 with extensive coverage, one-on-one interviews, and a must-see panel hosted by Christiane Amanpour, the world's leaders at the World Economic Forum. What are their plans to deal with the global economic crisis? We're asking. Davos 2009, starting January 27. Be there with CNN.
How does a bright idea become an eco-solution? Just add, the cornbread is about ready. Imagination. From basics to high-tech. Local to global. CNN shows you the world's innovators making a difference.
It's a win-win for everybody.
See how creative ideas become eco-solutions in association with Suzlon. Monday in CNN Today. Only on CNN.
This is CNN.
Crowds are lining up on Pennsylvania Avenue here in Washington, D.C. Lots of security, understandably so. Once the president begins that motorcade down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the White House, we'll have extensive coverage. Right now, as we know, they're still in that luncheon up on Capitol Hill and Statuary Hall, but I think it's getting ready to wrap up. There'll be some exchanging of flags and gifts, some toasts. We'll try to cover all of that as we get ready for this parade to begin as well on Pennsylvania Avenue. They're going to be making their way over to Lafayette Park, right near the White House. Suzanne Malveaux is there. Suzanne, what's going on where you are?
The people have gathered here. They've been here for hours and hours, and they're just waiting in excitement, anticipation. Jeffrey Toobin and I both here. We've heard them sing America the Beautiful. They've been doing singing songs and jumping jacks just to keep warm here, waiting for the big moment when the new president arrives here at the White House. I have to say as well, we've got our cameras that are trained at the West Executive Driveway. That is where we anticipate to see some movement, some action, perhaps some of those White House officials that Ed Henry had mentioned before, the Deputy Chief of Staff as well as the Chief of Staff coming here to really start their jobs in earnest. So we've got our cameras trained to see if there's any kind of activity. We have seen just the couple of days that they started painting the press office, at least the communications offices that they have for the new folks will be coming in. So obviously a lot of work that is taking place inside the White House and obviously a lot of excitement out here as we wait for the parade, Wolf.
I love it when they build that special structure for the reviewing stand outside the north lawn of the White House. Jeff Toobin, you listened. You enjoyed, I assume, the presidential inaugural address.
Well, actually, I think I would like to volunteer for being the skunk at the garden party. I thought this was a missed opportunity, this speech. No, I thought that this was a speech with a lot of ideas, but no theme. And most importantly, this was a speech without a single memorable phrase. We remember inaugural addresses by, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself. Ask not what you can do, what your country can do for you." Where is anything comparable in this speech? I'm afraid that this is likely to join the vast majority of inaugural addresses, which are quickly forgotten.
Well, if I have to disagree with Jeff, I thought it was really quite an amazing speech, and I thought one of the things that he did, that he's done since the campaign, was really tap into people's emotions. The sense that he touched on the fact that a lot of people have this lack of confidence in themselves, in the country, and that fear is something that's dominated their psyche for quite some time. It's one of the things that you heard over the last 8 years or so, predominantly in the Bush administration. He really did talk about that sense of fear. A fear of another terrorist attack, fear of people not being able to understand each other. There was a real sense of fear among a lot of people, and I think that what Barack Obama was saying, the message that he was conveying, is that it's time to put that fear aside, to deal with that kind of anxiety, and to be a confident nation once again. Anderson Wolf.
All right, guys, hold on for a moment. We're going to continue this discussion. But Dana Bash is up on Capitol Hill. She's outside that luncheon where President Obama was the guest of honor. I take it the luncheon is sort of breaking up right now. Dana, you've got someone with you who was inside?
That's right. It is about to break up, but we actually are lucky in that we have somebody who just came out. It is the Republican congressman from Indiana, a member of the Republican leadership, Congressman Mike Pence. Thank you very much for coming out.
You bet, Dana.
First question is, give us a little bit of a sense of what's going on in the room. You know, the cameras were not allowed in there. Tell us what's going on and what President Obama is doing with regard to this launch.
Well, for Washington, D.C., it's a very intimate gathering. The tables are circular tables. The mixture is very bipartisan at each and every table, and I think there's a genuine spirit of the historic and civic importance of this moment, and the president has been, as we say, working the tables.
You said before he was working the room almost like a wedding.
Yeah, it has a little bit of a feel of a rehearsal dinner, and maybe that's a good metaphor for what we're doing. I had a chance to chat with the president, and we immediately began to talk about some issues. You know, House Republicans are bringing forward a series of proposals for stimulus that we hope are given a fair hearing and markups this week and next. And the president indicated to me his interest in talking about those things and dealing with budget issues, trying to do that in a bipartisan way. And we take him at his word. We look forward to that dialogue.
Thank you very much for coming out and telling us what's going on behind closed doors. Appreciate it. That's Congressman Mike Pence giving us a sense of the color of what's going on in there. You heard him say that Barack Obama is working the room like a wedding, but also clearly the business of the people and the differences clearly that are going to go on between these Republicans and Barack Obama. It's on their minds already. Wolf.
All right, Dana, thanks very much. And as soon as we see the president and the vice president leave that luncheon, we're going to go back there. But John King is going to share with us right now something we've been talking about for the synth, the photo synth. That moment, John, when a lot of our people, we asked people who were nearby to take a picture of Barack Obama becoming president of the United States, and then we created a new three-dimensional vantage point of what happened. Share it with our viewers.
I sure will, Wolf, and we asked our viewers to help us by sending those photos, and you can keep sending them if you're listening and you have photos of the moment, Barack Obama taking the oath, no matter where you were, keep sending them to the moment at CNN.com. We have thousands already, and Wolf, I want to come in here now and take a peek. Here it is, just afternoon, Barack Obama, his hand raised, taking the oath of office as the 44th president of the United States. You might say, wow, somebody up close got a nice snapshot there. That'd be nice for the catalog, the album at home, but it's much more than that. Let's tap a couple times and come on out. There it is, that picture up close. Let's pull out a little bit. These are more pictures. Thousands of them have come in. This synth is built on roughly 140. And what we do is we get more and more. Let's drop out now. You see the presidential seal. You see the crowds, the VIPs up here. Let's keep coming out. You see the seal here. We can come around more. The more these photos come in, this collage is built, and you can see what it looks like from here. I'm going to reach across, excuse my hand. We'll take a perspective of what it looked like from the side over here. We can come back around and see again this way. Come around multi-dimensional, come more over this way. You see the west front of the Capitol here. Let's come back over to where the president was taking the oath of office. You see him here. We're going to come all the way back now. Because our viewers helped us out, you see even people taking pictures on their cell phones down here. Keep sending them in because we can take you back some more. We can take you back more still. Look at the depth of the crowd here, still on the Capitol grounds. And how did we do this? Well, let's show you what it looks like. You have all of these pictures, about 140. You see all different perspectives. A little further away here, off to the right, off to the left. If you look down here, who's watching this event? There's Oprah Winfrey right down here. Other VIPs in the crowd as well. And as this goes on and on and on, you can bring out these pictures, and you bring out the picture and you build the synth from there. All of these photographs, thousands coming in so far. You can start with one. This photograph sent in of the flag flying over the Capitol, but because of this technology, we can make it so much more. We just bring them all together. The synth program links them up by points of common reference, takes a photo taken from way back here, links it to the photo taken way on in, and you bring it all out and look at the multidimensional nature of this. You want to get a little closer? Just touch. And there you go, Barack Obama becoming the 44th president of the United States. Well, if they're coming in by the thousands, as they do over the next few hours, even over the next few days, we will modify this image, make it the clarity much, much better. We'll maybe build some new ones. If we get a lot of photos from this angle, we'll build a special one from here. Same on this side. So if you have them, not just of this, if you have them from anywhere around, but of this scene right here, send it to the moment at CNN.com, and we'll make it better as the hours and days go on, Wolf.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, Anderson. I love that.
Gloria Borger actually took a photo from our position and sent it in. So we'll see if that shows up in the synth. It's cool. I was skeptical, but I must say it's actually very cool.
And you know what else is going to be cool? That satellite image, that satellite picture of the whole mall area that we're about to release as well. We ordered a picture.
But it'd be nice to get some from people who are all the way back, even by the Washington Monument, by the Lincoln Memorial, and really get a sense of the depth of the crowd. And as we build this is something you'll be able to watch along.
By the way, if you want to go to see that photo synth, go to CNN.com/themoment. One word, the moment. You can see it yourself.
But if you want to send us your photo, you got to go to the moment. Send it to the moment at CNN.com. There we go.
Stand by, guys. I want to go back to Dana. She's outside that luncheon in the rotunda on Capitol Hill. What's going on, Dana?
What's going on, Wolf, unfortunately, is that we have reports now that a senator has collapsed inside the luncheon that's going on behind me in Statuary Hall. We have, honestly, mixed reports as to who it was. One of our colleagues is reporting that it was actually Senator Robert Byrd, the oldest and longest-serving senator, that he was the one who collapsed. And I was told by another Democratic senator who came out and talked to me that it was somebody else. So there are mixed reports on who it was. But we can tell you that paramedics were called at 2:35, so not that long ago, less than 10 minutes ago, and we are waiting to find out more information, but that's what we know. So certainly this is horrible news no matter who it was, and certainly changing the tone here dramatically as Barack Obama is having the celebratory lunch with members of Congress in Statuary Hall behind me. Wolf.
We did see Senator Robert Byrd seated while Barack Obama came around, and he gave a special greeting to the senator who remained seated while other people were standing around the table.
A longtime senator from West Virginia. We know he's an elderly man, and we know he hasn't been in great health, but just recently got reelected from people of West Virginia, and we're sorry to hear it. Dana, stay on top of the story and update us when we get more information. We, of course, wish Senator Byrd only the best. We hope he's doing fine. If it's in fact it is Senator Byrd. Dana, you getting more?
I just want to tell our viewers the other senator that we were told, in fact, again, a Democratic senator just came out of the lunch to tell me that somebody had collapsed, and this senator told me that it was actually Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts. Senator Ted Kennedy, who, of course, has been suffering from brain cancer, who had surgery 9 months ago when he was diagnosed, but has been doing much better. He has been here on Capitol Hill day in and day out working. But again, this Democratic senator just came out of the lunch and told me that he believes the person who collapsed was Ted Kennedy. And if that is true, it is a bit ironic because his son, Patrick Kennedy, was just here moments ago. And I said to him, how's your dad doing? And he said, he's doing great. We're so happy. He's really doing great. So we're, again, just want to be cautious that we have two reports in terms of which senator it was that, who collapsed, but we do know that somebody did collapse, and we are getting more information, and we are waiting for the paramedics to make their way here, Wolf.
It's important to point out these are early reports, and we cannot confirm either of these reports, but this is a live picture. The luncheon does seem to be
Yeah, it looks like Dianne Feinstein is beginning to speak. Nancy Pelosi, excuse me, beginning to speak.
With malice toward none, with charity for all, as our pledge to the flag insists, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, if I may, I'd like to ask my distinguished ranking member, Senator Bennett, if he would come to the stand to present the inaugural photographs. Thank you.
This is a memorable occasion for everyone involved. As the father of 6, 4 of whom are girls, I have learned that the most memorable occasion, the wedding, is never solidified until the photographs have been taken. And so it is my great honor to present to the President and the Vice President the official photograph that proves that it really happened. Thank you.
It is now the time to present to the President, Mrs. Obama, the Vice President, and Dr. Biden, the beautiful crystal bowls that are over on my left. Now, Lenox China is a great American china factory, china and crystal, and they have made these one-off bowls. And if you have a chance to look at them, they're really quite beautiful. They are in lead crystal. The bases are pure crystal and very, very heavy. And one is the White House and one is the Capitol, and they are both surrounded by plum blossoms in their bloom, and of course inscribed to both the President and Vice President. They were specially designed by Timothy Carter and hand cut by a master glass cutter, Peter O'Rourke. They are one of a kind, and I'd ask my husband and Mrs. Obama and Vice President and Dr. Biden to join us over here along with Speaker Pelosi and the Majority Leader, Harry Reid.
Am I supposed to go over? Am I supposed to go?
President and Vice President, they've been exchanging, getting gifts. These are the Lenox inaugural gifts that were presented to the President and Mrs. Obama, the Vice President, and Dr. Jill Biden. The chair of this event, Dianne Feinstein, the senator from California. You can see her to the far left of your screen. Next on the agenda, I believe the Vice President will be speaking, followed by a toast that Senator Feinstein will deliver to President Obama. We expect brief remarks from him as well. So let's listen in and see what happens
and now,
next.
If I may, I would like to ask my friend, the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, to come to the podium. And would you bring your glass, please, as we offer a toast to our new President and our new Vice President. Mr. Leader, if you would go ahead.
Vice President Biden, I've been asked to
give a toast to you. Only one other time in history has a senator and a senator simultaneously been elected president, vice president. My predecessor, Lyndon Johnson, and John Kennedy. Barack Obama, when he served in the Senate, served on the prestigious Foreign Relations Committee. Where else would he go to find the best teammate he could find than the person that ran that committee, Joe Biden? Joe Biden has set an example for me, everyone that's ever served with him in the Senate, as a person who is a teammate, first of all, a counselor, an advocate, a friend, an exemplar. So it's my toast that this will continue, Mr. Vice President, that you continue being what you have been to our new president. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, the dream team. Godspeed.
And now I would like to propose a toast to the new President of the United States. Mr. President, Mrs. Obama, so much rests on your shoulders. Our hopes, our dreams, the future of this country. We have watched you. We see the equanimity. We see the dedication. We see the balance. And I think the sense of all of us in this room is that this nation is in good hands. May those hands remain stable and steady. May those hands always be well. May you and your family be blessed with the love of the American people. And may we in government be your partner in the future of this great country. We salute you, Mr. President.
Please, everybody be seated. My remarks are very brief. First of all, I know that while I was out of the room, concern was expressed about Teddy. He was there when the Voting Rights Act passed. Along with John Lewis, was a warrior for justice. And so I would be lying to you if I did not say that right now a part of me is with him. And I think that's true for all of us. This is a joyous time, but it's also a sobering time. And my prayers are with him and his family and Vicki. I want to thank Diane, Bob, and the entire committee for hosting just an extraordinary inauguration. When you think about the complexities of putting together an event of this size and this scope, you have to marvel at the leadership and the teamwork and the good spirits that went into it. And I want to thank our military and our law enforcement officers, the City of Washington and Mayor Fenty, the devoted staff and volunteers, including our wait staff here today who were putting up with me wandering through the tables. It's always hazardous duty serving in a room full of politicians. But I thank all of you for just an incredible event. This has been a historic inauguration that's been noted before. You see it not so much in this room, although this is a gathering of some of my best friends and my family and people with extraordinary records of leadership in this country, including our past presidents, President Carter and Clinton,
as well as Vice President Quayle. Did I miss anybody? And Vice President Gore, right in front of me. And Vice President Mondale. See, this is what happens when you start. But I think the depth of the moment is expressed by the people beyond these halls. Millions of people who over the last 3-4 days and tens of millions more over the last 2 years have participated in the very essence of our democracy. It's not just their size, but it's their intensity and their engagement. What's happening today is not about me. It is about the American people. They understand that we have arrived at a moment of great challenge for our nation, a time of peril, but also extraordinary promise. And by being here today and by participating in innumerable ways across cities and small towns and suburbs all across the country, they are demonstrating their readiness to answer history's call and to step up and give back and take responsibility for serving the common purpose of remaking our nation. The American people have come together across races and regions and stations. Now we have to do the same. Now it falls to us, the people's representatives, to give our fullest measure of devotion to the cause of freedom and liberty and justice, decency and dignity in our chambers should reflect what we know are in the hearts of the American people. And so I'd like all of us to rededicate ourselves to fulfilling the sacred charge the American people have given to us. I'd like all of us to come together with a sense of purpose and civility and urgency. It doesn't mean we're going to agree on everything, and I assure you our administration will make mistakes. But what the American people, I think, do expect from us now is a sense not of simply our trying to advance our own aims, but trying to advance theirs. And I'm confident we can do so. Thank you all for this great honor, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come.
All right, the remarks from President Obama, but the beginning is sad words about Teddy Kennedy collapsing. Dana Bash is outside Statuary Hall in the Rotunda. What are we learning about Senator Kennedy?
That's right. This is from a Republican lawmaker who was in the lunch, who is telling us that this seizure that Ted Kennedy did have apparently lasted quite a long time. In fact, that he was still seizing when he was put into a wheelchair and then brought out. We're going to have more later on that, and also an additional information that perhaps another Senator, Robert Byrd, also had a health issue at the same time. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, we'll take a quick break and continue, and then breaking news right after this.
The tourism industry is getting together again. IFEMA is organizing FITUR, the International Tourism Trade Fair, from January 28th to February 1st, 2009. The favorite destination for professionals in the tourism trade. Feria de Madrid, your meeting.
Why can't we give back to the planet as we take from it? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Leading Edge in association with Mastar.
You're looking at a work of art designed by Mother Nature that an ambitious professor is trying to recreate. It's the human retina.
In this case,
we were looking very specifically at a medical application where a device would be small enough, obviously, to fit in the human eye.
Professor Andrew Barron's nanotechnology team at Rice University was trying to develop an artificial retina when they ran into a problem.
If we don't solve that problem, all we've got is a solar cell.
Eureka! Solar power.
The retina is an extremely efficient design for capturing photons, and photons are essentially light.
Now Barron is growing nano-sized forests of light-absorbing rods, modeled after those amazing light-absorbing rods of the retina.
Mastar proudly hosting the World Future Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi.
You have seen the devastation caused by natural disasters, witnessed the atrocities of war. You have listened to world leaders and leaders who want to rule the world. You have heard from men of God and men who kill in God's name. Gazed into eyes filled with hope and seen hearts consumed with hopelessness. With CNN, you have followed the facts around the world. Come with me and see where the story takes us next.
All right, we're following breaking news, significant news. 2 United States Senators, Anderson, apparently have taken seriously ill. Senator Ted Kennedy, only moments ago, was seen being removed from that luncheon on Capitol Hill in a stretcher. And Senator Robert Byrd, the elderly senator from West Virginia, also apparently having a health issue as well.
Some sort of medical event. We don't know exactly the nature of it. Dana Bash reporting just a few moments ago, based on, she was told by one Republican senator who was in the luncheon that Senator Kennedy had some form of an event, some sort of a seizure that continued for quite some time, even as he was put into a wheelchair and taken out. But Senator Byrd apparently also having some sort of medical condition that required immediate attention. And again, we're trying to get details on exactly what happened. Dana Bash is working her sources. Dana, what are you hearing right now?
Here's a little bit of new information about, and again, this is still being pieced together because most people are still in this lunch, and it goes as following. Senator Robert Byrd apparently had initially a medical issue, and a medical team went into the lunch to assist him, and it was shortly after that, apparently, that Ted Kennedy began to convulse in a very, frankly, violent way, is the way it was described to me, in his chair. Clearly, it was some kind of seizure, and he continued to seize even as they put him into a wheelchair or a stretcher kind of mechanism. And a matter of fact, Teresa Heinz Kerry, I am told, who of course is the wife of John Kerry, the junior senator from Massachusetts, was there trying to assist Ted Kennedy as this was playing out. But then Ted Kennedy was eventually taken out by a medical team, and he was brought out in that kind of stretcher or wheelchair sort of contraption. We're waiting to figure out exactly what is happening from there, but certainly it sounds like quite a scary scene that went on inside this lunch as it was happening. And I can tell you that we're told that Ted Kennedy was sitting with Walter Mondale, the former vice president, and his wife, and also Senator Daniel Inouye as well. So they were obviously watching very, very carefully as to what was going on with Senator Kennedy seizing up. Now, you remember when Ted Kennedy, about 9 months ago, first was diagnosed with brain cancer, it was the result of a seizure. He was in his home in Cape Cod, and he had this massive seizure, and nobody really knew what it was until he was diagnosed several days later. So this is the shocking and very sad drama that has played out during the celebratory lunch that Barack Obama is having with his former Senate and House colleagues here on Capitol Hill.
And then we're looking at these live pictures of the President and First Lady now leaving that luncheon. Obviously, a damper put on that luncheon by Senator Kennedy and Senator Byrd taking ill. We can only hope for the best.
We got a brief glimpse of both Senators Byrd and Kennedy, who I think were seated at the same table earlier. Maybe we'll try to re-rack that video and show it to you just before the luncheon began. This is the video from earlier in the day. There you see Senator Byrd seated, Barack Obama greeting the seated Senator Byrd, and then to the right, you'll see shortly Senator Kennedy.
He looks really good in that picture. I was remarking earlier, that's his wife there, Vicki, that they were sitting there with Senator Byrd, and all of a sudden he collapsed. Senator Kennedy, what a sad moment. These are live pictures we're seeing right now of Senator Kerry and his wife Teresa Heinz Kerry at this luncheon, which was supposed to be a totally festive event celebrating the new president of the United States, but clearly a setback on that road.
There's no doubt, even as this day moves forward and as these events progress and the parade will go on, no doubt President Obama will be checking in, getting updates on both senators' condition, as will we. We'll continue to follow this story throughout the day. But this is a day which is a big day, a day for the country, a day the world is watching, and it is a day which will continue. These events will continue on as scheduled, as is the tradition.
And there you see some of the guests getting ready to leave. The former Vice President Al Gore and his wife Tipper, and to the right of your screen, Rahm Emanuel, the new White House Chief of Staff, is getting ready for a tough assignment as the Chief of Staff under these difficult circumstances, a horrible economy right now, as we all know, and 2 wars plus a war on terror, constant fear of that, and much more. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our chief medical correspondent, himself a neurosurgeon, is joining us on the phone. Sanjay, we knew Senator Kennedy had a brain tumor. There was surgery to remove that tumor, and now he's collapsed. Apparently, at least initial reports suggesting some sort of seizure. He was seen being taken away in a stretcher, presumably to a local D.C. hospital. What does this say to you?
You know, when he first had troubles, when the tumor was first diagnosed, he had a seizure, and that was the first alert that there was something going on. When someone has a seizure that has a known brain tumor, you obviously have to think about things such as the tumor coming back, recurring in some way. You also have to think about medication levels or medications that are given to keep the seizures at bay. Did he have enough of those medications in his bloodstream? That's going to be checked. And just other things like his labs, make sure his sodium in his blood is also okay. So there's several different things that could cause a seizure like this. While it's very frightening to look at, it's more importantly sort of a warning to the docs to start looking to see what possibly could be causing this. My guess is that he'll probably get a scan of his brain and have that scan compared to the scans after his operation. He'll have his blood checked to see if the medication levels in his blood are okay, and he'll have his blood checked for any other abnormalities that could have caused this as well.
Let's check in with Dana Bash on Capitol Hill.
It caused some commotion, obviously, as soon as it happened. What was the reason?
Obviously, it's more concern for his well-being and his family, and obviously he's been ill. He's been a courageous fighter, as he always has been his entire career.
Senator Cornyn talking to reporters.
This, cancer in the same way, but I really don't have any specific information, but our thoughts and prayers certainly go with him and his family.
Senator, did you witness what happened?
Senator John Cornyn, the Republican from Texas, talking about what's happening with Senator Kennedy, Senator Byrd. Let's listen and continue to listen in.
Surprised to find out that one of those people is Teddy Kennedy, somebody who I do not agree with about much from a philosophical or an ideological point of view, but he's been in the Senate more than 40 years. He's always comes prepared. He's passionate about what he does, and he certainly has been a force in the Senate. So we all wish him the best.
Senator, did you see what happened with Senator Byrd, sir?
I don't know. I did not see him.
What was the nature of your discussion with Senator Clinton earlier before the lunch?
Well, I told her my concerns. They're not new concerns. Senator Lugar.
Now Senator Cornyn is talking about something that is going on in the Senate. He's now talking about the fact that he's holding up Senator Clinton's nomination, confirmation to be Secretary of State.
Foreign countries and foreign individuals to the Clinton Foundation, and there was an agreement entered into between the transition team and Senator. And
we're going to go to Senator Rockefeller now.
The politics behind.
Senator Hatch, could you come over and talk to me, please?
Trying to gather information. Literally, you're watching this happening as we speak. That's why some of the awkward communication here. Senator John Cornyn is now talking about some political procedures on Capitol Hill regarding Hillary Clinton's nomination for Secretary of State. Dana Bash is trying to get a talk with Senator Orrin Hatch. But again, what we know is this.
We're live.
Nobody knows.
Were you here at the table, sir? Do you know what happened?
On the other side of the room, there was a call for silence throughout the room. The president went over immediately, and the lights went down just to reduce the heat, I think. And then lights came back up, and everything went on as normal. And I have absolutely no idea what's happened. I will not.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please? The lights went down when Senator Kennedy started to convulse. Is that correct?
After he was down. Everyone, if he went down, I couldn't see it. I was on the other side of the room. And there was a big crowd over there, really led by the president, who was there instantly. And, I don't know what happened.
So President Obama saw what happened and he went over to aid.
He saw it, but he was over there. He knew something was happening, and he went over there immediately to be helpful.
What happened when he was removed?
I don't know that.
There was silence.
Yeah, everybody was silent. Then there was a moment of prayerful silence, which would lead you to think it was something serious. On the other hand, it was something Dianne Feinstein decided to do, so I think it was just a sign of respect. And I have no idea. I think probably may have been that he was trying to do too much in one day. I have no idea.
Did something happen previous to that with Senator Byrd? My understanding is that he first had to get medical attention and then this occurred.
And I'm also unaware of, because I was close to him on the platform during the inauguration.
To Senator Byrd?
Yeah, and he was fine, participating. And I have no idea what might have happened recently. But generally speaking, it's not a good idea if you are infirm in one way or another to get into large crowds and have people swirling all around you, everybody wishing you well, all kinds of things. It's generally not a good idea.
So do you think it was a mistake for Senator Kennedy to come?
Not saying that. I'm just saying, generally speaking, when you submit yourself to that kind of physical and emotional pressure, I'm not sure it's a good idea.
Could you tell if he was conscious at any
I have no idea. I never saw him.
You couldn't see him being removed.
I couldn't.
He was fine walking in. I spoke to him for a couple of minutes. He was in good form, but of course it's very cold outside. It's a little warm in the room, and maybe it was just, too many hours in the day for today. But we don't know. No one knew in the room. No one knew. Everyone was just respectful and silent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Senator Hatch? Senator Hatch, could you come talk to us? Excuse me, we're just going to... Thank you. Senator Hatch, sir, would you come over and talk to us, please? We're live. Okay, excuse me. Senator Hatch, you obviously are... People might not realize this because you're a conservative Republican and Ted Kennedy is a liberal Democrat. You're one of his closest friends. Were you with him when this happened, and can you tell us what happened?
I went down to where he was taken and was with him up until the time they put him in the ambulance. And he apparently had I'm not a doctor, so I hate to characterize it, but it looked like a seizure. And it was painful to him. But as he gradually was able to calm down, as he got into the ambulance, he kind of looked over at me and smiled, that old Irish smile that I know that things are going to be all right. But it's a tough thing. No, but he didn't say anything to anybody other than, he was hoping that he could get the help that he needed.
Can you take us back in time a bit and take us back into the room and describe what happened that you saw?
Well, I didn't see what happened at first. All I know, at first I thought it was Senator Byrd they had taken out, and then I heard it was Kennedy, and I was going to get out for whichever one, but especially for Ted, because we fight each other all the time, but we're like fighting brothers. When we get together, people tend to get out of the way, and we've been able to do some remarkable things for the country, and I just wanted to be with him, and so was Senator Dodd and Senator Kerry. They were there as well. In fact, they were there before I was.
And just to be clear, he was conscious as he was leaving.
He was, and as he got into the ambulance, he kind of looked over at me and gave that Irish grin. And so I feel like he's going to be all right. He's going to pull through this, but it was scary.
It sounds like that happened after we were told something happened with Senator Byrd. He had some kind of medical condition.
I heard what happened to Senator Byrd, and in fact, I just thought maybe it was just Senator Kennedy. At first, they said it was Senator Byrd, but then they said it's Senator Kennedy, and Both Senator Dodd and I were at the same table, so we both got up
And you talked
went
to
down
Senator
there.
Kennedy earlier today. Nothing appeared.
Thank you. And then, Anderson, you just heard there from Senator Orrin Hatch, a Republican of Utah, talking about the fact that he, again, people might not realize this because he is a very, very good friend of Ted Kennedy. He walked him, accompanied him to the ambulance, and he said clearly it was scary, clearly he's concerned, but that before Ted Kennedy got into the ambulance, he gave him what he called his old Irish grin. So he says that he feels that he could be okay given that, and clearly he was conscious, but there is still a lot of concern here, Anderson.
We should also point out Capitol Police are saying that Senator Robert Byrd is fine. Again, those early reports where that something may have happened with Senator Byrd, clearly that seems to be maybe something that emanated from the room, some confusion. It is Senator Kennedy who has been taken away in ambulance. We saw the ambulance just a short time ago. We showed you that video from earlier in the day. We'll try to get any updates from the hospital on Senator Kennedy's condition.
And Sanjay Gupta, our chief medical correspondent, is still with us. Sanjay, you heard Senator Rockefeller suggest, or at least imply, that perhaps coming to an event like this, it's cold outside here in Washington, a lot of people around, that potentially that could have contributed to a seizure if in fact that's what Senator Kennedy suffered through. Medically speaking, and you're a neurosurgeon, is that true?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know that I would say that for someone being in that sort of situation who has a defined cause of his first seizure, which was a brain tumor, that being in a setting like that would necessarily make it worse. I think what Senator Byrd might be referring to is people who have known epilepsy, sometimes lots of stimulation, changing of lights, things like that can sometimes be inciting factors. Someone who has a brain tumor and has a seizure as a result of that, it's because of that tumor. We're getting the tumor removed, operated as he had done down at Duke, being on medications to control the seizures. That's really the best way to keep those seizures from coming back. If someone has a seizure, as sounds like what happened here in Senator Kennedy's case, you really got to look to those two things and a few other things as the possible inciting causes here. So at the hospital where he's been taken, my guess is he's going to get a CAT scan of his brain, probably in short order. He's going to have his medication levels checked to make sure everything is okay. But that's really, I think, the key. It's tough, I think, as doctors, as neurosurgeons, to tell the patient exactly what they can and cannot do. That they're usually the best judge of that themselves.
There's no doubt that if you have a tumor removed in the brain, Sanjay, and then there's another seizure, the immediate suspicion is that perhaps not all of that tumor was removed, or it's metastasized elsewhere.
I think you certainly have to think about that, and I think we know that from his initial operation, because this tumor was so close to some very important areas of the brain. All areas of the brain are important, but there are some that are more important than others. This was a tumor located in one of those areas, so it was hard to completely remove. And you're absolutely right, Wolf. I mean, you have to think about the fact that the tumor may have started to grow a little bit, started to push on some areas of the brain where it wasn't pushing before. But again, I would add to that, there are reasons that are maybe not as serious that could cause a seizure as well. He likely is on medications to control seizures. If the medication levels dip down for one reason, maybe he forgot to take one of his pills, or maybe for whatever reason the medication level wasn't as high as it should have been, that's also a very common cause of seizures in someone who's had this type of surgery. And also normal labs like sodium, for example, within your blood. If that were to drop down for some reason in someone who wasn't controlling their sodium as well, that could also be a cause of seizures. You have to rule out the worst things first, which is why the doctors are likely going to do that CAT scan, as you're alluding to, immediately, and also check his blood to see if there's anything else of concern that pops up.
All right, well, we're going to be praying for Senator Kennedy. You heard President Obama say at the beginning he's certainly praying for Senator Kennedy as well. Sanjay, stand by. We'll get back to you. We'll continue to monitor what's going on with Senator Kennedy and Senator Byrd of West Virginia as well. Now, these are live pictures that you're seeing of the east steps of Capitol Hill. The President of the United States and the Vice President, they're getting ready to leave, walk down those steps and get into that motorcade and begin this dramatic parade from Capitol Hill over to the White House, winding up at Lafayette Park, right outside the north lawn of the White House. There will be, Anderson, as we take a look at what's expected to happen in the next few minutes, a troop review and some other festivities going down Capitol Hill, in effect saying goodbye to Capitol Hill, at least on this day.
The inaugural parade was supposed to start around 3:35. They are running right now. It looks to be about almost a full hour behind schedule. What is about to occur right now is the House Sergeant-at-Arms Wilson Livingood and the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Terrence Gaynor will proceed down the East Front steps. President and Mrs. Obama, Vice President Dr. Biden will be escorted as well then to the lower landing. They'll participate in a troop review, and then their motorcades will head out to the White House.
Let's watch and listen. right. All right. Here's the presidential limo getting ready to leave the steps, the east front of Capitol Hill, to drive down Pennsylvania Avenue and to begin this parade. They're about 1 hour behind schedule right now, but the first family will make their way over to the White House. Candy Crowley, our senior political correspondent, is in the parade herself. Candy, tell our viewers your vantage point, because it's going to be unique. You're going to be moving along together with the president, the vice president, and everyone else who's in that parade.
Absolutely. I'm the one on the flatbed truck looking like Nanook of the North, and he'll be the one in the limousine. But we are, in fact, going to be about, I don't know, maybe 200, 300 feet from his limousine. Obviously, we expect that at some point he will get out and walk, as presidents recently at least have done. They've got, this is, I don't know if this is the mother of all parades, but it is up there. 10,000 people participating. You'll see horses and high school bands and something from every state, including the lead team on this parade that is after Barack Obama, which is the ROTC band from his high school in Hawaii, as well as the high school band. So a little old home week as he starts this out. He, of course, is at the head of this parade, so he can get in that viewing stand where they have invited a number of people to come and watch as they go by. It is a pretty lengthy parade, I can tell you that, but so much fun for these high school kids that are here, are so excited, knowing, of course, that all inaugurations are special, but this one has a chapter in the history books.
And we're going to be showing our viewers your unique vantage point. Anderson, the parade route is 1.7 miles. 13,000 parade participants have come to Washington to be part of this. More than 90 music, cultural, and community groups will join representatives from the armed forces in celebrating this new president of the United States.
There has always been some sort of inaugural parade. Ronald Reagan's second inauguration, I think it was, so cold that they actually had to, was that the first or the second that it was so cold they had to cancel the parade?
Well, the second inauguration was so cold they canceled the outdoor ceremonies and then canceled the parade too. And all these high school kids were so disappointed.
At the bottom of the screen, David, if you take a look, you can see we're going to be keeping track of the route that is going to go from Capitol Hill to the White House, and we're going to keep that little distinctive mark moving along Pennsylvania Avenue, so viewers will know where they are along the 1.7 miles.
For Reagan's second inaugural, though, they moved it indoors to stadium.
Inauguration indoors, and the Reagan sent word to the high schoolers who'd come, who, as Candy said, are so excited about things like this. They said, why don't we see you indoors later? Don't get out there and freeze. And they, after the inauguration ceremonies, they had their luncheon. They went over to the Coliseum and saw the kids, and they played for them over there. So it ended well.
I'm just hoping that before it gets dark, they can complete this parade route because that sun's going to be going down fairly soon, and they've got 13,000 participants who have come a long way to celebrate the President of the United States. I love that scene. You see that new limo, that presidential limo. It's just been brought into service for this president. You see the Secret Service officers, the Secret Service agents walking alongside.
It is a tradition, really, I guess, since Jimmy Carter, that presidents get out and walk at some point. Jimmy Carter walked the whole way.
He walked the whole way, holding Rosalind's hand, his wife's hand, along with Chelsea there, their young daughter, and it was a wonderful people's moment. You know, he was a fellow who carried his own bags and was very unpretentious. Dropped hail to the chief.
He bought like a $170 suit just for the inauguration. I read just a couple weeks before the inauguration.
You know, they said he was the first president to give a fireside chat, and the fire went out.
Obviously, given the security situation these days, the president now is taking his vehicle, but it is anticipated he will walk at some point. Candy Crowley, I don't know if you can still hear me, in the parade route. Is there a sense of where or how long the president may walk for, if in fact he does walk?
We don't have that information simply because, and we are moving now, sorry. Have it for reasons that's not something they want to have out there, because obviously it's pretty planned where he gets out and walks. Now, presidents have been known to walk further than the Secret Service has planned, and perhaps to walk in places where the Secret Service didn't know they'd get out of the car. But by and large, Presidents tend to listen to the security agents around them, and they have checked out this parade route every which way from Sunday. So it is pre-planned, but obviously they don't tell us. And we aren't moving now. I'm not sure what you all are seeing. Eventually, our camera will get ahead of the president's limousine, and so you'll be getting a great shot of the president's limousine literally sort of head on as we move down Constitution Avenue onto Pennsylvania Avenue and to the White House as President Obama.
It'd be interesting to see, Kenny, I don't know if we don't know a lot about the inside of this vehicle, but whether you can actually hear the crowds when you're inside the vehicle, if you can hear what's happening. Often with bulletproof glass, if you're in an armored vehicle, it is very difficult to get a sense of what's happening outside. We know the glass here is many inches thick. The doors are several inches thick as well. Be interested to know at some point.
I don't think so, Anderson. I've been in. You have as well been in armored vehicles. Usually, you can't even open up the windows, and you can't hear virtually anything outside, given that how thick the armor plate is. And
with a car like this, I wonder if they had some sort of listening device just so, for security reasons, people can hear what's happening outside.
Might be right. It was interesting. They actually have really updated security inside, and they've been training the Secret Service specially because it's so complex. The communications devices inside.
You see that flatbed over? You see that van over there? I suspect, Candy, is that you in that van right in front of the presidential limo?
No, actually, we're waiting for him to come out. We're already on already on Constitution. So he's just turning now off the Capitol Hill grounds on there. So what you'll see is we're sort of spread across, as you know, Pennsylvania and Constitution are pretty big thoroughfares. They're kind of spread out across. So now he's... They've got the decoy car, obviously, and then he is right behind us. So you should get right now from our camera, if you're seeing it, you see the Secret Service walking beside the car, and that's the one that's holding the president.
You can see some motorcycle police officers in the back, but from our vantage point, what is actually leading this entire motorcade is this remarkable phalanx of motorcycles with sidecars, police officers riding. It is 4 rows deep, each in a V formation. It's a rather extraordinary sight. There it is now. It is a motorcade unlike any we have seen.
Absolutely, there were so many, and those are as they were sitting here. Who was chasing? Because there are so many of them at this point. And we more than an hour after the parade was supposed to cycle simply because it's been so cold. A lot of them lead, and they're at the head of this parade.
What a sight, those motorcycles paving the way for the President of the United States to begin this parade, and they'll be followed by a lot of very, very happy participants who've come in from all over the country. Don Lemon was telling us you've been speaking to some of the law enforcement. What were they saying to you?
Guy who worked on presidential details and said this is by far the largest undertaking when it comes to protecting a president, and wherever he's going to get out and walk, it is planned, as Candy said, planned out very well. It's very well planned out, and to make sure that he is completely protected when he does get out and walk. And a lot of people, when you sit at home and watch this, you sort of, hold your breath as the president gets out because you fear a little bit for his safety. But I think with, the security we have now, at least this president, hopefully everything will be safe.
And it really is, the presidency has become a gilded cage. And this is going to be very hard for him to adjust to. The elaborate precautions that are totally appropriate. Secret Service doing the right thing. I don't think there is such a thing as excess in a parade like this.
The world looks different, though, when you're looking at it through bulletproof glass.
It sure does. It sure does.
The motorcade is beginning with those motorcycles. They're moving down Pennsylvania Avenue. In fact, they're approaching not very far from where we are right now here at 6th and Pennsylvania, and they're getting ready for the presidential limo to follow suit.
That's the view from the museum. A lot of folks inside viewing the motorcade as it passes by. A great vantage point to stay warm and see it from this remarkable museum.
And we're up on the roof at this museum, so we have a good vantage point as well. You know, these Secret Service agents that are going to be accompanying the limo, they're going to be walking the whole time. You see 4 of them. They walk in front and behind, and presumably once the president gets out of that limo and walks a little bit with the First Lady, we'll be able to enjoy that moment. It'll be one of those traditional moments here on this inaugural day. There was quite a day to begin with. It's been an amazing day when you think about everything that has happened, Anderson, and on top of everything else, Senator Ted Kennedy getting ill once again at that luncheon, and we're following that story as well. We'll update our viewers with what we know as soon as we get more information.
There's an 8-person color guard actually leading this procession right behind the motorcycle police officers who you saw. So really, they are going at a walking pace. We're not sure if they're going to speed up at some point, but certainly Barack Obama waving to folks who have lined the parade route. People very excited. You can kind of get a glimpse of him, a silhouette of him inside that vehicle. And for many, that is enough.
And just remember, at the bottom of your screen, we're mapping out the route that he's taking from Capitol Hill over to the White House, the final reviewing stand over there at Lafayette Park, outside the north lawn of the White House. And so you'll have a sense of how far along this parade route he is. It's 1.7 miles, as we've been saying.
This is the view that Barack Obama himself is getting from our camera, which is on a truck right in front of the presidential vehicle.
It's striking, too, that this is the first inaugural parade we've had in which most of the people who watch the parade will not have been at the inaugural itself. There was simply not room. So you had to make a choice which you would see. I think it gives you some sense of just how gigantic this crowd truly has been today.
Some sense of the marching bands and the color and the...
That's the color guard which is leading the entire procession.
Yeah, then eventually you'll see a lot of floats. All right, we have a special guest I want to talk to right now. Congressman John Lewis is joining us, one of the real pioneers in the civil rights movement in the United States. This is a moment you've been waiting for, Congressman, for a very long time. First of all, how did you react when he became the President of the United States?
When Barack Obama stood and took the oath of office and became the President of the United States, I continued to just look and start saying to myself, this is unreal, this is unbelievable. Then I was able to look beyond the Lincoln, the Washington Monument, and see the Lincoln Memorial. And then my mind started reflecting back to the suffering, the struggle, the arrests, the jailings, the beating, to the people who stood in unmovable lines, to Dr. King, to Robert Kennedy, to John Kennedy, and to Lyndon Johnson. And I wish so much so that they all were here to witness what we all witnessed today here on the west front of the United States Capitol.
You saw the dark days of the civil rights movement back in the 60s and even darker in the 50s. Did you ever think you would reach this moment?
During those dark and difficult and bitter days, I never thought that I would live to see this moment. This is a moment of hope, it's a moment of gratitude, a moment of thanksgiving. It only could happen in America, that we can come so far in such a short time.
What did you think of the message we heard from the president in his inaugural address?
Well, the president today he spoke honestly, straightforward, and told us that we have some difficult days ahead, that the country is in a tough period. But by pulling together and working together, we can overcome. That was the beginning of the message. And I think it was important for him to speak very candidly with the American people, but to say that we've been able to come through struggle and difficulty before, and we can do it again.
Congressman Lewis, this is all happening the day after we honored Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You worked with him, you knew him, you fought with him. Had he been alive today, what would he think?
If Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had been alive today, he would have said, I told you that one day we will make it to the promised land. As he said the night before he was assassinated, he said, I've been to the mountaintop, I looked over and I seen the promised land, and we will get there as a people. I may not get there with you, but as a people and as a nation, we will get there. Well, we may not be there yet, but I think what happened today with the inauguration of this young man as president, it is a significant down payment on making the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. become a reality.
I know you've waited a long time for this, Congressman Lewis. Thanks so much for sharing some thoughts with us here on CNN. Our viewers in the United States and around the world are grateful to you. We appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you, sir.
Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, the Democrat, the legendary civil rights leader. All right, you see the parade. It's continuing, Anderson, down Pennsylvania Avenue, not very far away from where we are. In fact, right now, we're high above this parade route.
Remarkable to see all these military platoons, the Army platoons, Marines, the Fife and Drum Corps, Commander-in-Chief's Guard. We don't get to see this sort of thing very much in this country, but it is always remarkable when we're able to.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but continue our special coverage. There it is, the presidential limo inside Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, the First Lady of the United States. Actually, we're not going to take a quick break. We're going to continue our coverage. You see this parade route moving down. They're approaching where we are here at the museum on 6th and between 5th and 6th on Pennsylvania Avenue. Soledad, John Lewis lived to see this moment, and we all remember what he went through, and it really wasn't all that long ago, within the lifetime, not only his lifetime, but a lot of people's lifetime right now who are watching. Remind our viewers what he went through.
Yeah, you know, he told us yesterday that he didn't think he'd be able to make it through the ceremony without crying, and he has been crying really the entire weekend. Of course, he was a pioneer in the civil rights struggle, a close associate of Martin Luther King Jr., beaten brutally, really committed himself to fighting segregation. But also, you know, some of his words have been echoed by some of the young people who are so excited to be part of this parade. Told me the same thing. I don't think I can march in the parade without crying. I'm going to try to make it through. It's been really exciting. I mean, you think that there's some 1,300 applicants, 3 times the number usually for inaugural parade. That's really exciting. So it's a nice connection between the past and the present, the young people who are out here today and all these marching bands, and some of the old timers who've had a chance to really remind the younger people of their history, because I think a lot of people forget who these civil rights icons are.
Don Lemon is one of those young timers, the generation born well after John Lewis was beaten and Dr. Martin Luther King delivered that I Have a Dream speech. But you're living through, you're enjoying the benefits of what they did.
Absolutely, and any African American who has succeeded in this country and society, we do it on the backs of those people who have done that. I just want to read, Wolf, an email from a viewer. It's very quick, and it says to Don Lemon, when the cameras focused on the motorcade that read USA 1 with Barack Obama in it, it felt so surreal. I cannot stop crying. I feel my struggle and march with MLK and Reverend Jimison from Mount Zion Baptist Church in Baton Rouge, along with students from Southern University. It was all worth it. So that's a sentiment that's coming off of that today.
David Gergen, it was all worth it indeed, because this is a moment so many people wanted to see, so many people thought they'd never see.
Absolutely, and John Lewis is in the forefront of that. He wrote a memoir 2 or 3 years ago that's very worth reading by the younger generation about his experiences. And he was just a young man, but he was an organizer of the March on Washington in 1963, and he was given a place on the podium to speak. They limited how long he could speak. They gave him 5 minutes, but he gave a terrific speech. That was in 1963, and of course in 1964, he was in Selma. And he got his head beaten in. He had a concussion on the Pettus Bridge.
They all were. I mean, Martin Luther King Jr. was 26 years old when he started organizing the bus boycott in Birmingham, Alabama. Which
Fred Gray was 24 years old when he was representing Rosa Parks and bringing that case to national attention.
That's what the spirit that they're rekindling now. These young people.
Take action. However you want to help, CNN will provide the news and the opportunity
for you to do something about the issues that matter to you.
you.
Just log on to cnn.com/impact, and with a click, you get all the information you need
To take action. Be a part of the solution.
Use the news to do something.
Use the news to impact your world.
Impact your world. Affectez votre monde. 세계를 변화시키자.
يلا يا جماعة غيروا العالم.
Berdampak pada duniamu.
Impact your world in association with NEC. Log on to cnn.com/impact.
The pressing issues, the influential people, the global event. CNN is your ultimate connection to Davos 2009 with extensive coverage, one-on-one interviews, and a must-see panel hosted by Christiane Amanpour, the world's leaders at the World Economic Forum. What are their plans to deal with the global economic crisis? We're asking. Davos 2009, starting January 27. Be there with CNN.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed Wednesday on CNN.
All right, the parade is now moving down Pennsylvania Avenue, not far from where we are, making its way over to the White House. The President of the United States in that limo, surrounded by U.S. Secret Service agents. They're making sure that everything is safe and sound as it is. This has been a remarkably calm and peaceful day, even though millions have come to Washington to honor this new President of the United States. Tom Foreman is going to show us the route that the president and the parade, the motorcade, are taking right now, and you'll better understand what's going on at the bottom of your screens.
Hi, Wolf. When you look at the map right now, they're right at the corner of Constitution in Pennsylvania right now. The blue dot right there is this parade. The whole route, this yellow line from the Capitol to the White House over here, is only about 1.5 miles, but it will feel like an eternity. It could take up to 2 hours to do the entire length. Along this way is where you'll see many members of the public. They'll come to our location where you are, Wolf, at the museum shortly. They'll come on down closer to the middle of town here, where they will turn and they will head right up here to the edge of the south lawn of the White House. This gets very tight in this area. Lots of people getting in that last moment of watching the parade. Then they'll come up and turn right in front of the White House. And there, that last little stretch is where they'll come to that official reviewing stand that we've seen many times. That's where the president will get off and he will get into the reviewing stand to watch the remainder of the parade. And there are dignitaries there right now watching the parade coming, eagerly awaiting for his arrival. Wolf.
All right, thanks very much, Tom. There it is, Anderson. The presidential limo moving slowly, very slowly down Pennsylvania Avenue. And everyone is wondering as they watch this limo go forward, when will the President of the United States decide to go outside with the First Lady and wave to all those people who have gathered and have come to Washington, D.C.?
For the folks who are waiting for this and have been waiting for many hours, it is moving too slowly. For the folks who the president is just passing by, it is probably moving too fast. They want to try to savor the moments they can seeing Barack Obama, President Obama, for the first time he's riding in this vehicle as President of the United States.
We're joined now by a special guest. The Reverend Jesse Jackson has come up here to join us. Welcome, Reverend Jackson.
Dotson one, much faster.
That's right.
How do you feel about what's going on in our country?
This is a seminal moment. There is abounding joy. There are those who feel achievement, those who feel accomplishment, those who feel redemption. And all these emotions are converging. And yet today I thought in his address that he was warning us that while it's high noon in our politics, it's midnight in our economy. And therefore some measure of sacrifice and time and effectiveness must be given time to take place. I thought he kind of balanced it off.
You can see through the windows of that presidential limousine, the president, the first lady, they're waving as they go by. They got those broad smiles, which is totally understandable that they've reached this moment, a dramatic moment in our history. Did you break down, Reverend Jackson, and cry a little bit when he became president?
If I were to cry, my eyes would have turned icicles, so my heart bled instead. It was, to me, I was listening to him speak, and I could not help but think about the journey to get there. And it is that journey that makes this such a huge moment for America and for the world. I mean, people today in France and England and Africa, people invest so much hope in President Barack Obama, and because our economic crisis is so severe, we've not seen the bottom of it yet. And because the wars are breaking out like epidemics, he's going to need all of that trust in his bank, in his trust bank, to pull together the coalition to make it happen. And so a lot is invested in him, and I think that together we're equal to the task. He needs to not come in, he comes in with a down economy, but he comes in with a banking with will that's almost unparalleled.
The expectations, as you know, are enormous right now, and he's got a full plate of the most important issues awaiting him. Not just tomorrow, today, right now. Well, national security issues, a horrible economic situation. Can he deliver?
Well, that's why I said, you know, Chicago, November 4th was the engagement. The day was a big wedding, and then the marriage has begun. He needs enough of honeymoon to get his house in order. But I'm convinced that Democrats and Republicans, we have a shared interest in reviving our economy. This does take us above partisanship, at least for a moment. We have a shared interest in this India-Pakistan tension, both the nuclear weapons, the Gaza crisis is upon us. And so I think that because of all of this, he has some time.
Stand by, Reverend Jackson. We're going to continue our coverage. The inauguration of President Barack Obama will resume right after this.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hobson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
I value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
Rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
A lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining or funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
Larry King Live, the hottest seat in town. The interviews everybody's talking about. Icons. Yeah, I think it's really exciting. Legends. You're as good as the chances you take. Mavericks.
We have to respond to the climate crisis.
CNN's Larry King Live. It's all about the personality. Watch for who's next.
I am not saying anything, Larry. What are you asking me?
Larry King Live. Every day. Only on CNN.
This is CNN.
To our viewers in the United States and around the world, you're in the Situation Room right now. We're continuing our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama. We want to welcome our viewers. I'm Wolf Blitzer here atop the roof at the museum. You're looking at these live pictures of the presidential motorcade making its way down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the White House, where crowds have gathered all along the way. Lots of excited folks standing by to get a glimpse of the President of the United States, and we're all wondering at what point will he actually get out of that limousine together with the First Lady, Michelle Obama, and start walking a little bit and waving to some lucky people who will get an opportunity to get a quick glance of the first couple. Anderson Cooper is here helping us with our coverage. Anderson, you know, it's been a remarkably historic day. A little bit tempered, at least right now, by the breaking news that we've been covering that Senator Ted Kennedy apparently had a seizure in the middle of that luncheon up on Capitol Hill and was rushed to a local hospital.
That happened about an hour and a half ago. We're trying to get an update on his condition. His seizure was said to be rather lengthy. Even he was seizing as he was taken away in a wheelchair. But Senator Orrin Hatch, a close friend of his, though he is a conservative, and of course Senator Kennedy is a liberal Democrat. Orrin Hatch saw him being loaded into the ambulance, and Senator Kennedy kind of smiled a little bit to him. Orrin Hatch saying he thought that was a sign that perhaps the senator would be okay. So we certainly hope that is the case. Barack Obama gave some short thoughts towards Senator Kennedy, but this is a day of tradition, a day which moves forward despite that problem.
And we're just getting late minute reports that seems to be doing a little bit better. He's been speaking to his family, Senator Kennedy, and we of course only wish him the best. Soledad O'Brien is here helping in our coverage as well. David Gergen, our senior political analyst. We have a special guest, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who is here as well. You know, we've been seeing a bus, Reverend Jackson, and I want to see if we can get that shot. It's a metro bus along this parade route. It looks to me, and you know a lot better than I do, once we show our viewers this bus, if we have a picture, you'll see it at some point, of a bus that was involved in the Deep South, in Birmingham perhaps, back in the 60s in the Integration Civil Rights Movement. Are you familiar with this, Reverend Jackson?
Not here, but the great victory, of course, in Montgomery was about the Montgomery bus boycott and public accommodations. It took us 9 years to win that battle. So in some ways, it is Dr. King on it yesterday, the prophet, Barack Obama, the president today, this kind of prophetic presidential connection. To me, that symbolism, that calculation is a kind of embrace of the civil rights struggle that made his victory possible.
It's a bus that commemorates, recalls the civil rights era. That's what we're told about this bus.
But you can draw a line from Dr. King on at the Lincoln Memorial to Barack Obama on the west side of the Capitol.
Well, one popular line is the day we spoke in Washington, he spoke in Washington, D.C. was on the military lockdown.
Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. It looks like something is happening. The front of the car, that one of the Secret Service agents has decided to get out. And now let's look and let's listen. Take a look. Candy Crowley is there. She's right on the parade route. You can see what's going on, Candy. You've got an advantage over all of us because you're moving along together with them.
Absolutely. Obviously, you see both of them out
now waiting. I have to tell you, the minute they got out, this crowd went crazy. It's, boy, maybe 12 deep where we are at this point. They're beginning to pick up the motorcade a little bit. I don't know if you can tell. He's walking at a pretty crisp pace at this point.
Candy, I'm gonna interrupt you, Candy, because unfortunately we're having a really hard time hearing you. The crowd there so loud, understandably so. We're going to come back to Candy shortly, but look at this. This is the President of the United States. This is the First Lady of the United States. Reverend Jackson is here with us. You see this picture going out not only to our viewers here in the United States, but around the world on CNN International. Reverend Jackson, it sends a powerful message.
This is a similar moment. You know, Dr. King's speech was not so much about the dream, it was about the broken promise of a day like this. He dreamed it would happen, and it's happening, and we all seem to feel so good about this moment. They represent America already so very well here and around the world.
It's amazing indeed, and you know what? The weather has cooperated, Anderson, to help us better appreciate this historic day. Might be a little chilly out there, but it's sort of sunny and nice. No rain, no snow, no bad weather effects.
Because I'm not in Chicago, that's why.
Let's listen into the crowd.
an incredible moment. The gentleman on the flag.
Rushed in the hospital.
President Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, there looks like they're getting ready to go back inside that limousine. They walked a few blocks. I assume he had pretty comfortable shoes, although Soledad O'Brien, she's walking in those heels. May not be all that easy walking down Pennsylvania.
Feeling a thing but joy, even in high heels, to be waving to those crowds. But I'll tell you, David Gergen let out a giant sigh of relief when they got back in the car and Reverend Jackson clapped. You were very anxious.
I must tell you, I thought that took a lot of courage for the two of them to do that. The Secret Service cannot provide 100% protection in a situation like that.
7 minutes and 20 seconds.
My sense was that they were walking, a considerable part of that walk was among federal buildings, where they do have a lockdown.
But not necessarily on both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue. On one side, there are federal buildings. I'm pretty familiar with that area. On the other side, a lot of office buildings.
I mean, while there are these adoring crowds, there are others who are really angry and who are frightened. Their fears are unfounded, and there's no basis for the anger, but they are that way. And we have such a history of violence.
So just watching that, you felt concerned?
Yeah, we should be risk on the side of caution. He now is the single most powerful, visible man on earth. And so a few waves are very risky in that kind of exposure.
But you can't talk about hope and looking forward and the promise of a nation and not get out of the vehicle. You have to get out of the vehicle. And he did for much longer than I thought he would.
And you know what? He's now the President of the United States. The Secret Service will give him recommendations. They'll give him advice. But in the end, the decision is his. And if he says, you know what, I want to get outside of this limo and walk a few blocks, they'll say, yes, sir. They may try to discourage him, but they'll say, yes, sir.
It's great optics. You know, it really looks good. And he's that kind of Harvard basketball player. He's that kind of courageous kind of fighter. But in these coming days and now years to come, a lot must change in terms of even appreciation of danger.
Well, you're right. He's president. He makes a decision, but it's a risk. And I must say, I think to go to Soledad's point, I think he showed a lot of courage and showed that he's willing to live up to his own convictions.
You can't urge everybody else to do the hard work. And again, you know, we talked about that presidential bubble that he now fully enters, but he's going to have to figure out ways to crack through that bubble because, as he talked about with his BlackBerry to John King, you've got to reach out to the people who helped put you there.
We've been speaking a lot about that moment that occurred when he was sworn in as President of the United States, and we had invited people who were in the crowd to take a picture and send it to us. John King is standing by. He's got a much richer version now of that photo synth, that dramatic shot of Barack Obama being sworn in. John, show it to our viewers.
It is remarkable, Wolf, and we are grateful to our viewers for helping us out with this groundbreaking technology. We showed you this scene earlier. We call it the moment because Barack Obama is taking the oath of office. This is a wider shot. You see, here he is up here. You can't see him yet. You see the stand. You see these people down here. Now, I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer. See, we're going to come in down here, and I'm going to pull this down a little bit so you can come up here. And then we come in closer right here. And here we go. If you pull this out, let me come up closer still. And we can come in. We can zoom in on... Look at this when we stretch this out. Right here. Look at his hand on the Lincoln Bible. Right here, the hand on the Lincoln Bible. Barack Obama's hand raised up. He's taking the oath of office. He is the 44th president of the United States at this point. A magical moment in the history of the country. And we've been talking today also about a troublesome moment. Senator Kennedy being taken away from that luncheon with a seizure. Well, look at this. Look just over the president's shoulder and the family's shoulder. Here's Michelle Obama. Here's the Speaker of the House. This is Senator Kennedy right here in the photos. And if you move around, remember, this is a collage of hundreds, even thousands of photos have come in now. You see Senator Kennedy smiling here when we click to another photo. If I touch over here, you'll see him again over the shoulder. You see a different expression. This is the senator's son, Congressman Patrick Kennedy here. If you touch over here, you move over a little bit here, you see the big smile on Senator Kennedy's face, how happy he was to be here for this historic moment. as we look through these photographs again, and Wolf, they have come in the thousands. I want to tell you someone else. We haven't found her in our photos yet, but we're looking for her. But she's joined us now. Up there for this magical moment was Donna Brazil. Donna, you were right up close, closer than any of our group. Tell us what it was like.
John, it was one of the most important moments of my life. I was seated right next to the entrance where all of the VIPs came to the platform, and I had great seats, compliments of Senator Feinstein and Speaker Pelosi, and I was able to take great pictures of all of the dignitaries. But beyond just being there, I just felt the weight of history. I felt generations of people who struggled to see this day, and it was just so special to see members of Congress, dignitaries from all over the world seated together cheering the new president on.
You mentioned earlier you saw Clarence Thomas, a conservative, but the first African-American on the Supreme Court, sitting up there as well.
I had a brief chat with him as he walked down the stairs, and we shook hands. He's from Georgia. I'm from Louisiana. I said, Louisiana's in the house. He said, Georgia's in the house. But later I saw him when President-elect Obama was speaking, and I don't know if he was yawning, if he was tired, but he was dabbing his cheeks, and it was a very special moment for all of us on that stage today.
More of your thoughts in a minute. I want to take our viewers back just to show you the synth one more time. Now, how are we doing this? We have much more detail now because viewers are helping us out, and this is how we do it. These pictures are coming in by the thousands, Wolf, and you have a common point of reference. You see the flags on the Capitol in this photograph here? Well, guess what? They're also over here. And the synth computer hooks them all up by point of reference. So you start in tight, you pull back out more, you pull out more. You can get a perspective, excuse my arm, looking at the Capitol from this side. And, of course, you can get right in up close as well as Barack Obama takes the oath of office and becomes the 44th president of the United States. Sometimes you can get a little too close, as you see there. But this is the collage. This is how it all began. Viewers sending these photos into the moment at CNN.com. And, Wolf, I believe now Tom Foreman's going to help explain to us, and you're going to get to him just exactly how we're doing this.
Right, John. Tom Foreman is standing by. He can tell our viewers who want to participate in this and want to see this remarkable photography that's going on, three-dimensional. Tom Foreman is going to show us that, but just in a moment, he's getting ready for that. These are live pictures you're seeing from the reviewing stands here at the Pennsylvania Avenue. This parade continuing down Pennsylvania Avenue, making its way over to the White House.
And if you're watching this, wherever you're watching this or watching it online, if you have photos that you were on the mall from any angle of the Capitol, send them to us at themoment@cnn.com. You can also actually view the photo on cnn.com as well. We'll have a lot more about that coming up with Tom Foreman. But again, the crowds are just cannot be any more excited here.
No, yeah, especially during those 7 minutes plus when he was out of the car together with the First Lady. They walked a little bit, smiled broadly. You can only imagine all those folks on both sides of the street, how excited they are. I think Tom Foreman is ready now to show us how people can go take a look at this remarkable collection of photographs, thousands of them that have come together to give us a unique vantage point of what we're calling the moment.
Yeah, Wolf, this is a terrific thing that you can do at home, and that's what makes this so interesting. Go to CNN.com, go to the politics section, look up the moment, and you will see things like you've never seen before. Look at how you can zoom in on this. You can do this right at home. Look, here's a guy with a camera who is helping take some of the pictures that we relied on for this very project. But as you move in and you look at the project and you look around, one of the most fun things you can do is explore on your own to see things that otherwise you would never see. Here's Barack Obama smiling as he gave his speech. As we move up into the crowd a little bit, you get a better sense of who is watching him and how they were reacting to things. Go through the crowd and sort of look out for people who you might find, who you might be interested in. Let me make this come up full size so you can see this all the way. You see this crowd over here? I'm going to bring this image up, and I'll zoom in just like you can zoom in at home. And then you can just look through the faces and see who's out there. And as you move down through the crowd, you might be surprised who you find. In this case, look, it's actor John Cusack, a big Obama supporter. Over here is Steven Spielberg. Next to him, Kate Capshaw. And if you move all the way down the road down here to where we get into the area where many of the governors were as they were watching this event, look who else we find down here. We zoom in and we find, here's Governor Charlie Crist down here, Governor Kathleen Sebelius, and just in front of them, if you look very carefully, I don't know if I can get him to come up here where you can easily see him, right there is Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get into this picture and look around. It'll let you feel closer to it than you've ever been, and you can do it right from your own desk. Wolf?
And the way to do it is to go to cnn.com/The Moment, and you too can see all of this. I'm seeing these live pictures. There's the Vice President, Joe Biden. He's continuing to walk outside his limousine down this parade route. Earlier, we saw the President and the First Lady walk outside for about 7 minutes and 20 seconds. We were trying to take a closer look at that, but Joe Biden is now walking. He's one happy guy, I got to tell you, Anderson. And there's the presidential limo inside the president and the first lady.
Reverend Jackson, who's our special guest joining us here. It was interesting. Someone came up to me in the mall yesterday and pointed to a button on there, which said the new first family, and it had the entire Obama family. And they kept saying, pointing to it, just saying, sort of wondering in their expression, this is the new first family. Do you think it's really sunk in? The full impact of what all this means?
It's getting there, you know. There is just the esteem from overcoming such odds, really, in such a relatively short period of time. All the symbolism, like the steps on the Capitol built by slaves, and they couldn't walk up the steps, that kind of stuff. Blacks and only cook in the White House could not sit there except as a guest. That kind of stuff is it's esteemed for so many people. But I saw many grandparents and grandchildren today. Before I die, I want to see that type thing. But beyond the esteem, there was also the sense of redemption, where others felt that this was their thing. If I've ever seen a multicultural, multiracial event that would share the excitement it was today.
All right, hold on, guys. I'm going to continue our coverage of this parade. They've now made a right turn, the motorcade, off of Pennsylvania Avenue out to 15th Street. They're going to be moving up 15th Street and then making a left over to Lafayette Park in front of the White House. We'll continue our coverage. We're here in the Situation Room. We're watching all of this for you, together with you, to our viewers in the United States and around the world. Our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama will continue right after this.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adura's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adura's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
The pressing issues, the influential people, the global event. CNN is your ultimate connection to Davos 2009 with extensive coverage, one-on-one interviews, and a must-see panel hosted by Christiane Amanpour, the world's leaders at the World Economic Forum. What are their plans to deal with the global economic crisis? We're asking. Davos 2009, starting January 27. Be there with CNN.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed Wednesday on CNN.
Don't be left in the dark.
Get your news at the speed of light, wherever you are. Go to cnnmobile.com and take your mobile experience to the next level. Breaking news, live TV, instant intelligence, all in your hand. Stay connected. cnnmobile.com.
为什么天亮的时候，云朵总是那么的暗？
All the beauty this world has to offer should be a gift for all to see. Sharing timeless values. Samsung.
Joe Biden. They get right up on us. They give him a great big greeting.
We're back here in the Situation Room. We're monitoring what's going on Pennsylvania Avenue as the motorcade continues its way toward the White House. The President of the United States and the First Lady, they got out a little while ago, walked a bit. We're waiting to see if they get out of that limousine once again before they get to the reviewing stand at Lafayette Park outside the north portico of the White House. If they do, you can imagine, Anderson Cooper, how excited that crowd is going to be.
It was interesting to see both the president and vice president getting out of their limousines at the same time. I was a little bit surprised at that, that they would both allow them out at the same moment.
I was really surprised about that. It kind of makes you a little nervous, and I was particularly surprised that Joe Biden kind of just popped out of his car.
Well, I was surprised when Barack Obama and Michelle got back into the car that the Bidens didn't get back in. Kept on walking. That was like, whoa.
If you're Joe Biden, you want to savor. This has been a long time coming.
Vice came in fourth in Iowa, right?
If you see that limousine, you see the license plate USA 1. All right, they're opening the door once again. You know what that means. We've seen this before. He's about to open the door, and Barack Obama and we assume Michelle Obama will walk out of that limousine and get ready for an excited crowd once again. And you know what? Let's listen in. By the way, that bus that you're seeing going before the reviewing stand outside Lafayette Park, that's what's called the Rosa Parks bus. It's a bus commemorating Rosa Parks' refusal to give up her seat on a city bus in Birmingham, Alabama, back in 1955. That bus recreated here, restored for this special event. It's a 1957 Maryland Transit Administration GMC bus. Was donated to Metro in 1990, restored for Metro's 30th anniversary here in Washington in 2003. And it's appropriate that that bus is here in this parade on this day. Donna Brazil, when you see that bus and you see Barack and Michelle Obama, the President and the First Lady of the United States, I suppose you're getting rather emotional.
When you're seated behind John Lewis and you're staring at Dorothy Height and you see Martin Luther King III and Christine Ferris and so many icons of the civil rights movement, it was an incredible experience to share the platform with them this morning. They were all weeping. And when Reverend Joseph Eccles Lowry, Dr. Lowry, gave the benediction and began to recite parts of the Black National Anthem, people just openly wept and cried because finally there's one America, there's one story, there's one narrative. And I think today represents that long struggle, that journey that took place for centuries. of a people who just wanted to be free and be American.
It's really an amazing sight how happy they are and how happy millions and millions of people around the country are, and indeed around the world. Donna, when you look back on the improbable route that Barack Obama took to this day, what's the most dramatic moment that you bring back? Because it was only a few years ago he was a state senator, then a very, very junior senator from Illinois.
Well, I think in looking back at his journey, Barack Obama, decided early on in life that he wanted to serve, that he wanted to be part of the future. And he made a decision that he wanted to help lift people up, inspire them to help themselves. And I think from the moment he made that decision after leaving college, before entering law school, that he wanted to be part of a larger dream, that moment led us to this day. This was an incredible campaign, as you well recall, because Barack Obama inspired a new generation to serve. He also called upon the American people to come together. And today, in listening to his inaugural address, what I heard the president say to us is that this is our moment, this is our time, and that as we face the many grave challenges, we must do it as one people.
David Gergen, as Donna speaks, I'm reminded of some of the words he used not only today but on Sunday when he went to the Lincoln Memorial, it was just an all-powerful reflection of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the national holiday we all celebrated yesterday, culminating with this swearing-in ceremony today.
I think one of the things, Wolf, that has characterized him, and it's so unusual for a political leader, is the consistency of his message. One of the major turning points in his political life actually came at the Democratic Convention in 2004, and essentially, that catapulted him onto the national stage. Everyone suddenly became aware of not only running for the Senate, but this was a star. It was a rising star. And the message he had in 2004 is the same message he now had today in this inaugural address.
Unity.
About being one nation, one people. We're not a red America, we're not a blue America, we're the United States of America.
And earlier, you talked about how it wasn't a speech that sort of reached high, didn't soar, and I know Jeff Toobin felt it was a little bit disappointing, but I think that he did what he had to do in terms of reaching every single person, underscoring as many experiences that are American experiences, even though we all at some point have come from somewhere else. He managed to make that message, and you're right, there's not a quotable line, I think, but it's that patchwork quilt he talked about.
But he clearly reaches people.
Yeah,
look at the people on this road. It's connected.
But it's not quotable.
It's also this notion that he didn't have to soar rhetorically above the moment because the moment was so great in and of itself.
Jeff Toobin and Suzanne Malveaux are down by Lafayette Park where the first family has just walked by. We can hear, Jeff and Suzanne, the crowds. Did anyone anticipate they would actually be walking this long?
I'm sorry, it's pretty noisy. Can you try again?
That's all right. Don't worry about it. It is obviously...
I think they're pretty excited over at Lafayette Park. The President of the United States, the First Lady, the Vice President, and Jill Biden, they're all out there. They're getting ready to go into that reviewing stand. Jeff Toobin and Suzanne Malveaux are right across the street from that reviewing stand, but they're now going back into that limo
and then
first.
They're going to drive around to the back of the reviewing stand, which they've already passed by, and then they'll take their places where they'll review the rest of the parade. And where we are, the museum, the parade has already well underway. A number of marching bands are passing by here around near closer to the Capitol. So the First Family will have an awful lot of groups to watch. Some 10 to 13,000 people taking part in this parade, 90 different groups from all around the country.
And these, a lot of them are young kids who have worked really, really hard to be able to come to Washington. They've raised a lot of money to do so. Hasn't been easy. There it is, the motorcade, USA 1. Jill Biden and Joe Biden, they're still outside. They're continuing to walk as this motorcade makes its way over to the White House. They'll be going into that reviewing stand. And then all of these performers, all of these bands, and all of these groups will have a chance to entertain the new president, the new first lady, the new vice president, and Jill Biden herself, Gloria Borger.
I was thinking as they're walking down the Pennsylvania Avenue, this is the last time that they're going to be able to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue for a long time because they're about to go into that gilded cage David spoke about. And
they've just made that left turn off of Pennsylvania Avenue onto 17th Street. They're going to go back through the south lawn of the White House. Then they'll walk outside to the reviewing stand. They might go through the Oval Office as he goes from the south side of the White House to the north side of the White House. All right, our special coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama, the new president of the United States, will continue here in the Situation Room right after this.
Every minute counts between the onset of a heart attack and the administration of treatment. Time is vital. Being able to transmit an ECG ahead of a patient means that doctors can assess the ECG and start preparing treatment before the patient arrives. People focused, healthcare simplified.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Reveal Wednesday on CNN.
How does a bright idea become an eco-solution? Just add...
The cornbread is about ready.
Imagination. From basics to high-tech. Local to global. CNN shows you the world's innovators making a difference.
It's a win-win for everybody.
See how creative ideas become eco-solutions. In association with Suzlon. Monday in CNN Today. Only on CNN.
You gave CNN your best shot, so CNN is giving you a show. I report for CNN, a new place for your stories.
We want to see our generation.
It was just fantastic. So you've got a camera, you've got a phone. Do you have a story and want the world to see it? Log on to ireport.com. Upload your video or photos, then tune in to see what happens when you make the news.
I report for CNN.
Mondays only on CNN.
A good story is when you can capture the very essence of what's going on and tell it in a way that makes people want to watch.
Since I was young, I've watched events in the world and I always said, I want to be there. The best stories don't come from the main plot, they come from the people.
People's experiences, their opinions, that's what makes us stand out.
Every day I have a story I can't wait to tell.
Okay, let's do it. Enter the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer and the best political team on TV.
An American perspective on U.S. politics.
Straight from Washington.
To you, Wolf. We get it, our viewers get it.
The Situation Room, only on CNN.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hobson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
This is CNN.
All right, there they are. That's the south portico of the White House, and we're back here. Our special coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama continuing in the Situation Room. The President of the United States, the First Lady, they are now back at the White House. They're first time they're coming to the White House now as President and First Lady. They're going to go through the White House, through the south entrance of the White House. I don't know if they're going to spend some quality time in the Oval Office, go to the residence, what they're going to do. They can do whatever they want there. They're the President and the First Lady. But at some point, they will emerge from the north side of the White House, the north portico. They'll walk across the north lawn, going out to the reviewing stand that's been built right outside. There you see the north lawn of the White House. At the bottom of your screen, you see the reviewing stand. They'll go in there to watch this beautiful parade. The thousands who have come to Washington to participate in this celebration, a new president of the United States. Soledad O'Brien is with us as well.
Last time I interviewed Barack Obama, he was in his Senate race in Illinois, and it was a tightly contested Senate race. And people would stop him on the street on bicycles, and he was just out and about, walking around. And it's such a difference to today, where never again will anyone bicycle up to Barack Obama to say hey and shake his hand. As of today, he is inside that White House and inside that bubble.
You can only imagine, Gloria, how he must feel and how Michelle Obama must feel. They are now in their new home for at least the next 4 years.
Well, they've had the move has been pretty easy, I would have to say, because they walk into the White House and their furniture has been moved in. And David and I were just wondering during the break whether, in fact, President Obama would stop in that Oval Office and pick up the note that George W. Bush has left for him to read before he goes to the reviewing stand, whether he'll sort of swing through the Oval. I would think he would.
What is that note? Is it advice?
It's traditional, just a traditional, and it's usually a brief note from the outgoing president, very personal advice to the incoming president. And they rarely see the light of day after that.
The Bush.
They always leave. It's a very traditional. They always leave that note in the upper drawer, the Oval Office desk. The outgoing president for the incoming president, and I wonder what President Bush has told President Obama.
The outgoing press secretary often leaves for the incoming press secretary a bottle of whiskey.
You'll need it. There was an open letter to Malia and Sasha in the Wall Street Journal today from the Bush twins.
Oh, really?
Wrote a note about what they could expect and what they should hope and get out of their experience in the White House, calling this place, such a fabulous place to live and experience. And at the end, they say, basically the gist is have fun and remember who your father really is, not what other people tell you he is.
And of course, they took Sasha and Malia on a tour of the White House.
I thought it was interesting, David, that twice the president and the first lady got out of the limousine to walk a bit. I know you were worried both times when they did so, and you must be relieved that they're now in the warmth and security of the White House itself.
I am relieved. The Secret Service is extremely relieved. So far, this has gone without a hitch from their point of view, and it was always expected that last part that they would walk, because that's a much easier place to protect. You've got essentially the Treasury Building on the left, and then you've got the White House grounds on the left, and you've got Lafayette Park on the right, and it makes it much simpler to protect. You just don't have many fewer opportunities for someone who may want to do him harm.
I guess we're waiting to see who's going to come out of that door at some point. I assume we're waiting to see the president and the first lady emerge to walk over to the reviewing stand at Lafayette Park, right outside the north lawn of the White House, and make their way over there. We'll see them at some point. They're considerably behind schedule, and it's the sun's going to go down pretty quickly now. So a lot of this parade that we're about to see will be done in darkness. There you see this magnificent reviewing stand that they build every 4 years outside the north lawn of the White House, and it is indeed magnificent. All right, we'll wait to see Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. Our coverage here in the Situation Room of the inauguration of Barack Obama continues right after this.
She's lovely. Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
The Dubai Desert Classic, the crown jewel of the European Tour's Middle East swing. Watch world-class players compete at the Emirates Golf Club. Experience the atmosphere up close and witness an epic finish. Come celebrate the 20th anniversary event from January the 26th to February the 1st, 2009. For tickets and hospitality, visit DubaiDesertClassic.com.
value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
You rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
Or a lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining or funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hodgson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
Larry King Live, the hottest seat in town. The interviews everybody's talking about. Icons.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting.
Legends.
You're as good as the chances you take.
Mavericks.
We have to respond to the climate crisis.
CNN's Larry King Live. It's all about the personality. Watch for who's next.
I am not saying anything, Larry. What are you asking me?
Larry King Live, every day, only on CNN.
Welcome back. You're looking at live pictures of the White House. We anticipate the President of the United States will be walking out of the White House, the north side of the White House, heading over to the reviewing stand to watch this parade. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room on this historic day, and a day that has seen a new President of the United States sworn in, a day where Barack Obama spent some time not only at a luncheon on Capitol Hill, but then making his way over to the White House and getting ready to watch this parade unfold. Soledad O'Brien is here with me as we watch and we wait to see the President and the First Lady. They're getting ready to go out of the White House. They're freshening up a little bit after what's been an exciting day already, and we hope to see live pictures of them emerge from that door right there. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of these inaugural events over the years. I know David Gergen has, Gloria Borger has as well. This time it's different, and it's not just because Barack Obama is the first African-American who's president, but it's different for some other reasons as well.
You know, I think Colin Powell actually hit the nail on the head when he was talking to you, Wolf, when he said, you know, it's a new generation also. And while we've been talking a lot about the fact that Barack Obama is African-American, there is a lot to talk about. Generationally, he's very different. The fact that the embrace of technology not only gave him a big lead in the race, but it also made him different. And I actually think there was a line about technology in his speech when he talked about the different ways. We may use different ways to get out information or something. It was a really, you know, interesting line that to me sounded like a shout out to technology, if you will.
There is a passing of the torch generationally here because when they had that lunch in the Oval Office, he was 15 years younger than anybody else of the former presidents. Both George W. Bush and Bill Clinton are 15 years older than he is. And one of the reasons he connects so well to the young is he's so much closer, both in age, but also culturally. Yeah, he understands the music. He has the cultural signals, and he connects well. And I think that's one of the reasons he stirs their idealism. His story is one that they can relate to more than they can relate to a George W. Bush story.
I think that's also politically what concerns a lot of Republicans, because a new generation of voters has been engaged, and very often where you vote the first time is where you end up voting 20 years from now. And I think that Republicans are concerned that, in fact, he's engaged a whole new generation of Democrats here.
It was Tom Foreman who said that the website up already and already has streaming video. I mean, it's a good website. It's a different website. I mean,
I suspect that the crowd going to that White House website, the traffic will increase dramatically now that it's President Barack Obama's website at the White House as opposed to President Bush's website at the White House.
Right, and it'll be interesting to watch the next 2 or 3 days as they start making hard decisions, whether it's about Iraq or about the economy or about stem cell research, how they use that website to communicate and to govern and to keep this coalition moving.
The line from his speech, Wolf, Wolf, is our challenges may be new. The instruments with which we meet them may be new.
Right.
You know, new instruments, new ways of communicating and dealing with, and old values is the next part of that speech.
But it's also, in a way, Reagan-esque. I mean, Reagan did it differently, but he went over the heads of Congress to the American people, spoke directly to the American people. Obama will do that too, but in a very different way, using technology. But
Wolf was interesting. Gloria was just reporting in that how reality is intruding this afternoon with the stock market.
Down 365 points.
Yeah, reality doesn't wait on inaugurations.
That's the reviewing stand on the north side of the White House, across the street from Lafayette Park here in Washington. You can see the little pool there. At some point, the President and First Lady will walk out of that door. You saw an honor guard and a path that has been created on the north lawn for them to walk. There it is right there. You see the blue carpeting that has been set there on the north lawn of the White House. They'll walk down there to the reviewing stand. They'll take a seat inside that glass-protected area, and then have a front row seat to all these participants, 10 to 13,000 of them who have come to Washington to participate and to celebrate this new president of the United States. Once the president is in that reviewing stand, those seats that you see still empty, I'm sure they will all fill up with his invited guests in that reviewing stand right there. That's a beautiful scene indeed.
Well, we don't have any cameras by the West Wing, do we? We can't see if he's in that Oval Office.
No, we have no cameras inside. We have cameras all over the White House outside, but we don't have cameras, unfortunately, inside. We don't know what he's doing, but at some point, maybe we'll get a little briefing from the White House Press Secretary, Robert Gibbs.
Accessibility, maybe CNN can just put a camera in the Oval Office.
No, CNN's good, but not necessarily all that good. We're going to continue. We're also getting word on a sad story that we were covering earlier in the day. Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts, unfortunately, took ill. We don't know if it was a seizure, what it was, but he was rushed to a local hospital at that luncheon. He had come up to Capitol Hill to celebrate Barack Obama's inauguration. We're now told by his colleague from Massachusetts, Senator John Kerry, that Senator Kennedy is alert. He's in good spirits, expects to spend the night in the hospital, which is totally understandable. Senator Kennedy, according to Senator Kerry, his Irish is up. Which is encouraging to hear for all of us. That's good news, given the fact that Senator Kennedy, as we know, last year suffered a brain tumor, had surgery, and had seizures last year. Let's hope for the best. There you see the new Vice President of the United States and his wife, Jill Biden. They're walking towards the White House from the area of the old Executive Office building. They've wrapped up their participation in the parade, and they'll be joining the President and the First Lady in the reviewing stand as they go forward. I can only imagine, David, what Joe Biden is thinking right now. He's been in Washington for 35 years or so, and now he's the Vice President of the United States.
Well, you know, there was a moment when one wondered whether he really wanted to do this, but he's clearly loving it. I mean, he almost has a Teddy Roosevelt kind of quality, bouncing around today. He's got this huge grin on his face. He's enjoying every moment of this.
You know why? He doesn't have to commute anymore. He used to take the Amtrak home to Wilmington every night.
Well, that's right. Now, if he'd been the Vice President, he wouldn't be in that. I mean, if he'd been the Secretary of State, he wouldn't be in this parade.
That's right. That's right. He just lives on
Massachusetts
Avenue now.
All right, guys, as we watch Joe Biden and Jill Biden make their way to the reviewing stand, I want to go to Tom Foreman because he's got something we've been promising our viewers for some time that they would see. The first image from a satellite of what happened at that moment when Barack Obama became president. A remarkable shot indeed from space, Tom.
Yeah, Wolf, I think this may be one of the real shots of the day, the thing to look at. Look at this down on the ground. This is the mall. And these dark masses here that look like anthills down here are the enormous number of people that packed in around here. Over here, right up at the Capitol, you can see all the official seating up there. That's just all dark up in there. We're going to come in very tight on this picture so you can really see it. Every one of those dark little specks there, those are all people. They're wearing all sorts of different colors, but they're all so packed together, it just looks like a mass of ants there. And as you move away from the Capitol down the mall, with each little place, you see another deep clustering of people right in there. Let's go back over the Capitol for a minute. I'm going to walk right up here to the screen and show you. This is the Capitol right there. This is where Barack Obama was standing. And all of this is people, a solid mass of people. And as you work your way down, you start seeing more and more people gathered that way. You can see that they go in clusters here. At every road, they push forward to the barricade. Then you go back to the next one, they push forward. So it's just as dense back here as it is up there with these little gaps in between. Further back you go. And then here at the Washington Monument, look, two enormous clusters of people way back here. This is about 1.5 miles.
Let's erupt because here comes the president and the first lady with Sasha and Malia. He's saluting the troops. He's now their commander-in-chief. They're going to the reviewing stand. What a beautiful family. What a beautiful shot. You take a look at those sweet little girls, Soledad, and you say to yourself, the country now has a new first family.
Oh, the country now has little girls to watch grow up. What a wonderful thing, I think, for us as a nation to get to experience the White House and all the great stuff about politics that sometimes the folks who are battling it out on Capitol Hill don't really get to experience. We'll get to see all that through their eyes. I think that'll be a really wonderful experience. And to see them grow up. I mean, what's better than watching a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old become young ladies? That'll be really fun, a real treat. And my kids, and I know so many others.
All right, let's see if we can hear what they're saying.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, First Lady Michelle Obama, and their children, Sasha and Malia.
So he's down in the reviewing stand. We see John Podesta there right in the middle. He's a former White House chief of staff, but he was leading the transition for Barack Obama. Invited guests. What a hot seat this is to be in the reviewing stand together with the president, the first lady, their two daughters, as this parade gets going outside the White House. I would venture to say, David, the hottest seat in town right now.
It's a very big honor to be in that. I've had the occasion to be there before, and it's one of those memorable experiences you just don't forget, being up in that reviewing stand. And I'm going to be curious now to see if that pilot of that U.S. air flight who was up on the platform this morning, that was a surprise. Whether he's the kind of person they'll have there. They'll have a lot of personal friends, and the John Podesta's people who helped to get them there, who deserve a place in that reviewing stand.
Gloria, they worked hard to reach this moment, and they're finally there.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people who helped him get to this moment are going to be in that reviewing stand. And of course, you see the vice president over there. And I just keep thinking how different it's going to be to have children, young children in the White House. And we talk about the president living in a bubble. Well, kids keep you out of a bubble a lot of the time, and I think that's going to be so useful.
You know what's been nice to see when that big roar went up and cheer went up? You see the girls both break into big smiles, because that can be terrifying for a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old. That could be really scary, and their faces will reveal that. And instead, big grins. I mean, they are so excited and so happy, and it sort of makes your heart leap that they could really enjoy this experience too, because the spotlight's on them now. It really is.
Some happy friends inside who gathered there. There they are. You can see the daughters, the first family. They're having a little chat before some of the floats come, before some of those marching bands stop by to entertain the president. Let's listen in right now. This is the Punahou High School Marching Band from Honolulu, Hawaii. It's making its first appearance here in the inaugural parade. This marching band represents Barack Obama's former high school in Honolulu. Wow, this marching band has come a long, long way, and it's going to be it's performing right now for the new president of the United States, a graduate of that high school. Gloria, wow.
If you were watching before, Wolf, it was clear he's enjoying.
It's sort of a nice thing that both his high school is represented and also Michelle Obama's high school represented as well.
This high school gave him one of his big starts in life. It was a first-rate educational institution, and he wasn't a very good student, but he went there, he got a lot more serious.
They traveled almost 6,000 miles to get here to participate in this historic inaugural parade. There's 142 participants. They raised, obviously private money to do so. Founded in 1841, this high school is the largest independent kindergarten through 12th grade school in the nation. Wow, I didn't know that. Did you know that, David?
Yeah, his mom, he was living in Indonesia, and his mom sent him back to live with his grandparents in Hawaii, partly so he could go to this school. And she wanted him to get a good American, get a good education, and she obviously loves it.
He's getting into it.
Yeah, totally.
He's getting into it. This is now the Whitney Young Magnet High School that's coming from Chicago, from Hawaii now to Chicago, his other home. This is the high school. It's appearing as the first inaugural parade. The First Lady, Michelle Obama, is a 1984 graduate of Whitney M. Young Magnet High School. She went on from there to Princeton University and then the Harvard Law School. So this is her high school performing now. The young men and women are led by Senior Naval Science Instructor Lieutenant Gus and Naval Science Instructor Petty Officer Pierce. Their mascot, by the way, Soledad, the Whitney Young Dolphins.
It's great to see the little kids with a symbol trying to...
This is the Jesse White tumbling team. They've come from Chicago as well. They're making their third appearance in an inaugural parade. These guys are pretty good indeed. It should be a very nice performance for the new president, the new first lady.
You say guys, but there are women there too.
Pretty cool stuff. John King has got some more images from the moment that we're talking about, that satellite moment that we have. John, show us what we have now.
Well, Wolf, as you know, Tom Foreman just showed us this remarkable satellite imagery. Using the magic map here, we can zoom in a little bit closer for you. I want to start with this image. This is the United States Capitol. Everybody can recognize that. And you'll notice, you see the grass out here. There are no people here. This is an image taken by the GOI satellite. This is back in late December. Now, I'm going to reach across here. Hopefully I won't get in the way. And I'm going to bring this forward to today. And watch the lawn here. This is now 11:19 this morning. See that? That is a full house on the grounds of the United States Capitol because Barack Obama is down here at this point. The picture gets a little grainy when you get in this close, but you see the Capitol, see all the people. Here's the reviewing stand out here and the crowds gathered. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit, and we're going to come out. He's taking the oath of office here and speaking in that inaugural address to the masses out here on the mall. And you see here's the reflecting pool just across from the Capitol. Again, you see a swarm of people here. Looks like a hill of ants, something like that, as Tom Foreman just said. Those are people there coming in from this GO1 satellite image. And as we go through this, more people down here as we come down the mall. We believe we are making history here in the sense of the fastest non-military turnaround of a satellite image, thanks to GOI and this satellite. Again, a swarm of people here as you come down the mall. You see the crowd there. And to make the point, I'm again going to go back in time here. This is December 19th, and you see the grass on the mall. Now we're going to come forward to 11:19 this morning as the ceremonies were getting underway up in the Capitol. We're going to come down the National Mall. Let me shrink it down a little bit so you see what we're looking at. Here's the Capitol up here. Here's the National Mall. And here, of course, in the center is the Washington Monument. And Tom showed us these, but we're going to take a closer look. They look like ants swarming to a piece of sugar. Well, the Jumbotrons are down here. These are all the people around the Washington Monument. The television screens are around the edge here. And as you can see, they're all gathering in one place. Some barricades in places as well. And again, now we're going to come back down. We're going to go further down the National Mall, all the way out here. This is the Lincoln Memorial. Now, some might have expected larger crowds down here when you get toward Lincoln. As you notice, there are some people gathered here, and again, the TV screens are here. And just for perspective, one more time, let's go back. This is late December. This is a normal day down here. You see some people walking along, but there are no crowds. Now we'll come forward, and you see these areas have filled in up here. Again, there are the big TV screens are here. Not as many people as here as some might expect. And Wolf, before I go back to you, I want to close this down. You know this real estate very well. You come to the Washington Monument, you head up this way, you get to Pennsylvania Avenue, and this is Barack Obama's new home. The South.
The parade continues here in Washington in front of the reviewing stand at Lafayette Park outside the White House. The President of the United States and the First Lady. There's Joe Biden as well. They're in the reviewing stand. They're enjoying all of these participants who've come from as far away as Hawaii. There's the First Family, the entire First Family, the daughters, Sasha and Malia, and the First Lady, Michelle Obama. They're continuing the parade. Suzanne Malveaux and Jeff Toobin are right across from the reviewing stand. You've got a great view there, Suzanne.
We absolutely do. Well, really quite amazing to see. You can see directly into the reviewing stand the responses, reaction from the first family. And also, there's been a lot of talk about this bubble that the Obamas will be in, but we've seen some faces, familiar faces of some friends from Chicago, Marty Nesbitt and his children, Eric Whitaker. These are really going to be critical to the family, to Barack Obama and his little girls, of course, to make sure that they have those visits with their friends from Chicago. They are going to be frequent visitors here at the White House. They made a decision not to actually move all of their families here, but they have been for years coordinating schedules for soccer games and plays and things like that. So it's those close family friends who are here sharing this moment that are so critical to this family and what they talk about, staying normal, being just a normal family with friends, close friends, and others. It's funny because in doing the documentary on the Obamas, got a chance to meet a lot of his close friends, and they fondly call Michelle the taskmaster, the one who had that schedule organized and made sure that everything ran on time and kids got to school on time, that type of thing. And they have a whole community, a host of people who are here with them celebrating this moment, but also will be regular visitors and part of their community. That will remain.
Jeff Toobin, as you see what's going on, you've probably got a little different perspective.
It is, one thing that has struck me, Susanna and I have been staring at this reviewing stand for several hours, and in this reviewing stand, you have some of the most powerful people in the country. You have the president, the president's family, the cabinet, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I would estimate that about a third of the people on that reviewing stand are people of color, of one color or another. And this is the changing face of America and the changing face of power. It's not just Barack Obama. The Bush reviewing stand looked nothing like this. And I think this is something that the American people and the world is going to see a different face of America for the next 4 or 8 years. And this reviewing stand is just a small preview of how different the face of America is going to look and the face of power in America is going to look in the next few years.
And Wolf, it's interesting to note.
Yeah, go ahead. They're pretty excited. I want to bring in Donna. Hold on, Susanna. I want to bring in Donna Brazil, who's watching this this amazing scene as well. Donna, you've got up really, really early this morning to go up to Capitol Hill. You had a good seat up there, and now you're watching this parade go on in front of the White House. Later tonight, there'll be all the formal balls that will be going on. This is a long, long day, not only for you, but for the country.
No question, Wolf. I want to tell you, when I finally arrived at the Capitol, I walked up and went through the Hart Building. I went underground because, of course, I know the shortcuts around Washington, D.C. The first person I laid eyes upon this morning was Senator Ted Kennedy. He was in such a great mood, of course. He was with his wife, Vicki. I actually walked through the tunnel from the Russell Building to the United States Capitol with Senator Kennedy. And I tell you, we did that before 9 a.m. this morning. So my thoughts and prayers, of course, is with Senator Kennedy. He was so enthusiastic. We talked about Bobby Kennedy, his brother, of course, and the fact that Bobby Kennedy back in 1968 saw this moment. He visualized this moment when he said that one day the nation would elect a black president, and he was so happy that I remembered that. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Ted Kennedy, to wish him well, and to hopefully get him back in the Senate tomorrow so he can confirm Senator Hillary Clinton.
Thank you, Donna, for that. Donna Brazil always has a unique perspective. Soledad, this parade is going on, and I must say, they were behind schedule, but it's only just beginning. There's a lot of these participants coming forward.
And you can see already the sun's going down a little bit, and it's getting a little bit chillier, and they've got 13,000 people in this parade, so they've got a little ways to go. But if you go back to the girls and you watch their faces, you have Sasha leaned over as far as possible to take a look as she's really getting a kick out of the parade, Malia as well. So, clearly, however long it goes is as long it goes, and everybody's going to enjoy it.
And we're going to enjoy it as long as it goes here in the Situation Room. Our special coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama will continue in just a moment.
the land where the sun was sacred. That land was Egypt. Today, Egyptians offer you their most precious treasure, the sun. Nothing compares to Egypt.
Wow, she's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
In 2008, our search for truth took us from Wall Street to Afghanistan. We asked what it means to be black in America and investigated the battle lines of a planet in peril. We met heroes who fought genocide and honored everyday heroes. And we made history as we followed an historic race to the White House. In 2009, new questions will drive our search for truth. Wherever they take us, we're ready. Let's go.
The global financial crisis is still hitting the headlines, and this month on Mainsail we look at its effects on the yachting industry. Plus we've got some top tips from the London International Boat Show on how to get afloat cheaply and what bargains are around if you're in the market for a boat. Plus we'll bring you up to date on the offshore Christmas classic, the Rolex Sydney Hobart race. All this and more on Mainsail.
Mainsail in association with Rolex on CNN.
Impact your world.
It is up to you to take action.
However you want to help.
CNN will provide the news and the opportunity
for you to do something about the issues that matter to you.
Just log on to cnn.com/impact, and with a click, you get all the information you need
to take action. Be a part of the solution.
Use the news to do something.
Use the news to impact your world.
Impact your world. Affectez votre monde. 세계를 변화시키자.
يلا يا جماعة غيروا العالم.
berdampak pada duniamu.
Impact your world in association with NEC. Log on to cnn.com/impact.
Globalization and an environmental emergency. The flat world according to Thomas Friedman. This week on Talk Asia, we're with the Pulitzer Prize-winning author as he weighs the crunch issues.
Barack Obama's taking the helm at a time of unprecedented economic crisis. Is he ready to be as radical as the moment? Will he have the courage of our crisis?
Join me, Anjali Rao, for Talk Asia, only on CNN.
There you see the mall, the U.S. Capitol behind the Washington Monument. Very few people left on the National Mall. You see those Jumbotron screens. They're showing the parade, but most of the folks have actually left the National Mall area. They've tried to make their way, some of them at least, to get a glimpse of this parade that continues. It's maybe just not even halfway through by any means. The Vice President and Jill Biden are there. The President and the First Lady are there. The daughters are there as well. It continues, and the entertainment continues as the sun goes down in Washington, Solana.
Absolutely, and it's interesting for so many band members and others who came out. They had to do fundraising, sometimes $50,000 to be able to get themselves here, put themselves up in hotels. And because of the large volumes of people that we've seen all day, some of these bands are staying 100, 120 miles away and had to bus in very early to make their morning call.
This is the Delaware State float that you just saw. Saw the former senator from Delaware, Joe Biden, now the vice president. He's particularly proud of this float. The Delaware State float is a dramatic scroll presentation of the preamble to the United States Constitution. It's approximately 32 feet long, 10 feet wide, 16 feet high. Art from various Delaware icons emblazoned around the float, incorporated into this float's design is the seal of the Vice President of the United States. That would be Joe Biden and his granddaughter right there. And There you see the president and the first lady. We're getting ready for a lot of high school bands and floats, Don Lemon, as we see what's going on.
Oh, it's very interesting, just to finish up on what Soledad said. Getting the invitation to come to the parade was the easy part in some respects, because they had to raise so much money, and on some of these areas and schools with very limited funding and very limited budget. So once they got the invitation, they had to raise the money to get here and then stay hundreds and hundreds of miles away. So this is really quite a moment for them and quite an accomplishment.
We saw that Constitution, all the rarity were pointing out that big giant scroll. You think of the number of times that Barack Obama has referenced the Constitution, a Constitution that said African Americans were 3/5 of a human being. I mean, the references to the Constitution and sort of where the Constitution didn't quite serve every American, but could be changed and morphed for everybody, to represent everybody fully. Come back to it again, even in this inauguration.
All right, now this is something really special that's coming up right now. The Tuskegee Airmen and Comfort Carriages. And I want to explain what this is all about. The Comfort Carriages coming in. They're making their first appearance here at this inaugural parade. They're horse-drawn carriages have appeared in parades across the capital region in the greater Washington, D.C. area, including the George Washington Parade of Alexandria, Virginia. The carriages are carrying the Tuskegee Airmen, as many of our viewers no doubt will remember, the nation's first group of African-American military airmen who flew with distinction during World War II as the 332nd Fighter Group of the U.S. Army Air Corps. They're marching in this, the 56th inaugural parade. 10 men will represent the group that are greatly influenced the integration of the United States military. Members of the Tuskegee Airmen marched in President Harry Truman's inaugural parade back in 1949. 2007, the group was collectively awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I'm happy to let our viewers know that many of those survived, the Tuskegee Airmen. They've been invited here as the president's guests, including the father of Frederica Whitfield, our own CNN anchor, and she's here as a guest as well. Don, this is very exciting stuff. Who know the history of segregation and integration in our country.
I do, and we have a thing here called CNN Heroes, and they asked me who my hero was, and I said it was Mal Whitfield, who is Frederica Whitfield's father, because not only because of being a Tuskegee Airman, but his accomplishments in the Olympics as well, winning gold medals back in the 30s, and still alive, and fortunate enough to still be around.
You know, we look at the order of this parade today. Hawaii, never really number one. Delaware, small state, and the Tuskegee Airmen.
All right, guys, hold on for a moment. We're going to continue to watch the first family, the vice president, and this parade. The coverage continuing here in the Situation Room. The inauguration of Barack Obama. What a day it's been. We'll have much more coverage right after this.
She's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed Wednesday on CNN.
In order to find the story, we have to know the country. To understand the story, we have to understand the people. And to tell the story, we have to speak the language. We all understand the importance of effective communication. After all, the world makes more sense when it speaks your language. For the latest national and international developments, CNNArabic.com. Be the first to know in Arabic.
A good story is when you can capture the very essence of what's going on and tell it in a way that makes people want to watch.
Since I was young, I've watched events in the world and I always said, I want to be there. The best stories don't come from the main plot, they come from the people.
People's experiences, their opinions, that's what makes us stand out.
Every day I have a story I can't wait to tell.
How does a bright idea become an eco-solution? Just add...
The cornbread is about ready.
Imagination. From basics to high-tech. Local to global. CNN shows you the world's innovators making a difference.
It's a win-win for everybody.
See how creative ideas become eco-solutions in association with Suzlon. Monday in CNN Today. Only on CNN.
The pressing issues, the influential people, the global event. CNN is your ultimate connection to Davos 2009 with extensive coverage, one-on-one interviews, and a must-see panel hosted by Christiane Amanpour, the world's leaders at the World Economic Forum. What are their plans to deal with the global economic crisis? We're asking. Davos 2009, starting January 27th. Be there with CNN.
This is CNN.
The parade continues for the First Family, the President of the United States, the First Lady. They're watching what's going on from the reviewing stand, and no doubt they're thrilled to see what's going on. It's getting dark here, the sun going down quickly in Washington, D.C. Remember, they still have a full night of balls they have to go to. Every one of those official balls, they'll be there, and they'll have to make a quick change, get into tuxedos for the men and beautiful gowns for the women, which I'm sure they've thought long and hard about. What a day it's been for this country and for Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. Although I want to update you on what happened earlier at that luncheon up on Capitol Hill. Senator Ted Kennedy collapsed, and we're now getting new information in from his doctor, the chair of the neurosurgery department at Washington Hospital Center. Senator Kennedy experienced, according to the doctor, a seizure today while attending a luncheon for President Barack Obama in the U.S. Capitol. After testing, we believe the incident was brought on by simple fatigue. Senator Kennedy is awake, talking with his family and friends, and feeling well. He will remain in the Washington Hospital Center overnight for observation and will be released in the morning. That's very, very good news. Let's bring in our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay, what do you think?
Well, you know, I mean, in these sorts of situations, you have to try and figure out if something happened that brought on a seizure that was obvious, something that could be dealt with. For example, was there a regrowth of the tumor or swelling around the tumor as a result of some of the therapy? Were some of the medications not at an appropriate dose? If all those things seem to come back normal or without anything that seems unusual, then you start to attribute it to, as this doctor did, to simple fatigue or a lot of stress. You know, I think that with tumors in particular, you have to make sure that the bad things are ruled out first. We do know, and I think the good news was that, you know, it was around 2:35 that he had this seizure, and we were talking to folks at the hospital almost an hour later exactly. They told us he was awake, he was alert, he was talking to his family and friends, so that certainly was a very good sign. I should point out, Wolf, that this isn't the first time that he's had a seizure since his brain tumor diagnosis. His brain tumor was diagnosed back in May. He had his operation in June. He did have a seizure back in September that was reported as well. At that time, it was attributed to a change in medications. So this is not that unusual in someone that has a tumor. And then this is, you know, again, a little bit of a warning sign for doctors to look, to investigate, to make sure nothing's going on. But good news indeed, I think, overall for the Senator, Wolf.
Yeah, I think you're right. Obviously, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our chief medical correspondent himself, a neurosurgeon. Let's get back to what we're seeing right now. Barack Obama looking at his watch. He probably realizes they're behind schedule. They've been behind schedule for much of the day, but you know what? 10 to 12, perhaps 13,000 people have come to Washington to participate directly in this parade, and he's going to stay there and enjoy it because they're here. to watch this Native American parade moving along right now. I love, it's trite to say it, Gloria Borger, but I love a parade.
So do I, Wolf, and this is a particularly terrific parade because each of these groups were chosen with great care by the incoming administration. We were talking before about the symbolism of the Tuskegee Airmen, for example. In 2007, this group was collectively awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, and today in this parade.
13,000 applications to march in this parade, and that's something like triple the number they normally get, and they had to really whittle it down. 90 groups now are really marching in the parade, but over 13,000 people.
The Tuskegee Airmen marching did bring back the thoughts that an inauguration has been so echoed Lincoln in so many ways, that the first time African Americans marched in a parade for a president was with Abraham Lincoln. It was in 1865, and they were troops who had, he opened up the army to bring in blacks to fight, and they did so bravely, and they were honored in a parade. He was also the first American president to have African Americans at a reception at a presidential inauguration, so he broke a lot of the ground that went into these traditions. But you think that African Americans have been marching these parades now for about a century and a half.
One of the unanswered questions is how many people actually came to Washington today, showed up on the National Mall to be an eyewitness to the swearing-in ceremony of Barack Obama. And we're getting an estimate. I want to go back to John King. We took a satellite picture. We showed our viewers. John, is there a number that experts are now putting forward?
We don't have that number yet, Wolf. We are waiting to get it. And as we wait, I just want to show our viewers one of the ways they will calculate that number. Let's go back to our GOI image. And this is an image. Here you see the United States Capitol. I'm going to stretch it out a little bit. This was taken in late December. You see the stand here where the inauguration took place. It had been built on the Capitol. But notice the grass and the grounds are pretty empty. Perhaps a few people wandering around there, but you don't see them. Now I'm going to fast forward. This is 11:19 a.m. this morning. And you see now, if I stretch it out just a little bit more, a full house here on the grounds. This is one of the ways, looking at this satellite image, which we turned around, we believe, in record time for non-military applications from space. See all the crowds here in the Capitol. That will shrink down a little bit, and we are literally going to fly down the National Mall here. And as we fly down the mall, Walter, stay with me, you see all these people here up against the barricades. I'll stop it, pull it out a little bit. You see the swarms of people down here, and then we can come all the way down, Wolf, a big swarm here, but still some open spaces. Remember, there were giant Jumbotron TV monitors down there, so people swarming around those. Back a bit further, more swarms here. We're literally flying down the National Mall, and when you get here, you see another very large swarm of people right in here, and now we are getting closer as I pull out a little bit. You come down the mall, people here, the Washington Monument, some large groups of people right in here at the Washington Monument. Again, the Jumbotron screens up here, there's more over here, but a lot of open space here, and they will use this to make the crowd estimate, and I'll just fly all the way through now. If you come all the way down where the Lincoln Memorial is, this area, not as crowded as many might have thought it would have been. All this will be used, Wolf. We should have it somewhere around the top of the hour. I'm going to pull back out the crowd estimate, and as we wait for that number, we do know, of course, that Barack Obama is just outside his new home, right here at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, watching the parade from that reviewing stand. Wolf?
All right, John, thanks very much. And at some point, we will actually get a number. There is the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States. They're watching this parade continue, saluting the troops as they go forward. What a day this has been. And remember, it's happening the day after we all celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s national holiday here in the United States. When we come back, something rare indeed, but something very significant. We're going to speak with the family of Dr. King and get their thoughts on this historic day. We're continuing our coverage right here in the Situation Room of the inauguration of Barack Obama.
Wow, she's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
Why can't we give back to the planet as we take from it? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
I value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
You rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
A lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining, funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
Newsmakers, business leaders, note makers, big screeners, top competitors, government leaders, world changers.
Growth is in every direction.
I'm a human being. Make the connection. Newsmakers talk to CNN.
The global financial crisis is still hitting the headlines, and this month on Mainsail we look at its effects on the yachting industry. Plus we've got some top tips from the London International Boat Show on how to get afloat cheaply and what bargains are around if you're in the market for a boat. Plus we'll bring you up to date on the offshore Christmas classic, the Rolex Sydney Hobart race. All this and more on Mainsail.
Mainsail in association with Rolex on CNN.
Accountability. On AC360, that's what we're all about. The truth matters. We're keeping them honest. Someone has to. Raw, honest reporting. Anderson Cooper 360. Only on CNN.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hodgson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
A spectacular shot from the west front of the U.S. Capitol. That's where Barack Obama was sworn in as President of the United States nearly 6 hours ago. It's an amazing shot that we're seeing. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're covering all of this right here in the Situation Room. Once again, we want to welcome our viewers throughout the United States and around the world. The National Mall now largely empty, but the parade continues. The parade, a wonderful parade. It's going in front of the reviewing stand where the President and the First Lady are sitting right now, sometimes standing, as we watch what's going on. The President's clearly having a good time with the Vice President as well. This is a moment. This is a moment that a lot of people have waited for a long time. But as soon as this evening is done with, and they'll be going to several official balls, they got to get down to business tomorrow. Our senior White House correspondent Ed Henry is watching what's going on. Ed Henry is there together with Suzanne Malveaux, our White House correspondent. Give us a sense of what awaits the President and the Vice President tomorrow, Ed.
Wolf, it's a hefty agenda. Tomorrow, the president already has two big meetings. He's bringing in his senior economic advisors to talk about the financial crisis, try to ramp up the sales job and trying to convince Congress to pass his now $825 billion economic recovery plan. He also has a meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, military commanders, to try to change the mission in Iraq, to try to fulfill his campaign promise to remove all U.S. combat troops within 16 months. Meanwhile, his staff is trying to get right down to business. A lot of housekeeping here. When I was on the west front of the Capitol, shortly after Barack Obama was sworn in earlier today, I started noticing that very senior aides started disappearing. People like Robert Gibbs, the new press secretary, Greg Craig, the new White House counsel, the chief lawyer. They had vans waiting for them. They raced on over here to get ready to start, getting right down to business. But what's interesting is that Robert Gibbs is already already telling us that he can't even really get his computer going. They're trying to get the nuts and bolts of starting a White House. He did notice, though, that there were all the O's were on the keyboards. A little bit of joke about the some of the W's that were taken off keyboards back in 2000 during the last major transition. Some business that Barack Obama did do today. He signed a proclamation, as previous presidents have, on renewal and reconciliation on this inaugural day, plus a proclamation about his cabinet and sub-cabinet appointments. He got 7 senior people confirmed by the U.S. Senate, including the Secretaries of Energy, Education, Homeland Security, Interior, Veterans, Agriculture, also his Budget Director, Peter Orszag. Now, they also wanted to get Hillary Clinton in as Secretary of State. A Republican Senator, John Cornyn, blocked that for now. Some more questions about Bill Clinton's foundation work. But White House spokesman Robert Gibbs says he thinks he'll get Hillary Clinton confirmed as early as tomorrow by the U.S. Senate. And he's also hopeful that Tim Geithner, the Treasury Secretary designate, who's faced some trouble now for not paying his taxes several years ago, they hope to get a committee vote, at least in the Senate Finance Committee, as early as Thursday to get that nomination back on track, Wolf.
Ed Henry, thanks very much. Suzanne Malveau's also out there at Lafayette Park, right across from where the President and the First Lady. She seems to be having a great time, Suzanne, the First Lady. I know you've spent some time with her over these many months of the campaign, the race for the White House. She seems to be really happy right now. You can't blame her.
Absolutely. It's interesting to note both of them. Obviously, this has been a huge transition for this family. They have made tremendous sacrifices. She is fondly known by her friends as the taskmaster, the one who really kept everything running in Chicago when it came to the kids. They would take shifts from time to time, actually looking after them. But they have a whole host, a community of people, of friends, very close friends, who you also see who are here joining them. With their young children as well. They hope to open this White House to the public, to the people, that they will have those friends close by to keep it real. He might lose the BlackBerry, but he is going to stay in touch with them. They say this is a very important time to keep the family together. And one of the things that he said early on that he knew that if he would be a successful father is that if this did not impact Sasha and Malia in a way that changed them, he wants them to stay the same, just as they are, pure, innocent, wide-eyed, and obviously, Wolf, that's going to be a very difficult job ahead. When you look at the tremendous things that they are seeing around them just today, the changes that will go through their lives, even when they sleep in their beds for the first time here in the White House, it will be just a completely different life for all of them. So they are leaning on their friends, they're leaning on the family. Obviously, the grandmother, Marion Robinson, is also here in the White House, will be living with them. And they know that this is a time of reflection, this is a time of change, and they are going to try to keep their very close-knit family together as much as possible.
All right, Suzanne, stand by. That's the Green Valley High School Marching Band. They've come in from Henderson, Nevada. That's outside of Las Vegas. This is their first appearance here in an inaugural parade. The Green Valley High School Marching Band has 120 marchers. They're performing This Is My Country and, not a surprise, Viva Las Vegas as they pass by the presidential reviewing stand. Band has performed at events in Rome, Italy, Paris, France, London, England, as well as Carnegie Hall in New York City. That's pretty cool, I have to say, as well. All right, we'll take another quick break here in the Situation Room. We're going to try to get a crowd estimate. I know that John King has been working with experts based on the satellite imagery we've shown you here in the Situation Room. We'll try to get a number. How many people do they believe actually showed up for the swearing-in ceremony of Barack Obama? Our coverage continues in the Situation Room right after this.
Every minute counts between the onset of a heart attack and the administration of treatment. Time is vital. Being able to transmit an ECG ahead of a patient means that doctors can assess the ECG and start preparing treatment before the patient arrives. People focused, healthcare simplified.
Why can't we use resources without depleting them? The answers lie in sustainable wind energy solutions. Therefore, Suzlon, powering a greener tomorrow.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed Wednesday on CNN.
Impact your world.
It is up to you to take action.
However you want to help.
CNN will provide the news and the opportunity
For you to do something about the issues that matter to you.
Just log on to cnn.com/impact, and with a click, you get all the information you need
To take action. Be a part of the solution.
Use the news to do something.
Use the news to impact your world.
Impact your world. Affectez votre monde. 세계를 변화시키자.
يلا يا جماعة غيروا العالم.
Berdampaklah pada duniamu.
Impact your world in association with NEC. Log on to cnn.com/impact.
News can happen anywhere. Down under and on top of the world. Under blue seas and into open skies. At round tables and at kitchen tables. On front lines and across finish lines. In concert halls and behind brick walls. And no matter where it happens, CNN is there.
The pressing issues, the influential people, the global event. CNN is your ultimate connection to Davos 2009 with extensive coverage, one-on-one interviews, and a must-see panel hosted by Christiane Amanpour, the world's leaders at the World Economic Forum. What are their plans to deal with the global economic crisis? We're asking. Davos 2009, starting January 27th. Be there with CNN.
This is CNN.
The University of Tennessee Marching Band, the so-called Pride of the Southland Band. This is a band from Knoxville, Tennessee. It's making its 12th consecutive appearance in this inaugural parade. Today, these young men and women who represent 308 members of the Pride of the Southland Marching Band will be performing Rocky Top. All of these bands, they're so proud just to be able to participate, to join us, and to entertain. Looks like Barack Obama's wiping away something from his nose. It's a little chilly out there, and I hope he doesn't get sick as a result, spending so much time outdoors today. Hopefully he'll be. It's getting colder. It's getting colder as the night goes on, but I know for a fact, because I've been in that reviewing stand at the White House, they've got heaters there for the president and the first lady and the vice president. All right, I want to go back earlier, almost 6 hours exactly, and play this excerpt of what Barack Obama said in his inaugural address.
We will not apologize for our way of life, nor will we waver in its defense. And for those who seek to advance their aims by inducing terror and slaughtering innocents, we say to you now that our spirit is stronger and cannot be broken. You cannot outlast us, and we will defeat you. To the Muslim world, we seek a new way forward based on mutual interest and mutual respect. To those leaders around the globe who seek to sow conflict or blame their society's ills on the West, know that your people will judge you on what you can build, not what you destroy. To those who cling to power through corruption and deceit and the silencing of dissent, know that you are on the wrong side of history, but that we will extend a hand if you are willing to unclench your fist.
The United States speaking almost 6 hours ago, the president speaking in his inaugural address. We're back live now at the reviewing stand where Barack Obama, Joe Biden, among others, they're watching this parade continue to go forward. David Gergen, I know it's early and we have to digest what Barack Obama said in his approximately 20-minute address to the world, his inaugural address. But how do you think it will rank? How do you think he did?
I think he had chose, Wolf, not to write a speech for the ages, not to write a speech that would be on the Lincoln Memorial 100 years from now, but rather to speak to the moment. And on that, I think he did extremely well. He used the phrase, "This is a moment that will define a generation." And I think this speech succeeded in doing that, in beginning a new generation of leadership here in this country. I thought he in understanding and recognizing the crisis that we're in, and not trying to paint a rosy picture of it, not trying to say things are going to get better suddenly, but being very realistic. He's taken on the role in part of educator, not necessarily just the inspirational figure. And I think that works well for him. I'm sure it played well in the world. There was, of course, this defiance toward those who would do us harm, but there was also a hand of friendship to others around the world and a promise that America would lead in a new way. All of that, I think, will work well. It will not be, rhetorically, I don't think it was a match, frankly, for his speech on race. I think that had more of an eternal sense about it. But as an inaugural speech to launch an activist presidency, I thought it was very effective.
Gloria.
Rhetorically, it may not even have been a match for his speech after he lost the New Hampshire primary, which was a brilliant speech. But I think that was not what he was really striving for today. I think he wanted to be very clear that this was a change in leadership, a change in direction, and that the moment spoke for itself. He couldn't get beyond the moment rhetorically because it was so profound. And so what he did was outline what I would consider to be a very ambitious plan for what he called remaking America. And that's a big idea. And there are lots of big plans that are a part of it. And he said, and made it very clear, that out of crisis comes opportunity.
In that plan of remaking America, you got the sense that he underscored all these different American stories. If you were an immigrant from Europe who came here how many years ago or past generations, this was part of your story. If you were descendants of slaves, this was part of your story. If you picked cotton, this was part of your story. I mean, everybody was included, and then also reached out internationally as well. So it was a very inclusive speech. Completely.
You know, what struck you, Don, as you listened?
It was very determined, Wolf, and also it seemed a little bit stern that we need to learn from the lessons that from the past and to move on. But also what Soledad was saying as well, those topics that he talked about in this speech about inclusion and diversity, you can see it there as Ed Henry and Suzanne Mabo were talking about. You can see it in this reviewing stand here. It is part of his cabinet and his administration, part of his family as well. And you also see it in the performers who are out here marching in the parade. You know, we saw the Nez Nation, a Native American folks marching in the parade. You also saw it with the South Cobb High School Band from Georgia as well. So diversity, inclusion, we're all in this together, all of those topics
But
here.
it was also a very sharp speech, particularly when it comes to foreign policy. And I think he spoke to all nations, to the world, and said something, we are ready to lead once more. And I think the once more was really an important phrase and a bit of a swipe at the Bush administration.
More than a swipe.
Yeah, more than a swipe, a slap, I would say, at the Bush administration. I would imagine that was pretty difficult for George W. Bush to sit and listen to.
They're honoring the United States Air Force right now, the Air Force staff going forward before the reviewing stand of the President of the United States, comprising the 4 member staffs of the Air Force, each component, the active duty, the reserve, the National Guard, and the United States Air Force Academy. They're moving forward before the reviewing stand, and a lovely sight indeed for the United States Air Force. Always an honor and a privilege for the Commander-in-Chief to see the Air Force in action. They're in action right now as they move forward. Right behind them, you can see the Mountain Ridge High School Pride of the West Marching Band. They're coming in representing Glendale, Arizona, and they'll be making their first appearance in an inaugural parade. As we watch this parade continue, we have a live picture coming in from Midland, Texas. The former president of the United States, George W. Bush, you see it on the right-hand side of the screen. He's now back in his home state of Texas. Wanted to stop off in Midland before he continued on to Crawford and his presidential ranch. He's going to be speaking to his fellow Texans in Midland on this day, the day he stopped being president of the United States, the day he became a former president of the United States. And look, got a nice crowd of people that have shown up in Texas to honor him, to honor his 8 years as president of the United States. A nice split screen, Soledad, what's happening in Washington right now and what's about to happen in Texas.
Interesting to see, and it was interesting to see earlier as well when we were able to show from around the country different people who are watching the inauguration. I mean, to get the sense of how involved and how interested people are this time around has been really interesting. In Times Square, it looked like people had stopped. Times Square paper was standing and watching the jumbotrons, watching the coverage. It was quite remarkable.
As interesting as the number is going to be about how many were actually here, will be the numbers on how many watched in the United States and how many watched worldwide. I think particularly that worldwide number is going to be much higher than anybody would have anticipated from an American inauguration a few months ago.
And I like to think that, we here at CNN, we've played a little role in helping people not only across the United States, but around the world show what's happening in this country, because people, no doubt, in huge numbers are watching. They're watching every second of this. In fact, I'm getting emails from people all over the world. In fact, I want to make sure our viewers around the world are welcomed here as we continue our coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama here in the Situation Room. What an exciting event, and what an exciting opportunity for all of us to have this front row seat to history as it unfolds. Hillary Rosen, our analyst, is here as well. Hillary, as you see this going on and these great marching bands performing for the President of the United States, what goes through your mind? I don't know if Hillary Rosen is hearing me. Unfortunately, she's not, but we'll get back to Hillary Rosen. She'll be hearing us fairly soon. You see the marching band continuing right now. Lots of excitement. Gloria Borger is going to be especially happy that the Montana delegation is going to be coming forward pretty soon as well.
Very excited.
Gloria, part-time resident of Montana. So that'll bring back some nice thoughts for you and your family,
Snow.
Gloria.
Yeah, thoughts of snow.
Some 5 historically black colleges are performing in the inaugural parade.
You know what I'm thinking about, though, today is what we've witnessed, and every time we witness this smooth transfer of power, it's a majestic, yet at the same time, it's sort of the simple ceremony where one president is in, and one president just leaves and goes back home to Midland, Texas. The other president says goodbye to him. It is reaffirming is the word I'm searching for. It truly is.
I think David is right on when he talks about the numbers of people watching all across the world. But when you look at the numbers of people who showed up for when he was running in Europe, hundreds of thousands of people, and Barack Obama, according to the European press, is not only just a political leader, but he is a cultural icon now. And some say, in the ranks, or at least joining the ranks of a Nelson Mandela. And that's how the rest of the world looks at him. So I'm sure, people all over the world are watching in very high numbers here.
Yeah, we just saw the Hampton University marching force go by, representing Hampton, Virginia. It's first time at an inaugural parade. They played, by the way, the Stevie Wonder great song, Signed, Sealed, Delivered. That was almost a theme song for the Obama campaign. That's being followed now by the AmeriCorps alumni. This is an element symbolically dedicated to public service. AmeriCorps has come a long way over these years, serving millions of people around the country, and the alumni have been coming forward since John F. Kennedy's call to service and the original conception of VISTA, the Volunteers in Service to America program. That was way back in 1961. All right, let's get some analysis of what we're seeing from some of our other contributors. Amy Holmes is joining us. Amy, I hope you can hear me because this is a pretty exciting moment as these parades continue to go before the president.
It's an extraordinary occasion, and we just saw on screen AmeriCorps coming down the parade. AmeriCorps was a program, as you know, created by Bill Clinton, but George Bush doesn't get credit for this. He grew that agency to $1 billion agency. I worked for AmeriCorps, so I was there when it happened, and he asked Americans to serve. Conservatives, they wanted to cut the program, but George Bush said, no, this is important, especially after 9/11. And John was just telling me that Michelle Obama intends to make this a big focus of her first ladyship, and that I applaud her. Earlier you were talking about Barack Obama and his ability to connect to young people. AmeriCorps is one way to do that, but I'll just tell you, when you're putting up the images of him going hang 10 to his Hawaiian high school, the people behind us, they roar. They were clapping. They loved it when he would just do a little dance, do a little jig. That too was signaling that he's a younger leader. The generational torch has passed, and he really connects with those younger voters.
I know, and it's a good point. Hillary Rosen, you're watching this with all of us as well. You've worked hard for the Democrats over these many years, and you must be thrilled.
Well, it is so nice, actually, to see them, see the Obamas sitting in the reviewing stand, smiling and dancing. And I was sitting here thinking how nice it is to have a president with rhythm again. That we've got, a president who likes to dance, a first lady who clearly is enjoying the music, that there is a vigor that this family brings, and I think it's something that is so desperately needed by the country right at this moment. I thought it was poignant when President Obama in the inaugural address said that it's not just that the country has problems, it's that our confidence has been sapped. And I think that just the visual of their energy and enthusiasm, bolsters that confidence.
The world-famous Lawn Rangers coming in from amazing Arcola. We're talking about Arcola, Illinois. They're making their first appearance in this inaugural parade. These masked men are starting their 28 years, continuing their 28 years of crowd-pleasing precision marching. You see some guy dressed like Abraham Lincoln as well. Not surprising, given that he's from Illinois. Leslie Sanchez, what do you think?
It's tremendously exciting. I have to agree about the excitement and the vigor and the freshness that this brings to this country. I thought the homage that President Obama paid to immigrants. There was a theme in the beginning there where he was talking about the people that have built this country, the hard work, and any different community could identify that was somebody from their family, somebody from their heritage. Anybody who sought political or economic freedom, any types of freedom. It was a bond to connect. But with respect to young people, I think what's fascinating, an email already went out to all of their supporters saying thank you for your support. That came out before he was actually named president, sworn in. And that kind of connectivity is, I think, what young people are excited about and why they're paying attention to politics for the first time. You have hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, who are watching today, who have never been involved in politics or public service, who are taking a different look at this country and what they can do. And the last part I would say is this kind of technology has changed everything from a 24/7 news cycle, which was past presidents and how they had to deal with it. It's now a 2 to 4 second tweet cycle where people are going to want instant contact with this government, with this president, and how he manages to bring that connection together is going to be something to watch.
It's an amazing, amazing development. This is the Blue Springs High School Golden Regiment Marching Band. They've come in from Blue Springs, Missouri, making their first appearance in this inaugural parade as well.
More traditional than what we were looking at, the precision lawnmower drill team. The motto, I might add, and I know they've just passed by a moment ago, they say you're only from Arcola, Illinois, and they say you're only young ones, but you can always be immature. So clearly a great sense of humor, and then they go back to the traditional marching band that follows them.
And I love it when the first family now, they get really into it. They move around. They're experiencing the music. They're feeling the music. And speaking of music, we have a special guest joining us right now, the great Quincy Jones. What do you think, Quincy? Actually, we're going to speak to Quincy Jones in a moment. We'll speak to him right after we come back, our continuing coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama. Here in the Situation Room, we'll resume with Quincy Jones right after this.
She's lovely.
Finally, the secret to anti-wrinkle, blemish-free skin for women of color. Adure's all-natural herbal skincare products with UV ray protection for strong, beautiful women on the go. Stop the signs of aging with Adure's anti-wrinkle, anti-blemish control scrub and reduce the appearance of stretch marks with brightening stretch mark cream. With each purchase, part proceeds are donated to charities helping children with AIDS.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hodgson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
In a hail of gunfire in Mumbai, baby Moshe was orphaned.
This baby is something very precious to me.
On the next World's Untold Stories, meet the heroic nanny who saved him.
That's what made me just not think anything, just pick up the baby and run.
For the first time, CNN takes you inside the bullet-ridden Chabad house where it all happened and follows him to his new life in Israel. Massacre in Mumbai, Moshe's Tale, Saturday, only on CNN.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed today on CNN.
A new U.S. president is sworn in, so we're at the end of the campaign trail.
How to close out the year and the show. We're not inviting Oprah.
Now, meet the political man. A sense of humor as dry as a martini.
That was Dick Cheney looking excited.
With a depth of knowledge just as potent. Straight talk on U.S. politics.
Barack Obama came out like gangbusters last week.
And what it all means for the rest of the world. Jonathan Mann breaks it down like no one else can. Political Man, only on CNN.
Globalization and an environmental emergency. The flat world, according to Thomas Friedman. This week on Talk Asia, we're with the Pulitzer Prize-winning author as he weighs the crunch issues.
Barack Obama's taking the helm at a time of unprecedented economic crisis. Is he ready to be as radical as the moment? Will he have the courage of our crisis?
Join me, Anjali Rao, for Talk Asia, only on CNN.
They're continuing to move forward, the parade. These floats, all of these floats are so exciting, so beautiful. It's exciting for the president and the first lady. There's no doubt about that. As we watch the parade, you're always going to see the parade here in the Situation Room. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Ed Henry, because he's got some news that he's working on high on the agenda of this new administration. Ed, what have you learned?
Well, it's interesting. Well, we're just picking up information that, according to White House officials, a new White House Chief of Staff, Rahm Emanuel, has signed a memo today that has gone to all federal departments and agencies, basically saying they need to stop all pending regulations that were put in place by the Bush administration in the final days until the new Obama administration can conduct a full legal review. This is somewhat standard in the sense that a new administration will always come in and take a look at what was done, the so-called midnight regulations, what the outgoing administration did on the way out. But what you can bet in the days ahead is this will lead to all kinds of changes, potentially by executive order, potentially by legislation, in which the Obama administration will try to undo various policies that the Bush administration put through in the final days, Wolf.
And Henry, watching the story for us, keeping a close eye, as he will be over the years to come. The president already taking some steps through his chief of staff to get some decisions underway. As we listen to this music, no one is better to talk about music, even music of this sort, than Quincy Jones, the legend. And he's joining us right now to talk about what he sees happening. Quincy, thanks very much for coming in on this historic day. And there's a story out there that the whole notion of Barack Obama thinking about running for president of the United States was discussed with you way back in 2005. Tell our viewers what happened at your kitchen table.
Well, we were at the kitchen table at my home right here, and Oprah came by, and she was sitting to my left. I'm sitting here, and there was Barack and Michelle sitting next to her. And I didn't realize that they were going this term. I didn't realize it at the time. And it was the most incredible conversation. And I saw this man's mind. And what I admired about it mostly, and I see the application every day of where if he runs into difficult times, he does not lose control. And he tries to sit and figure it out. He knows he has to have a diagnosis before he gets a prescription. And if it gets real good, he doesn't get overjoyed. And it's beautiful to have a Senate leader like that. You know, among many other things he has. He's very hip. He understands the street. He understands the upper echelon. He understands everything. And it's like something I can't even believe I'm watching. I just wish my father and my brothers were here.
Quincy, how did that conversation with you, Oprah, and now the President of the United States, how did that unfold? What did he say to you as you were, did he ask you what you thought about that possibility?
Well, at that time, we weren't sure when he was going to run. It was that premature, and then I ran into McKinney at the primaries in Iowa, and he came up, I asked, was he there, and then he comes, says, I'm not going to go, and we talked a while, and so forth, and then one thing just led to another, and he got an amazing team. He's got what you look for as a musician. Amazing brass section, and woodwinds, and rhythm section. He's really something special.
Quincy, it's Soledad. Curious to know how you think.
My biggest dream is I know he's got his hands full with the economic fallout with the Gaza, etc. And so we're not going to be a long time. And on a parallel path, though, I'm going to, as soon as it's feasible, to talk. And we're getting a petition together for a Secretary of the Arts with a real cabinet membership. Because America's the only country whose music is probably most imitated in any country in the world. The only country without a Minister of Culture, or Secretary of the Arts. And I think it's very important. It could change this country
I know
a lot.
you put that proposal forward before. Quincy, Soledad O'Brien is here. She wants to talk to you as well.
I was going to ask you about the impact of Barack Obama, but actually...
Soledad O'Brien is here, and she's going to ask you a question.
Hey, Quincy, it's Soledad. Well, who do you think should be Secretary of the Arts? I'm so cute. Quincy, you know I love you right back. Who do you think should be Secretary of the Arts?
She's asking a serious question, Quincy, and you're trying to be not so serious.
I'm getting nowhere.
Yeah. Who do you want to be the Secretary of Arts or the Culture Minister in the United States?
Who's that?
Who do you want to be Secretary of Arts?
Well, what we're doing before that is we're putting together a summit so you'll have the greatest minds on the planet, you know, that there can be like an advisory board to that. I'm trying to think strategic too, because I'm cognizant of what he's up against, you know, and I know we're not at the top of the list, you know, but I think it's a very, very important element. The culture of a country is part of the soul of a country, and I'm idealistic enough to think that things like Columbine and these things wouldn't exist if these kids knew what they stand for on an international basis. It's
fair
very
point.
true.
All right, it's a fair point. I'm sure it'll be a subject for discussion. Don Lemon, our CNN anchor, is watching all of this unfold. He wants to weigh in with a question for you.
Hey, Quincy, as you watch this and you watch Barack Obama, who comes from a mixed family, and you yourself have a mixed family, what do you think
and I'm from Chicago. We came from the same place.
I'm from Chicago, yes. What do you think this means to, especially America, when it comes to this big tent that Barack Obama is talking about and
I
inclusion
never
and accepting everyone?
thought I'd ever see it. I'm going to be very straight with you. And I even got calls from the 14 or 15 heads of state, big guys, afterwards. And because I've been traveling the world a long time on goodwill tours 50 years ago with Dizzy Gillespie and Aleppo and Damascus and Tehran and around all these places. So I've seen the evolution of a lot of the things we're going through today. But I think he is going to turn the world around. I really do.
David Gergen is our senior political analyst. Quincy is here as well. He's blunt, David, in saying he never thought he'd see this day, but yet Quincy Jones and everyone else who's alive has seen this day. David.
Absolutely. Quincy Jones, you just said you've traveled the world playing as you have.
54
What should
years.
the Secretary of the... Wow. What should the Secretary of the Arts do internationally for America? What would you like to see it happen?
Let's start at home. We can start. So what I find, and I just had a conversation with a kid in Seattle when I was up to my old high school, Garfield in Seattle. And I asked him, did he know who Louis Armstrong was? He said, I heard the name. What about John Coltrane and Duke Ellington and Charlie Parker? He said, I don't know who they are. And that hurts me so much, that they're not aware of who their giants are. Like the 3 Bs in Germany who are aware of their culture, but they're aware of ours too, or Russia, or France, or any place else. Japan, and I've experienced it. And it hurts. I just got promoted to the commander of the Legion d'Honneur, and I almost cried. And Marilyn Bergman said the same thing with the arts and science, arts and letters, that we don't have a Jack Lang, so to speak, to represent the arts in an official cabinet position. It's very important.
Fair enough. Quincy Jones, on this historic day, thanks so much for joining us. It's always good to speak with you. We'll see what happens with your proposal. And it's fascinating to hear about that conversation between you and Oprah and Barack Obama back in 2005. Quincy Jones joining us on this historic day.
Nice to hear you.
Thanks very much, Quincy Jones. When we come back, we're going to be talking with John King. He's getting close to an estimate how many people actually came to Washington, D.C. to participate in this historic event. The eyewitnesses to history. We're going to go back to John King. We're also standing by to hear from members of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s family on this day after we celebrated his life and his times. Much more of our coverage coming up right here in the Situation Room. The inauguration of Barack Obama will resume right after this.
In 2008, our search for truth took us from Wall Street to Afghanistan. We asked what it means to be black in America and investigated the battle lines of a planet in peril. We met heroes who fought genocide and honored everyday heroes. And we made history as we followed an historic race to the White House. In 2009, new questions will drive our search for truth. Wherever they take us, we're ready. Let's go.
The pressing issues, the influential people, the global event. CNN is your ultimate connection to Davos 2009 with extensive coverage, one-on-one interviews, and a must-see panel hosted by Christiane Amanpour, the world's leaders at the World Economic Forum. What are their plans to deal with the global economic crisis? We're asking. Davos 2009, starting January 27th. Be there with CNN.
News can happen anywhere. Down under and on top of the world. Under blue seas and into open skies. At round tables and at kitchen tables. On front lines and across finish lines. In concert halls and behind brick walls. And no matter where it happens, CNN is there.
Sharing. Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
Okay, let's do it. Enter the Situation Room.
Straight to you, Wolf.
Political news is very important to us. No one has the news gathering capabilities that we have.
With Wolf Blitzer and the best political team on TV.
An American perspective on U.S. politics.
Straight from Washington.
When we get it, our viewers get it.
Here's my thing, cue, music, pull.
Every piece of video that I see is great video.
Barack Obama. They want it, we're going to give it to them.
The Situation Room, only on CNN.
We're turning the news inside out.
Let's get it started.
Seems to be whoever shouts the loudest is allowed in.
For the first time, what really happens behind the cameras.
We've been driving for 6.5 hours over really bumpy roads.
And sides of the story you never knew existed.
Any pressure to reveal where you got the video from?
CNN's Michael Holmes brings you Backstory.
See what presenters do?
Only on CNN.
This is CNN.
The marching bands, the floats continue in front of the President of the United States and the First Lady of the United States. They're all having a great time. It's not over with by any means. They're enjoying what they're seeing, and as they should enjoy what they're seeing. Soledad O'Brien is enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. It's been a remarkable day, and people got really emotional. Kate Baldwin is down there on the National Mall with some stories of how people reacted to this amazing day. Kate.
Hey there, Wolf. Well, as you can guess, they came early and they packed this mall. But take a look at what I see now. People came early, but they left early as well. As you can see, in the place of all the people, now hundreds of bags of trash. Some people here still looking on the Jumbotrons as they look at the parade. But as I walked amongst the people, as they experienced that moment, they all said they had to be here for it. Some saying it's overwhelming, some saying they couldn't describe it. But clearly, it was emotional. Listen here.
The long wait, the cold temperatures, the moment they were waiting for.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
We've been here since 2 this morning, and I thank God that I was able to see it.
The witnesses to history.
I just want to have a moment to myself and just cry. I can't put it into words.
It seems so unlikely at first that this man, with his name and his background, that this person could become our president. And I think it's unbelievable and so exciting.
The massive crowd came from across the country, spanning generations. For many, the day meaning so much more than a transition of power, a day to capture, a day to remember.
As you can see, Wolf, with so many people, the focus has now clearly shifted from celebration here on the Mall to the parade, and will very quickly move to the White House with the work ahead. Wolf?
Lots of work ahead. Kate Baldwin, thanks very much. Brian Todd is also watching what's going on. Brian, there were some disappointed folks who came all the way to Washington, D.C., wanted to get through the police barricades, the metal detectors, but unfortunately weren't able to do so. You have some of their stories.
Absolutely we do, Wolf. This was a real study in contrast today out here. Thousands of people coming away very angry and frustrated, while others just exalted in the moment. For thousands, the proximity to history was a moment to savor and celebrate.
Undescribable how I feel to be with my parents and to be with my children. It's just unbelievable, but the world is changing. I'm just so excited about it.
But many others won't forget the clogged security checkpoints and the frustration of coming so close only to be disappointed.
What do you think of the security procedures so far? Are they working well?
Security at some points along the perimeter got overwhelmed, even in the pre-dawn hours. The volume meant a slow trickle into one area along the parade route. Some turned and left. Others got through, only to be told they weren't allowed into areas they had tickets for.
And everywhere I go, they tell me to go somewhere else. But you can't get in, and you're freezing.
I missed my first day of college for this. Some of these people had so-called silver tickets that they say should have gotten them on the Mall, but they were turned away.
What's stopping us from walking across the street? Huh? With the credentials.
And we asked a Secret Service spokesman about that. He said the only way that some of the agency people here would have turned those people away is if some of those areas were already too full to be safe. So they had to turn people away, even those who had those so-called silver tickets, to get them to the mall. Still, Wolf, a lot of people came away very angry and frustrated. They got so close and yet they couldn't see what they had tickets to see, and others didn't even get through the security perimeters. I think it's going to develop as a pretty big story of this inauguration.
Always some snafus there, and always some depressed people as a result of that, understandably so. But at least they were in Washington, D.C. As we continue to watch the Windsor High School marching band move forward as well. The President of the United States, the First Lady of the United States, enjoying this parade, as all of us are. It's continue. Still Soledad, no end in sight. Looks like there's still several more going forward. This Windsor High School marching band, by the way, is from Windsor, Colorado. It's making its first appearance at an inaugural parade.
You know, a moment ago we saw the Lesbian and Gay Band Association marching band go by, and that's really history making as well, making their first appearance too. It's the first time also that an openly gay and lesbian group's been invited to march in the inaugural parade.
Now they're moving forward with more of the sights and sounds of a beautiful, beautiful day. We're getting ready, Don Lemon, to speak with members of the King family, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. family. They're going to be coming here to reflect on this day. And I know that you're excited about this because it's an emotional moment for all of us, but especially for them.
It certainly is an emotional moment for them, and, you know, sort of culminating with Dr. King's birthday yesterday, and we had coverage. Soledad led our coverage all day yesterday, and talking to civil rights leaders who worked alongside Dr. King, and if not working alongside with him, at least had the same mission as him. It was sort of the culmination of everything that they had worked for. Still saying that we have a long way to go, but at least we're reaching there, and we've got the potential to do it.
I think it's very clear, the point they were making yesterday, which was, remember, Dr. King was talking about economic parity, and so it's one step forward for an African American to be in the White House. I mean, there's no question about that. We are watching history, but there's more. and Martin Luther King III certainly talks a lot about how poverty for all Americans is an issue that we as a nation have to confront.
But it's interesting too. It's going to be interesting to talk to them, Wolf and Soledad, and hear what they were seeing through their eyes and feeling their own feelings about this. And I'm wondering, my first question I think will be, do you feel like this is a passing of the torch to your dad, because he is such an icon and everyone looks up to him when it comes to civil rights, and I'm wondering if now this torch is now passed to Barack Obama in their eyes.
All right, coming forward now, the Iowa State University Marching Band making its first appearance in this inaugural parade. The band recognized nationally for a tradition of excellence. The band has performed, understandably, at the Ohio State University football games, but get this, since 1878, and has participated in hundreds of parades and events throughout the United States. It has the largest all-brass and percussion ensemble in the world, and it looks like Barack Obama is especially happy to be hearing from the Ohio State University Marching Band. It will be followed, Soledad, by Boy Scout Troop 358. Wow, they're coming in from all over. This Boy Scout troop coming from the Grace Baptist Church of Germantown, Pennsylvania. I think all of the states are being represented in this parade before the President of the United States and the First Lady. And remember, after this parade, they have to go back in the White House. They have to change, put on their tuxedos, their gowns, and get ready to participate. How many balls, official balls, are there? 10 or 12?
At least
or
10.
Something like that. And it's going to be a long, long night for this first day as President of the United States, Don.
It is, and it's, you know, we were talking about the grueling schedule, and unfortunately, I hate to bring Ted Kennedy up, but the grueling schedule of these events, they didn't just start yesterday, and for many people who work here in Washington and who work in our government, they have been doing events for days and days and days. So it's, you know, for a healthy person, it's tough. So for someone who's suffering with health issues, it's even tougher.
As we watch the parade continue, the the participants, thousands of them who've come to Washington. I want to reflect a little bit on what this day has been like. Our White House correspondent, Dan Lothian, is joining us now. Dan, viewers, I'm sure, want to see everything that happened, and a lot of viewers, unfortunately, couldn't see all of it as we did today because many of them had to work. But you've got a little recap of what has happened on this remarkable day.
That's right, Wolf, and I want to point out that noise you hear in the background as the bands continue to go down the street right here, Pennsylvania Avenue, right to my right, the review stand right to my right as well. So that's the noise that you hear in the background. That celebration continuing. The president expected to attend at least 10 balls tonight, going into the wee hours of the morning, putting a cap on what has been a historic day.
The first chapter of this historic day opens with a prayer. The Obamas departing Blair House for a short drive to St. John's Church. Nationally known pastor T.D. Jakes delivers the sermon and invokes a bit of Hollywood, appropriate for the times. Quote, "Sir, may the force be with you." Moments later, back in the Beast, the new presidential limousine, the Obamas head to the White House for coffee with Mr. and Mrs. Bush and the Bidens. Then a slow drive through cheering crowds to Capitol Hill, where after pomp and circumstance, prayers and performances, the presidential oath is delivered.
I, Barack Hussein Obama,
I,
do solemnly swear.
But in an awkward moment, Obama jumps the gun.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
And Chief Justice John Roberts mixes up the lines.
That I will execute the office of President to the United States faithfully.
That I will execute
faithfully the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States faithfully.
But with his hand on Lincoln's Bible, the president-elect is sworn in as the 44th president. Inheriting a battered economy, 2 wars, and continued unrest in the Middle East, Mr. Obama, in his address, asked Americans to be patient.
Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. They will not be met easily or in a short span of time. But know this, America, they will be met.
Even before the conclusion of his speech, boxes were being moved into the White House. And as the parade snaked around the nation's capital, some senior Obama aides were already at the White House, working on campaign promises and the crisis at hand. The transition of power complete as President Bush flies off to Texas.
White House Press Secretary Robert Gibbs visited the press briefing room earlier today. He told me that he's still trying to figure out how to log into his computer. He also told me that 2 separate groups of senior aides did come here to the White House to begin working. One group leaving right after the swearing-in ceremony, the other leaving after the congressional luncheon. He said some of those senior aides have already finished all of their paperwork. Others still working on the paperwork and trying to figure out some of the technology, like getting their computers working. But certainly, Wolf, this administration getting started right away in all the work that needs to be done, including the working on fixing the economy and also dealing with the war in Iraq. Wolf?
What a day it's been today, but what a day it's going to be tomorrow and for the next 4 years at least. This president's got an enormous agenda ahead of him with lots of crises, many, many challenges. The parade continuing outside the White House. Our coverage here in the Situation Room will continue as well. The inauguration of Barack Obama. We're going to continue to show you the parade at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen right during this commercial break. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama resumes right after this.
The global financial crisis is still hitting the headlines, and this month on Main Sale we look at its effects on the yachting industry. Plus we've got some top tips from the London International Boat Show on how to get afloat cheaply and what bargains are around if you're in the market for a boat. Plus we'll bring you up to date on the offshore Christmas classic, the Rolex Sydney Hobart Race. All this and more on Main Sale.
Main Sale in association with Rolex on CNN.
At Davos 2009, CNN will bring you many opinions on the global economic crisis. Let your voice be heard too. Email us at deardavos@cnn.com. Then join Charles Hodgson to hear world leaders respond. Davos 2009, starting January 27th on CNN.
value truth the most. As a journalist, there is no more treasured commodity than the truth.
No matter what your circumstance, people always have an important story to tell.
You rethink a story that you thought you knew. See it from a different light, a different angle.
A lot of times it's human drama. Sometimes it's something entertaining, funny. All these things go into making a great story.
Their opinions, no matter how controversial they are, they matter because the whole world is watching.
In business, there are startups and there are upstarts. In business news, a different kind of startup is changing the game. CNN Marketplace Middle East brings you the region's deals and deal makers, the power brokers and groundbreakers, who are changing the business game in the Middle East and around the world. Join John Defterios for CNN Marketplace Middle East. Every Friday, only on CNN.
Larry King Live, the hottest seat in town. The interviews everybody's talking about. Icons.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting.
Legends.
You're as good as the chances you take.
Mavericks.
We have to respond to the climate crisis.
CNN's Larry King Live.
It's all about the personality. Watch for who's next.
I am not saying anything, Larry. What are you asking me?
Larry King Live. Every day. Only on CNN.
Desmond Tutu, man of God, trailblazer of reconciliation in South Africa.
You do get to a point where you are holding on to a belief by the skin of your teeth.
The Archbishop goes global with his new project, The Elders.
Revealed today on CNN.
Seat them. That's the Washington Monument. This is the National Mall here in Washington. It was jam-packed earlier today, not so jam-packed right now at the end of this day. It's almost 7 hours since the United States got a new president, Barack Obama. This is the USO, the United Service Organization float. The USO, as many of our viewers know, entertain troops. They've been entertaining the United States military since World War II, both in times of peace and war. The USO has consistently delivered its special brand of comfort, morale, and recreational services to the men and women of the United States military and their families. Always a nice touch to see the USO float at these kinds of events. Soledad O'Brien is here. Don Lemon is here as we continue to watch the inauguration of the President of the United States right here in the Situation Room. And we're getting excited because we're getting ready to speak with members of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. family and get their reflections on this historic day. Soledad, you've spent a lot of time researching and writing and reporting on Dr. Martin Luther King and his legacy, a powerful legacy, especially right now.
You really, words cannot truly describe what his legacy has meant to so many people, but of course culminating in many ways in this day. People talk about the dream and the dream fulfilled. I think it's fair to say the dream is move forward. I think that even members of the King family, it'll be interesting to get their perspective, would say there's work still to be done. And one has to not forget that Dr. King was working for economic parity. That's why he was in Washington, D.C. It was a march for jobs and freedom. It wasn't just a march. It was a march for jobs and freedom. And so coming back to that economic message, which was a centerpiece for Dr. King right when he died, I think is what a lot of people are going to want to see what Barack Obama does on that front. There's no question about that.
And what's interesting is I know that members of the King family, especially the children, feel like they share their father with the world. And because we all feel in some way that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is our father, at least a member of our family, especially for what he did for America and what he really did for the world. And I would be interested to ask Bernice King, as she joins us here, and Mrs. Ferris as well, Christine King Ferris and Martin Luther King Jr. III, all join us here on the Situation Room. Do you feel, Bernice, that the torch has passed to Barack Obama?
I don't know if I would call it the torch of Martin Luther King has passed to Barack Obama, but certainly a very important torch has been passed generationally in terms of leadership in this nation. He is the transitional moment where a whole new set of young people are rising up and determined to move this nation further into greatness.
I'm sorry for interrupting there.
As you watched today, Mrs. King Ferris, you watched the swearing in of the first African-American president of the United States. What went through your mind, and did you hearken back to your brother and what he might have thought?
Before you answer the question, though, I want to introduce all three of you to our audience so they get a chance not only to hear what you're saying, but also to know who you are. And we'll go from left to right. Joining us now is Christine King Ferris. She's the elder sister of the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Christine King Ferris, thanks very much for coming in on this historic day. And then Bernice King is the daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King. And Bernice, we're really happy you're here as well. And Martin Luther King III, the son of Dr. King, is here. It's great that all of you can participate, and not only in eyewitnessing this historic event, but joining us here in the Situation Room. And go ahead, Don.
Thank you.
Go ahead and ask your question.
When you saw that, Mrs. Ferris, did you think about what your brother might think? What was going through your mind, and did you think about that?
Yes, I did. I thought about him quite a bit. And I thought about the night before he was taken from us in his mountaintop speech. And he said, I've been to the mountaintop, I've looked over, I've seen the promised land. Now we are almost at the promised land, not quite, but we made a great step.
Martin, I'm curious to know what you think about that generational torch, because some people forget that the leaders of the civil rights movement were so young. I mean, 20s and 30s. Your father was just 39 years old when he died. And I wonder if you think that there literally will be a reinvigoration of young people who feel that they can lead movements again.
Well, absolutely. I think that a number of young people have been inspired just by the fact that President Obama ran, and of course won. One I know, I believe, is the mayor of Sacramento, Kevin Johnson, who of course played in the NBA for a number of years. But there will be individuals much younger than him who will be inspired. When kids who used to wear Jay-Z shirts are now wearing Obama shirts, rushing home to see CNN to see what you guys are saying the president is doing. It's a different day. It's very exciting. Let me add, though, finally, also, this is a monumental moment in our society. We're celebrating today. We celebrated the King holiday yesterday, but in the morning, and the president already said today, we're rolling up our sleeves. But that means all of us have to be engaged. And when we talk about whether or not some would say, well, this is a fulfillment of the dream of Dr. King, absolutely not. It is a huge step and certainly a huge part of some fulfillment. But when you got almost 40 million people, and we're going to get there tragically, who are living in poverty in America, that's unacceptable. We can and we must do better. We're a better nation, and what has been shown, I think, is this election has shown the kind of nation we are. The whole world is looking at us.
And Bernice, we saw your father's I Have a Dream speech yesterday here on CNN. Soledad and Don and all of us were really privileged to be able to play that in speech in its entirety for our viewers in the United States and around the world. And no matter how many times I've heard it, I learned something new in the course of hearing it. And yesterday it had such a powerful meaning on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the national holiday, your father's holiday. We remember him. I wonder if you go through that same sort of feeling every time you hear that speech, you get a little different notion of your dad.
Well, I get that anytime I hear my father, because he made so many speeches. That's his most celebrated one, as we know. But he has so many profound speeches. Probably what goes through me the most is I happen to turn 5 months of old that day. I was born March 28th of that year. And so that very significant year, and for me to be born at the time when he spoke these words, and now to be here 41 now in this year, years later, and know that those words are still resonating in the atmosphere and in our nation now, and that people are embracing it. And what's most important for me, when he spoke it about the 4 children, he was really talking about not just us, but future generations. And to see kids now reawakened, so to speak, and reconnected is wonderful.
And I can't tell you how many people, viewers around the world, were simply inspired by hearing that speech to Soledad. Thank you so much for
We have to say thank you so
possible.
much for
Thank you to
making
the
it
King
happen.
family for letting us do it. Stand by for a moment. We're going to continue our special coverage here in the Situation Room. We're watching the parade continue. It's wrapping up over at the White House. The President and the First Lady clearly enjoying every minute of this. They're getting ready, though, to go back in the White House, put on their tuxedos and their gowns and get ready for some partying. The celebration on this night, the balls, they're about to begin. Stay with us. The inauguration of Barack Obama, our coverage continues in just a moment.
I'm so sorry to tell you, you have cancer.
Radiotherapy can be your cure, but we might have caught it too late.
We have no cancer treatment in our country.
A cancer diagnosis in a poor country can spell a death sentence. Health systems are overburdened, without the screening and treatment that could save millions of lives. Many countries lack even a single radiotherapy machine, yet cancer is becoming an epidemic, killing more people worldwide than AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. 2-year-old Given got his treatment late, but just in time. This radiotherapy machine, provided by the IAEA, saved his life, but not his eyes. For this young mother in Haiti, hope is all she has. With no treatment in the country to wipe out her cancer, her doctor resorts to surgery. Find out how you can help the IAEA and its partners build the cancer care systems these people deserve. Visit IAEA.org.
A good story is when you can capture the very essence of what's going on and tell it in a way that makes people want to watch.
Since I was young, I've watched events in the world and always said, I want to be there.
The best stories don't come from the main plot, they come from the people.
People's experiences, their opinions, that's what makes us stand out.
Every day I have a story I can't wait to tell.
Newsmakers, business leaders, note makers, big screeners, top competitors, government leaders, world changers.
Growth is in every direction. I'm a human being.
Make the connection. Newsmakers talk to CNN.
We're continuing our coverage of the parade. That's the NASA, the space exhibit that's moving in front of the President of the United States right now. Only moments ago, by the way, the former President of the United States, George W. Bush in Midland, spoke to a crowd there as he arrived back in Texas, and he said this about the new president.
Today was a great day for America, and a good man took the oath of office, and we all offer our prayers for his success. Today is also a great day for the Bush family. We are back in the state of Texas, and we are here to stay.
All right, there they are, the first, the family, the President of the United States and the First Lady. They're walking away from the reviewing stand. The parade is now over. They're walking back through the north lawn of the White House to get ready for a bunch of parties tonight, formal balls, black tie balls. They'll be happy, no doubt about that, as they get ready for this next chapter in their life, and we can only wish them the best. The King family is still here. We want to thank all three of them for joining us: Bernice King, Martin Luther King III, and Christine King Ferris, the sister of the late Dr. Martin Luther King. Thanks very much for spending some time with us. This is a picture that the photographers will record, historians will write about. He's going to have some fun, Soledad, tonight, but tomorrow it's down to business.
The night is young, but tomorrow it's back at work. They got a lot of balls ahead of them and then a lot of work ahead, not just for the new president of this nation, but also for the nation as a whole.
And I just want to let our viewers know, as we see these pictures unfold, we want to do a special shout out, a special thanks to one individual who's helped us at CNN so much. The numbers tell it all. More than 500 people from CNN have been involved, tons of equipment in bringing you this special inauguration. But going back, 9 primary debates, 2 conventions, 4 presidential debates, 1 election night, multiply that by 7, you barely scratch the surface of Jane Maxwell's 28-year career here at CNN as head of CNN's special events unit. She certainly can be tough as nails when needed, but with grace, good humor, and above all, integrity, Jane helped establish CNN as a major force in journalism. She was part of CNN from day one, and this is Jane's last special event for us. She's off for retirement. Soledad, a much better schedule. We want to thank Jane for everything she's done for all of us. She is one unique person. We couldn't have done this without her. She really put CNN on the map in the United States and around the world.
This is a big event to go out on, absolutely.
And we want to thank Jane Maxwell, especially on this day. It's been a privilege for all of us to be presenting, reporting on what has happened. We've been on the air all day today, especially nice to see what's happening in the country right now, but the night is by no means over. Our special coverage of the inauguration of the President of the United States will continue right after the Situation Room. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. A special edition of Campbell Brown's No Bias, No Bull begins right at the top of the hour.